That's right.
Okay.
Okay, President Jansen, before we start tonight's business, we have a special presentation this evening that I would like to allow them the opportunity to make the presentation and then be able to go on their way. So tonight with us, we have Mr. Tyler from the PAC program. And so for those of you that do not know what the PAC program is, it is a special program we have here in Douglas County School District to provide an opportunity for our students to develop career skills. And so the program has recently moved over to Gardnerville Elementary School, where we, through a grant, the Pipkin Family Grant, were able to create an apartment. And currently, I'll let them talk a little bit more. But tonight, also with us, is we have the fearless director of the Carson Valley Swim Center, who we are tonight awarding. So I will turn it over to you.
Okay, well, we are here to present a plaque to Shannon. She has been a valued partner of our PAC program for 2 years now. Our students go over and get an opportunity to learn workplace skills, real life workplace skills in a real life working place. They do inventory and sorting and cleaning. They get to wear the big industrial backpack vacuum, which, believe it or not, they love doing that. The other day, they even went and vacuumed up her office, and she's like, "Great, bring them back." Yes. So it's been wonderful, a wonderful partnership. She is one of our special places. We get to go there once a week, which is awesome. So we rotate our students through so they each have an opportunity to go and do some great work at the swim center. So partners across our community, the partnership is definitely needed and wanted. And thank you so much for allowing us.
And I'm very excited to have Shannon here this evening. So, Shannon and I started our working relationship over 20 years ago when she was a paraprofessional working with our young adults with disabilities here at Douglas High School, where she also graduated from. And the great thing about Shannon is she has a natural talent working with people in general, but specifically with young adults with disabilities. And so, for her to circle back all these many years and be one of our favorite partners ever, thank you, thank you. It's been wonderful spending all these years working with you. Tyler, do you have something to say? Come on over here a little bit closer.
the the Carson the Carson Valley Swim Center is an important part of our community.
Awesome. Thank you, Tyler.
Our friend Dave couldn't be here tonight, but he wanted to say that the swim center is closely linked to our schools, our seniors, and is one of the longest teen employers in our community. Thank you, Shannon.
If that's okay. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who supports the school district and the East Fork Swimming Pool District. I don't know why I didn't think I was going to get emotional, but yes, I've worked with youth a long time. I love my position at the swim district, and one thing I think is important to share, since we have an audience. I don't know who's been here actually in the 80s, right? So a lot of us here, right? A lot of us not, so that's okay. I'm not judging, but I just want everyone to just be aware that when the swim district was developed, the East Fork Swimming Pool District, it actually went to a vote in front of our community. So it was our community that voted to have what you see next door actually built and then maintained and sustained through not only user fees but property taxes. So I know there's a lot of property tax questions. I'm always available to talk about it, but the point being was is back in the 80s, one of the reasons why this community supported the development of the swim district was because we promised to be great partners to our community and we promised to be great partners to our school district specifically. And so as a Douglas High School graduate, as a member of this community for almost 50 years. I am so thankful that I'm able to carry through on that promise. So it is about serving all ages, it's about serving all abilities. And I am so thankful for the kids because, like Sherry said, I absolutely have had a passion working with people with special needs or any needs of that matter. And it has been my pleasure and my staff's pleasure and my board's pleasure to be able to continue to partner. So I just wanted to share that and thank everybody for your support and ability to do that. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Call to order. I'd like everyone to please turn off their phones and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, I'd like to call for a motion for a flexible agenda.
I'll make that motion for a flexible agenda.
Karen, Dave made the motion and Catherine seconded it. Trustee,
Yes, I would like the chance to speak before we vote.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you, President Jansen. First of all, I'd like to ask, if I may, is who developed this agenda, President Jansen?
Myself and the superintendent with help of legal counsel.
Okay. I would like to ask Superintendent Lewis, this agenda is quite lengthy. Did you help develop this agenda? And if so, what part did you help develop?
So we did meet on August 31st. Oops, sorry. We did meet on August 31st. The meeting was with President Jansen, Trustee Burns, and Mr. Gilbert was there as well. And so, as we typically do, we discussed items that the district proposed. We looked at the future agenda items, and so I did have some say in the agenda. I will add that there was items that were discussed in terms of a lot of the bylaws and policies that are before you tonight. Those were discussed on a superficial level during that meeting on the 31st, with the understanding that we would get more information. And so on the afternoon, I think it was Thursday afternoon. Yeah, it was a Wednesday afternoon at 3:00 in the afternoon. President Jansen sent a document with agenda items on it that included a lot of what's on here. So I think it's a combination of our regular processes that we used, and then President Jansen provided some agenda topics that were not necessarily mutually agreed upon, but are on the agenda tonight.
Okay,
So I
thank
think
you.
that's what clearest as I can say.
Thank you. So the first time you saw the agenda then was Wednesday at 3:00 before the posting at 9:00 on
So I don't know if it's the
Thursday?
first time I saw the agenda. Obviously, we're always,
the final agenda.
what was going to be on the final agenda would be on that Wednesday afternoon. Yes.
And just to clarify, the bylaws that were generally, or what did you say? How did you say that about the bylaws, that they were?
So it was discussed in the meeting on the 31st. Mr. Gilbert had read a series of bylaws that were going and policies that were going to be recommended. I think we talked about even the suspension of them in that meeting. And so I didn't have I
You had no
didn't
input
take very good notes. So we were waiting for information and feedback.
and you had no input on the bylaws changes?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to now read bylaw 060, which by the way is still in effect. And it says, and I'm doing this for our community so they know what our bylaws and under the meetings. Section 4A says, the agenda for each regular and special meeting of the Board of Trustees shall be developed by the superintendent and the board president. Neither the superintendent or board president can unilaterally place an item on the agenda. In the case of a disagreement between the two parties related to the proposed agenda item, the board officers will intervene and make the decision of inclusion or exclusion. And this is in compliance with NRS 241.020. So right off the bat, I am not sure that this agenda that we have before us is valid because it was made by President Jansen and our attorney. And Mr. Burns, were you in on this agenda making? Did you meet with them as well?
My only comments as came in is according to 241.020 was if there was a disagreement, then I was called to vote.
Okay. And was there a disagreement? And what was
Yeah.
what was the disagreement?
Well,
Can you clarify that?
No, I can only tell you that I voted at the time that I was called in. This
Okay.
is not my, it's not my agenda. It's not my doing. All I do is I say yes, and I make the decision
Okay.
accordingly.
Trustee Gilkerson,
Yes.
if I could weigh in. So first and foremost, every bylaw I read myself personally to Mr. Lewis and to President Jansen, everyone that was in the room. We went through everything. That was on the 31st, and then we had to make some clarifications and did some last minute formatting on Wednesday. But everything was clearly laid out. We even had some discussion, but we wanted to delay any real discussion until we were in front of the board. But everything was done in accordance with the law, in accordance with statute. And when there was a disagreement, if there was a disagreement, Mr. Burns was there, per law to weigh in which he did.
Can you tell me what
the
disagreement?
bylaws.
Can you just tell me a disagreement that happened, Mr. Gilbert?
Per the bylaws. Well, specifically, if you want to know, it was to censor President Jansen, to put that on the agenda.
Okay.
And we chose not to do that.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, would
So
you?
I guess I also want to weigh in here because Mr. Gilbert is right. He read he had a long sheet of paper that President Jansen and Trustee Burns also possessed, and he read from it. And so he is accurate in the sense that those were all mentioned. I obviously didn't write them all down, so I take his word for that. I did make a request of President Jansen for a copy of that, and she did not respond to me or provide that for the record.
And do you remember when you made the request? I'm just curious. How long did she have to give that to you?
I made the request the following morning, so it would have been September 1st.
Okay. And then you received the information you said on
I believe it was Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Wednesday, which was, what was the date?
Wednesday afternoon at 2:56.
And what was the date on Wednesday? The
I think it was
3rd?
The 3rd.
Okay. All
September
right.
3rd.
Mr. Engelkirk, can you tell me too,
Kira,
were you
please,
there?
Kira would like to
Oh, I'm
state
sorry.
something.
Kara, I didn't hear you. I apologize.
I received all the documents that have the green writing and red and blue writing. Yes, I did on Wednesday prior to the Thursday posting.
Well, the purpose of the meeting was to develop the agenda, and you didn't write anything down, and they provided you with that sheet of paper.
No, they did not, Kira.
They did. That's what was sent to you.
No,
Nope.
Kira, you weren't in the meeting.
Yeah.
Were you in the meeting?
No, I was not. in the
Okay,
meeting.
so there was a sheet that all three of them had that I was
It's
not
the same
provided.
sheet that was sent to you.
You did not provide that to me.
It was sent on Wednesday, I think is what she's saying. That was sent Wednesday.
Okay. So you didn't get it. Okay. Okay. So Mr. Engelkirk, were you at the meeting?
No, I was not at the meeting.
Okay. So you're a board officer, right? Did you vote on this as well on the agenda? Did you get a chance to see it or vote on it or?
No, the only thing is I got can't remember if it was a text or an email about the censure item.
Okay,
And I said, I support the idea of not bringing it up because it would be a waste of time.
okay, thank you. So when we're talking about the agenda then, it does state here that if there's a disagreement, that it will be brought to the board officers. So my point being, it was not brought to all board officers. So again, we did not follow the bylaw on this. So this makes me want to say, and for the record, that this agenda that we have is not valid. Thank you.
I just said that the item,
Decorum.
I just said that the item they had a disagreement on, I weighed in on.
Right, but not the entire agenda.
There wasn't a
Trustee Gilkerson,
disagreement
he
to the
didn't have to
entire
weigh
meeting.
in on the entire agenda, only where there was a disagreement, which he did.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's per the statute.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. So we're going to take a vote on a flexible agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We need a motion to pass the consent items.
I'll make a motion that we pass the consent items.
Second? Second, trustee Gilkerson.
Yes, I would like to have something pulled off the consent, please.
What item is that?
Oh, I didn't second it, and I'm sorry, I had my hand up.
I think,
Apologies.
Susan, didn't you
I
second?
seconded. Thank you.
Okay. So I would like to pull consent item C, accounts payable and regular run voucher, specifically voucher number 2417.
What is that?
Joey's pay. It's number 2417.
I'm guessing it's his pay.
Oh, well, I don't know what to say about that.
Well, she's pulling item C.
I'm pulling item C. Let's just say that, but specifically 2417.
You don't have it there.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Would you like to address it?
Oh, yeah, I'm waiting. I just was giving you a minute to look at it. That's
Yes.
all.
Okay.
Sure, thank you. So I'm going to start off again by, I would like our community to know our bylaw 020, section A and B, and it states that board trustees have no authority as individuals and do not, I'm not sure if that word's severely, maybe severely possess the powers that reside in the board of trustees, except when expressly authorized by the board. So again, the board has no authority as individuals. B, the board has no powers when not in session, except for such powers as may be delegated by the board to a committee thereof. So basically, we are just one person, one vote. We do not have any authority unless it's a majority. So I would like to start off with invoice, let's see, a bus driver negotiation, actually. And let's see. First of all, you need to know that negotiations did not take place until August 23rd. During this time, the charges I'm talking about are from July 27th to August 18th. During this time, there were 4 calls and emails from trustee Burns to Gilbert about negotiations. It says this on here. My question is, who authorized this since neither is involved in negotiations, Mr. Burns?
I didn't discuss anything with Gilbert.
Well, then he erroneously wrote on this, it says, and I'll read exactly what it says. It says, phone calls and messages with D. Burns on 8/3. Again on 8/3, received and reviewed email from D. Burns. 8/4, emails from D. Burns regarding the NCSEA, which is the Nevada Classified School Association. Chapter 6 deals with bus drivers, and it says negotiations. It also has, let's see,
Trustee Gilkerson,
Yes.
that's privileged information between council and the board.
this is public information, Mr. Gilbert. This is
To
public.
talk about our exact conversations.
This is your invoice, and I have a question about it, and
Okay.
maybe you can tell me about this.
More than happy to talk about
Okay,
it.
great. Then I'll direct this to you instead of Mr. Burns because he doesn't seem to remember. So my question is, who authorized this work to do negotiations?
I mean, it's very simple. As rules general counsel, the board members are allowed to ask questions.
About things that they have no business asking?
As general counsel, the board's allowed to ask questions.
Mr. Gilbert, I have a problem with that because we were charged $3,055 for negotiations, none of which should have happened because there were no negotiations happening at this time. Also, let me go on here. But specifically, we were charged $130 on 8/3 for phone calls and messages with D. Burns. 8/3 received and reviewed emails from D. Burns, $195. 8/4 emails from D. Burns again about the NCSEA, which is specifically the classified, and Chapter 6 is specifically about bus drivers. And then, on 8/7, NRS, we were charged $455, NRS 8/8 for bargaining, which you should not have been a part of, in my opinion. So therefore, we were charged $1,787.50 on the invoice that's labeled Bus Driver Association Negotiations. Thank you. Do you have anything you want to say or before I go on?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
It's not regarding negotiations, but one of the things that you asked for before we left was to go over what our role as general counsel is.
Mhm.
And so there are 99 different statutes that come into contact with the Board of Trustees. And so some of that was overview of those statutes and understanding the board's role. And some of it was determining the board's role. There were questions, there were emails made and questions brought to their attention about the negotiations that were occurring, that were sent to occur.
Don't know.
What
I'm
do you-
just saying that there was no negotiations happening
They're
during
not-
this time.
That's not
So-
about negotiations, it's about the statute.
Sorry, please. I'm sorry. I know you're
Excuse
upset.
me. Would you,
I
like-
know.
Do that.
That's okay. You guys have to show some decorum, please. Okay, I'll just go on then. That was the answer. So then the next one I'd like to go through is the Douglas County School Board board meetings and the time entries for that. Mr. Gilbert charged us $2,210 for attending the last board meeting, which was 6.8 hours. That's fair. Kira, I guess you're KS, right? Kira Sears, is that correct? Okay. KS, Kira Sears, charged us $1,137.50 for also attending our meeting. And she was not here physically, but she was online, which none of us knew, and she charged 3.5 hours. And I'm just curious why you got to do that, where, I mean, I just don't know. That just seems that seems like we're double dipping. Not only are we paying more for Mr. Gilbert, but now we're paying Mr. Gilbert and Ms. Sears. And I don't think that should be allowed. That's just my opinion.
Well, it's important to note that there were open meeting law complaints filed with regard to that meeting that required certain specifics that we had to watch through and notate each of the meetings.
And Mr. Gilbert's not qualified to do that, Ms. Sears?
No, actually, I asked Ms. Sears to join on this meeting. We're not billing for her time, but for that first meeting, because of all the, I believe, the complexities and everything involved, I wanted her to be a part of the first meeting so she could understand what was going on, see what was going on. She did. She took copious notes and really was able to break down for me what I knew I would be walking into in the next meetings. And that's why I asked her to be up here again, but again, not being charged. The firm is covering her travel and her time.
Okay, thank you. You don't think this meeting is more complex than the last meeting?
Well, we're getting there.
Okay. All right. Under the board meetings, I have 4 more entries. And this first one is in regard to policy 108. Let me pull that out. So policy 108 came before us on the July 18th meeting, which was before Mr. Gilbert was hired. And there was some changes to it. And it's about controlled substance and alcohol-free environment. And on here in blue, it says prohibited substances included medical and recreational marijuana, cannabis. And I asked Mr. Lewis, you made these changes, correct? On this policy 108. On the first one. Okay, Mr. Gertner did this. Okay, that's all I needed to know. And then on policy, then the second reading and final reading on policy 108, same thing, the blue is on there. And then the only other change is on the back. And with the help, I think it was somebody in the audience, we crossed out or alcohol was the only other change made. And so we, on the August 8th, we approved this. And the point I'm making is that Mr. Gertner and Mr. Lewis made all the changes on here. But yet, on our time entries, we have on 8/3, email to Mr. Burns to propose amendment to DCSD board policy number 108. Don't know why that was. That was for 3250. The second entry, again on 8/3, email to and from opinion letter, board policy number 108, $65. Another one, review of email from K. Sears regarding opinion letter on board policy 108, $162.50. And then the last one on 8/3, I guess these were all 8/3, I could have said that, sorry, was KS, Kira, doing drafting and research on board policy 108 and suggested additions. And this, we were charged $1,235. Wow. All right. I'll just keep going. Next thing that I'd like to talk about, pardon me?
Would you like us to address that?
If you'd like to, sure, of course.
So Mr. Burns asked us if we would review the policy that was being presented before the board. And so we performed research and drafted an alternative to what Mr. Lewis had presented. And I take it that Mr. Burns determined that the policy that was presented in front of the board was acceptable to him.
Okay. But that little transaction for Mr. Burns cost the district $1,495. So,
which is less than a lawsuit if it wasn't in compliance.
You know
with
what?
State and federal statutes.
Whatever. Okay. So, but what I'd like to say is, who gave Mr. Burns the authority to do this, acting as one person?
Well, he's allowed to seek advice if he's going to make decisions
And
on
it's
things that come before the board.
and cost us $1,500. Do you think that's fair that one person, let's go back to this power, a board of trustee has no authority as an individual, right? And the board has no power when not in session. So as one person, I would expect that Mr. Gilbert would know, maybe not you, Kira, but Mr. Gilbert should know when he is allowed to speak on something with a board member. We did not hire Mr. Gilbert to be the attorney for Mr. Burns. We did not hire Mr. Gilbert to be the attorney for Ms. Jansen.
Well, if you refer to bylaw 40, section 10, the right to know section, that no board trustee shall be denied facts or materials required for the proper performance of their duties and his or her office.
Let's see, where's that? And the normal protocol is that Mr. Burns would go to Mr. Lewis since he was involved with writing this. He had no business, in my opinion, to be able to charge to go to Mr. Gilbert and cost us almost $1,500. I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. All right. Again. And then on this one is also, let's see, $1,137.50 we were charged because Ms. Sears attended our meeting. So we were charged $2,210 for Mr. Gilbert and then another $1,137. So that meeting cost us over $3,300. Thank you. All right. Next thing I'd like to go on, oops, it's still on this one, sorry, is the last item on this invoice. And this is call with Trustee Burns regarding the drafting of a whistleblower policy. Once again, Mr. Burns acts all by himself, which is not allowed to do that, to go use our attorneys for himself. A whistleblower policy. Okay, let's talk about that. And remembering our 020, where a board member has no authority by themselves. On 8/9, the call from Mr. Burns came through with drafting this. And granted, it wasn't a lot, but it was $97.50. Still adds up. Okay. Again, who authorized this?
May I answer that?
Yes.
Well, I think if one of the board trustees is receiving information from members of the public regarding not having an adequate whistleblower policy and not being able to adequately address complaints that come through that may be directly to their supervisor, and Mr. Burns wanted to be able to present in front of the board an adequate policy that they would be able to adopt, it's well within his rights to be able to ask legal counsel to draft that. That's not acting with authority as an individual board member would be taking action or deliberation.
Okay. All righty. I would like to say that our budget for legal services each year is $160,000. So far, we've been charged $28,000 by Mr. Gilbert for the first month. Not also on top of that, the $7,500. So if you multiply that out for a year, it comes to $336,000. That's $176,000 over budget. And that's not adding the $7,500 times 12. Where will this money come from? Discretionary funds for our schools, salaries and benefits to our employees. This is where the places they have to pull. Okay, continuing on with general board administration invoice. Okay. Sure.
We have how many violations so per se? 3 open meeting. Okay. If you think being sued, you think open meeting law violations, claims against us and stuff doesn't cost money, you're sorely mistaken. That's where the majority of that money goes.
I disagree, but that's okay. Okay, continuing on, guys, control. Okay, general board admission. Okay. Let's see here. So the time frame here is important. Let's see, on 7/17, we were all emailed Joey Gilbert's contract, which we assumed he wrote alone because he didn't charge us for it, which is normal. I mean, lawyers don't usually write their contracts and charge you. So we have on 7/24, we have again emails, 2 emails from Burns, 1 from Jansen, and I'm suspecting, but I don't know, that this is regarding his contract because then he emails to the team, and I'm not sure who the team is, if that includes our board members. And then there's a review of emails to and from Jansen and Dave Burns, and it says agreement and questions. Again, I think that might be having to do with the contract. Let's see. So, okay. So, what makes me question this is that let me get this out here. Number 4 on the contract, number 4, when we go to our last lawyer, MCL, Moxon, whatever, Coxon Lagoy, Maupin Coxon Lagoy, sorry. In the contract with them, it says contractor and DCS mutually agrees into a contract for services and Exhibit A. Contractor shall report, contractor being the attorney, directly to Douglas County School District Superintendent. In addition, the contractor will be encouraged to have direct and regular communication with the assistant superintendent. Now, we got the first contract from Mr. Gilbert, and it was interesting because it did state that, and there was Exhibit A on here on the first one. It states that contractor and Douglas County School District mutually agree to enter into the contract for services described in Exhibit A. Contractor shall report directly to the Douglas County School Board, will report directly to the Douglas County School Board. Wow. Contractor will be encouraged to have direct and regular communication with the superintendent. It's a little backwards.
Can I comment on that?
Did you change that on your own, Mr. Gilbert, or were you asked to?
You just read it correctly. The last contract was Maupin Cox's contract. Maupin Cox Lagoy. The next contract was mine.
Correct.
And I did change it.
And why did you change it?
On purpose.
Why did you
Because
change
I'm
it?
accountable to the board. That's who hired me.
Wow. I got a problem with that.
Statute.
I got a problem with that. I can understand
It's in the
that you are.
It's in the statute per Nevada law.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm just saying. Then you're saying that MCL broke the statute by reporting to Superintendent Lewis, and also
I don't know what they did. I just corrected it.
I
and put
just
it in properly.
I just read it to you, so I'm asking you: did they break the law
I'm
by
not-
writing it that
I'm not
way?
going to comment on what they did. I have a right to put the contract however I want to, and I follow the statute and the NRS, and it says accountable to the board.
And so, can you honestly say that you changed that on your own? You had no discussion.
I 100% changed that on my own.
Okay, that's again.
I never, ever talked to him at all.
I
Don't
believe
look
you.
at me like
I
that.
believe you. No, I believe you. I totally believe you.
The
Okay.
superintendent's a function of the board. I changed it for clarity, and it was my doing, absolutely 100%.
And by that, you are undoing our district.
Okay.
That's my opinion. Okay, next, let me go on. Okay. Okay, so, but it's interesting because the first contract we received on 7/17, it was almost identical to MCL's. Okay, mostly it was just cut and paste, right? And then this line was changed. So it just made me very leery and skeptical that you weren't asked to do this, because we know you were meeting with the board before this. It appears to me that, that you were already meeting with them behind the scenes. So members of the community, you will start to see a pattern form by which Joey Gilbert and certain board members are trying to silence our superintendent, and they are trying to run the district.
That's our job. That's our job.
Also, we did not receive an invoice for this contract, which is normal. So he was hired on 7/19 with a majority 4-3. And the second thing, his contract was never voted on. In fact, not sure any of us read it. In fact, Mr. Burns even said in the minutes on the 18th or on the August meeting that he didn't have a chance to read the contract. So I'm wondering if any of us really had a chance. So then at our next meeting on 8/8, we're sitting here and we see Karen, our secretary, walking around handing out to Mr. Trustee Engelkirk and our attorney, Joey Gilbert, asking them to sign the contract. It's like, wow, I didn't see it. Carrie, did you see it? I didn't see it. So they sign it, and we mentioned we had not seen it. And so we asked if we could get a copy, and she said, I'll mail it to you tomorrow. Email it to you tomorrow.
Can I
So-
respond?
Of course.
I signed it digitally online,
Okay.
but I looked at it and they wanted to have all the signatures on one paper.
Perfect. Oh, perfect. I never got it sent. See, here's the problem. I didn't get it sent to me. Did you, Carrie? Did you, Tony, get it sent to you?
No.
Funny how that works, huh? No, but it should have been sent to all of us to see it. I'm not blaming you. There's no blame. Okay, okay, I'm just saying that this is what happened, okay? So they're signing this, and then we get the contract, okay? And the first chance we ever get to look at it is on 8/9. Again, there was no vote on the contract. The second contract, there's some problems with this that I'd like to share. One of the first things is, you'll notice, again, Superintendent Lewis's name, place to sign was taken off. Imagine that. The second thing, and we can show this to you, the signature page has a place for 4 signatures. And guess who they are? President, Vice President, and Clerk. So we have Ms. Jansen, Mr. Engelkirk, Mr. Burns, and then our attorney. So this leads me to number 18 in both contracts that say, and I'll quote this, the parties here to represent and warn that the person executing this contract on behalf of each party has full power and authority to enter into this contract. Contractor acknowledges, contractor being Mr. Gilbert, acknowledges that required by statute or regulations, this contract is effective only after approved by Douglas County School District Superintendent or Chief Financial Officer for the period specified. So because Mr. Lewis was taken off of this is not worth the paper it's written on. It is not a valid contract. I have also talked to an attorney. I've also talked to an attorney about this and brought this up, and they gave me the advice. It's not legal, and we should not be paying him. Let's see.
I'd like to say
So,
something.
sure.
First of all, the superintendent is not allowed to sign the contract. Per your bylaws, it states that only the officers are authorized to sign. And he did approve the contract that was signed, was sent to him in an email, and he and Karen printed it off, and they all signed it.
Mr. Lewis, can you speak to that?
Are you saying I signed it?
Approval isn't the same as execution. It was sent to you in an email along with the board members that were supposed to sign it.
It was a signed copy of the contract was sent to me after it was signed.
No, the contract that was meant to be signed was sent to you and Karen and the officers in an email, and they printed it off and signed it. You constructively approved it. You were on the email. You didn't object to it. You didn't say anything. You didn't read it and object to it.
I have objected to it, and I have written notification that it was brought forward by a board member and was given to the board with concerns about the contract, Kira, and nothing has been done to rectify it.
You're not allowed to sign for it. It's in the bylaws that it's the officers that are to sign for it.
Well, that's
right.
not the way we did it before, so
So
I
I
don't
trust
know.
that, but the
It is
contract,
the way
Whatever.
that you did it before. In fact, if
Kira,
you
but the
refer to the
contract-
superintendent's contract, it's only signed by the officers.
Whatever. I'm going on. How about that? I don't know. I'd have to see it because I don't believe it.
You
That's all I'm
signed it
saying.
because you were president at the time.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about his contract. You're changing this to another
I'm not
issue.
changing it. It's only per the bylaws.
Okay, I don't believe it. Okay, so this is just another way of silencing our superintendent. To continue with our next invoice under general board, let's see. See, I did that. And so, yeah, I was just going to ask Keith if you were emailed any of this. Again, so who negotiated your contract, Mr. Gilbert, and who authorized whoever negotiated it with you? Because on here I do have charges that say agreement and questions on 7/31, and I think that's contract related. And review finalized agreement, I think that's contract related. So now you decided you're charging us for this new contract that you've written. The cost was $325, and again, normally lawyers don't charge to write their own contracts. Let's see. Also, I'm almost done. Sorry. We're looking up a whole lot of NRSs, so we are educating ourselves at the cost of our district. On 8/8, Kira spent, let's see, $1,202, and it was on researching NRS 241. And then again, she charged us again on 8/15, $1,560 for NRS 241. And you know what NRS 241 is? It's the open meeting law. Don't you think that they would know that? I mean, that just boggles my mind, the money that we're spending.
You are aware that we were served an open meeting law complaint?
Yeah,
Okay,
I would assume you'd know it.
And I'd also like to tell you that the 2 open meeting law complaints are coming from prior to my time. So either the last council didn't know either, or we're just doing our due diligence to make sure that everything is being done properly.
Do you know the 241?
I
you know
do.
Eric?
I know a lot about it, but you know what? Breaking it down and making sure we're looking at it closely is what we're doing.
Again, I bet MCL wouldn't have had to do that.
MCL has had to do that as well. As a matter
Okay.
of fact, they defended 2 of the open meeting law violations.
All right, so where am I? I think I'm done for right now, but I really had, stop, please stop. I really do not believe that we have a contract, and I think we need to negotiate another contract and then vote on it. And I don't believe we should be paying anything. Thank you. Mr. Kangas.
Okay, well, some of this is going to be a synopsis of some of the things that Trustee Gilkerson just went through, but these are my opinions and words that I'd like to use. As far as the consent item and the invoices are concerned, I reviewed them all, and I'm concerned that $35K is a lot of money for 1 month's services. She went over any types of details. I don't have to go through how much that will cost us long term. And I'm sure that that's fluctuates. Okay, and I was going to ask who Kiara Sears is, but I met her tonight, and I know her credentials being having a law degree. My question is, does she work at your firm?
She does.
She does?
She does.
Okay. And the reason I asked is she was referenced about 50 times in those invoices to the tune of about $21,000. For a point of reference, you were only listed 39, and I'd say noteworthy was Trustee Burns referenced 13 times on those invoices. My next question would be, this is redundant. Why was she charging for a board meeting when you attended and charged accordingly? Obviously, you've tried to answer that. And then there's the entries on the bus driver negotiations. And my question there would have been, who authorized you to do the work and why? The why is important. You already addressed that, but I just want everybody to know that these are valid concerns by more than one board member. There are also entries about Board Policy 108, who authorized you to spend money on that policy and why. This should have been discussed and authorized by a board vote. That's the way I do it. Also, this board did not authorize you to do any drafting and research on any bylaws or any board policy, nor did we authorize you to do the same with any NRS statute. Again, this is who authorized it and why. Again, this type of money being spent by our legal counsel, as she said, almost sounds like you're charging us to train yourselves. So, finally, I just wanted to point out that I was going to ask for straightforward answers to all these questions. I think we've covered that. And all I want to say is the public deserves to know what their money is being spent on.
I have a comment to make.
Sure.
Comment to make. When we interviewed Mr. Gilbert, I said to Mr. Gilbert, I said, your fees are double what we used to pay. And he said, you get what you pay for. What do we pay for?
Well, as you know, just to bring this up, since Trustee Gilkerson brought this up, she just in a meeting was saying that this board is so broken, she wants to go to the Nevada Department of Education.
That was in private.
And seek, no,
That was in private.
Has
That
nothing
was,
to do with the private matter. You're saying the board is broken.
I think
right?
I think what I said back there should stay private. We were in closed session, Mr.
You've
Gilbert.
said on numerous occasions that the board is broken. You've said it openly here. You've said it to everyone here. That we have a mess that we have to clean up. And so I'm doing the due diligence. This is not me just researching for learning. This is trying to figure out what's gone awry here in the past couple of years, which is what I've done. And things have gone awry. And
There
we're in
has
the
been
process
nothing
of
gone
cleaning that up.
awry until
Oh, yes, there
January
has.
1st, Mr.
Yes, there
Gilbert.
has.
Nope.
Yes, there has. And you're going to see it. And we're going to mop up the mess.
Okay, the comments have been had. I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
I think we'll see that soon.
Okay, Mr. Gilbert, with all due respect, I do not believe you have a contract. And we were originally presented the professional services contract written by you and your firm, I assume, and that was at our July 19th board meeting. A second changed contract was emailed to the entire board on August 9th. The board officers had signed this contract without review by the entire board. The second contract had been significantly changed from the original. Exhibit A was removed, which included scope of work and some specific language on compensation that included not greater than $300 an hour, not specific to your charges of $325 an hour. Also, Superintendent Lewis has not signed it as required by your contract. Finally, the contract was never presented to the entire board for discussion or approval. This was either done on purpose or was done by mistake. I want this not to become a legal mess for our school district. I would suggest your invoices should have to wait until we have a proper contract. For public transparency, could you please explain to me in very simple terms if I'm right or if I'm wrong? I asked Mr. Gilbert to explain that, please.
The reason I was asking Ms. Kears to answer is that she was involved in helping with the drafting. And what you saw was the initial one was a draft agreement, which was presented on the 19th. All we did was incorporate the Schedule A into the agreement, change nothing of material, no material changes to it, and then distributed it for signature.
I disagree. There were no material changes, number one. Number two is the fact that it wasn't brought before the board and Mr. Lewis has not signed that contract. It was like it was put in, it was shoved in. I'm not going to say it. I shouldn't say this, but it was like a bait and switch.
There was nothing of material value changed in that
the,
contract.
That's the impropriety this public sees right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I did it. Thank you. I'm done.
I just have a question for Trustee Kangas. What changes did you see between the two contracts that you are
All right.
concerned about?
Well, I just thought I went over that, but Exhibit A was removed, which included scope of work and specific language that included no greater than $300 per hour. And I assumed that was for other services that he may render.
That specific language wasn't, it was for external counsel. So if there was an outside law firm hired, that's what the $300 an hour was
Okay,
for.
thank you. And it was just, I'm just telling you, it was removed.
Well,
But thank you for the explanation.
so each of the things that were on the Exhibit A, well, you had questions about it. So each of the things that are on Exhibit A are already pursuant to Nevada statute or the state bar rules. And so they were superfluous and they were incorporated back into. That's why Mr. Gilbert said that there's no material changes that were made.
Okay, I accept your explanation with the exception of, we had a contract that read one way and we got a signed contract, which was not reviewed or voted on, that read another way.
It was
So
reviewed
it's,
by the
it's a,
officers that voted on it.
it's not the same contract. And I would say.
It's not
that-
a majority.
Well,
I would say that
your
this
bylaws
is an illegal
require that
contract.
your bylaws require that the officers sign the contracts. And so the draft was presented at the meeting and then changes were made and it was emailed out to the superintendent and the officers and they had a chance to review it and they chose to sign it.
And so
Ms.
the
Dickerson
other
said
board
she got
members
it.
don't
She's
get
not
any
an
chance to
officer.
review a contract before it's signed. I find that to be
Well,
wrong.
If there are certain revisions that you would like to make, I don't see why there's an argument to that. If you would
Because
like to-
it's not a binding contract.
is
It's
a
not
valid
ratified. It's
binding-
not ratified by this board.
I have a statement to make. Did you email it to me? If you did, my email is incorrect. Did it bounce back to you?
Tony, I don't believe she emailed it to you.
Okay.
Sure.
I think the one that I got was the original. I may not have gotten the second one. I need to clarify that in just retrospect, thinking about that. Thank you.
I have a question too. I'd like to know, in order to make the contract valid, do we not have to have a vote of the majority of the board? That's the way everything's done, is through majority.
Correct. You voted through majority to hire Mr. Gilbert as general counsel.
Right.
The
Nope.
action item was not to review his contract or approve a contract. It was whether or not to hire him.
Right.
And a draft was presented and a second draft was made and it was sent to the superintendent and the officers who each had an opportunity to review it prior to signing. And pursuant to your bylaws, it's the officers that have the authority to sign a contract.
Do I not get the right as a trustee to review it
You,
To review it and vote on it.
and vote
before
on
it's
it
Signed.
before it's signed? Do we
Well,
not have
then-
that authority?
well, you.
So what
could have-
authority do I have?
Well, you didn't sign. So the action item that you made, your authority is what you put before the board in order to vote on.
Specifically to the contract. That
But
contract
we all
had
know
nothing to
you
do
guys
with
voted
that.
against hiring me. So
That
But I'm just
contract had
saying that
nothing
doesn't have to do with
against
it.
hiring
exactly.
you.
We're
The
talking about a
draft was
contract.
presented on the
All I'm saying
19th
is that
and
you
then
didn't
sent
put
to the
it on
board.
an agenda
I
Sent to
item.
the
didn't get to
officers.
read it and it was signed and we didn't vote on it, Mr.
never-
Gilbert. Come
never had a
on.
chance
Wasn't
to
up
look
for
at
being
it.
voted on. I'll give you a perfect
Listen, I was born at
example.
night. I wasn't born last night.
Well, I'll give you a perfect example. For Superintendent Lewis's contract, you had a separate meeting to hire him, and then you put it on an agenda to review his contract and to negotiate it and sign it. And that's not how you presented the action item for Mr. Gilbert. It was whether or not to hire him,
Okay.
and then he provided his contract, which was reviewed and signed.
Say what you want. We didn't get the opportunity to review the contract and vote on it. Mr. Magnata, Mrs. Gilkerson, Mr. Kangas did
Yep.
not have that opportunity. And I
Neither
think
does-
that's
neither do-
that's got to be against
Don't think.
the rules.
It's not
Ms.
against the
Dickerson.
rules, but if you would like us to amend the agreement or put specific revisions in it, that's absolutely within your purview as a client.
Okay, and again, my opinion is that these invoices not be paid without a binding contract.
Stop the clapping.
I'll second that.
Stop the clapping. Okay. I'm done. Made my point. She knows an awful lot.
She's a smart girl.
She does, I know.
Is this a private consultation?
No, it's not, actually. I'm speaking with President Jansen about what she wants to do next.
Okay.
I guess, Trustee Kangas, what would you suggest or what would you like to do at this moment?
Exactly. I would like to be presented with a contract that we can review and maybe have that contract before we even see it reviewed by an outside source. Because you're writing that contract and I want to make sure everything's right for our school district.
So you've had that contract though. You've had the contract now because you're the one that pointed out the problems.
Okay.
So
Here's
what are
what
the
I'd like.
problems?
Here's what I'd like you to do. I would like you to have that contract reviewed by some outside source and then have it brought before the board and voted on as an entire board. Whether it makes sense or not, again, process was not followed, and this is the whole problem. This is why our community is upset, and this is why I don't think we were treated fairly on this issue.
So there's a specific provision in the contract that addresses what you're speaking to. It says the contract shall be administered and interpreted under the laws of the state of Nevada. The contract shall not be construed for or against any party by reason of who drafted the provisions set forth herein. If any part of this contract is found to conflict with applicable law, such part shall be inoperative, null, and void. So it already addresses that it's not construed or drafted towards one party or the other.
I asked for simple terms to explain this for transparency for the public. Have you been explained in a transparent manner as to what's going on?
Would you like
Excuse
me
me,
to
Mr.
re-explain it?
Gangus. The instructions, policies, and bylaws here, this has been going on. You're not to talk to the audience. This is
Okay.
between
I
the board members.
apologize, Mr.
Thank you.
Burns.
Okay, so can you answer this? Because this is in the contract where it says, again, I reiterate, I know I've said this already, but that in order for this contract to be effective, it's only after superintendent or a chief financial officer signs it.
It doesn't say sign it, it says approves, which is not the same as execution.
Let's see.
And it was sent in
Parties
an
here-
email to be signed, and the body of the email said for review, for your review and signature. And the superintendent was on that email.
It says approved, you're right. It says approved.
And I
But,
just wanna make
his
a-
name was
let me-
taken
let
off.
me
it
make a
after the
record,
first
I
time.
His
never-
name was not taken off.
Maybe
of
we
it.
can
It
ask
said
Superintendent
representative.
Lewis
Exactly.
because it was sent to him. We never had a disagreement over it. We talked about it. There was some, I think, peripheral little things we cleaned up. We sent it back. We wanted signatures on one page. No one had an issue with it. I'm just not really understanding what.
Well, Mr. Gilbert, I think there's a couple communications that have not been brought up tonight. Is after the board meeting, I think it was safe to whether it was a vote or it was a passive agreement, that when they hired you on a 4-3 vote, that the contract that was before the board that day was the contract that they were approving.
It was a draft.
The very
agreement.
next
I got you.
morning.
Yeah.
That contract had district signature only. The very next morning, I reached out to you and I said, I would like the president and the clerk's signature added to this contract because that is how we have typically signed contracts in Douglas County. You returned it almost immediately with that request made.
Correct.
About 5 minutes later, you said, please don't sign it. There's clerical errors. Now,
Sorry.
clerical errors and what was then further produced don't jive with what we ended up receiving.
Okay.
And in all fairness to that is and again, I mean, I'll assume some responsibility that I believed it was the same contract. Karen solicited the appropriate signatures, as she always does as our superintendent. She got the signatures, and then issues were pointed out. And again, those were mailed to me. I mailed them to all of you. With those concerns that Trustee Kangas brought forward, it has been, you responded, but I haven't heard from other board members to acknowledge any of that. So if you're going to sit here today and say, because I received it in email that I approved it, then I guess that's a fair criticism. But again, it is different. I think there are substantive changes. I think a big issue is that if we're only going to charge $300 for things that you end up putting to another legal counsel, which already has happened, we haven't seen it on a bill yet. That's a pretty big change and while it only maybe $25 an hour, that can add up pretty quickly.
I'd just like to say, we did pull the first contract because I looked at it and said that there were tons of clerical errors and there were provisions in there that were not necessary. The entire Exhibit A was not necessary.
So I guess my definition of clerical errors are grammar and capitalization and mistakes.
Well, there
not-
were some,
not
in fact, that
changes.
that it had a district representative signature line when only the officers are allowed to sign. So we pulled that off.
So what bylaw is that, Kira, that you're citing?
Well, give me a minute. and
Okay, you can answer it later.
I just thought
So,
that
no,
I personally thought that you and I had gone back and forth. If you had an issue, that we would have addressed it. And I guess
It
Joey,
wasn't-
I just will say, in all due respect, the communication with my office has been almost zero. And I appreciate, we had a conversation on Thursday because I'm very frustrated that I'm not being carbon copied. I'm very frustrated that every response to public records requests and open meeting laws, the superintendent is being kept out of those communications, whether intentionally or not. I'll take your word that it wasn't intentional. And Kira, but for over a month now, I have not received communication. 2 public records requests involved me personally, and I had to go multiple times and seek, because I'm not going to have my name on a public record request and not know what's going on and whether or not we're being compliant, because it is the law and it's my name. And so again, you're right. And I'll have to go back and check, because that's another thing that's happening is President Jansen is not including me in emails. So the original contract, she didn't send it to the superintendent. She sent it to the secretary. She's leaving me out of communication. And I believe it's, whether or not it's intentional or not, it's consistent.
That's not entirely true. I think that you're making a lot of broad statements that aren't entirely true.
Kira, please don't tell me what is true and what's not.
Well,
I
I'm
know
on the
that I did
emails.
not receive
So
the
I've been
original contract.
communicating with you on the public records request because you're the person that I have to ask for to receive that information. And so you've provided me with that information. And the public records requests that were pursuant to you, we responded and said that information is not public record. So you weren't required to produce anything.
But Kira, you responded to the person. You're not responding. You haven't notified, I don't think, Trustee Magnotta. Have you notified Trustee Gilkerson or Trustee Kangas what the status of those public records requests are?
You didn't need to provide anything.
What I'm saying is you're not notifying us whether they have been addressed and they are closed.
Well, you addressed that concern with me and I noted it. And then that's what I've been doing since you addressed it. So I didn't know that you wanted me to address it until
Okay,
you asked me
we
to.
need to have this. I mean, I have emails that show that I requested information and they've gone ignored.
None of your emails have gone ignored.
Kira, I know what is my email, so I'll leave it at that.
I want to say something. We hired Joey Gilbert, correct?
you hired my law firm.
But one of my questions to you when we interviewed you is this an open checkbook that you can go to 800 other lawyers and we're going to get billed for that? And that's what's happening.
Kira works for my law firm.
Ask the question.
Does Kira does she bill at 325 like a licensed lawyer does?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes, on these invoices, she has been billing at 325.
Without her actual law degree. I mean, she has a law degree without being a licensed lawyer in the state of Nevada. We're
licensed
paying
lawyer.
her top dollar like we're paying you, who is licensed to practice in Nevada.
We actually invoice Kira out of my firm at almost $4.75 an hour. And so we invoice Miss Sears out at a much higher rate an hour, but because she's an expert in legislative and, basically statutory affairs, she does this work for me. She's been doing it for me for almost a decade. And I believe that the amount she charges is fair.
And this
What we
is
bill for.
absolutely nothing personal, okay? I'm just questioning it because it's coming out of our money, the district's money. And it did say that you would charge $300 for, everybody got charged $300 except you. You were the only one it said that was getting charged $325. That's what it says in
That's
the
not
contract.
what it said.
Yeah, it does.
It's not what it said. It's $325 for anyone that's working with me.
That's Jazz. Yes. Okay. This is really tense, and I know it's really hard to battle back and forth. It's not very becoming of this board. But I think what the biggest problem we have here is process. And you got to understand that this is not transparent process for public money. And people are very upset about that. And, I received this board packet, 3 days ago to go through an entire library of bylaws. You're taking almost every bylaw that we have and changing it, some of them significantly. And whether it's legal, whether it's not, I'm not that kind of guy where I know the laws. I realize we're counting on you for advice, but we need time, and you got to there's a process. And then when the process isn't followed, it feels like it's being rammed down your throats, and then the trust goes away, and we lose trust in your council.
Do you want me to say something?
Go ahead.
So the process was followed for this agenda, and the changes that are being requested to be made on the bylaws are reverting the bylaws back to what they were prior to the last board. So for 5 different sessions, the prior board made changes that we believe exceed the statutory authority and delegate power to people that should not receive that power. And so it's not making drastic changes, it's reverting it to the way that it was prior to those changes being made.
And Trustee Kangas, I want to say this as well, and I do, Keith did work really hard with me to try and get this done. There was a lot of information, we were trying to get out there. I got out there Thursday. We were together for almost 3 hours. I apologized to him, Karen, and just said, look, I know this is a lot. We'll do our best to get it to you. There's a lot going on. As I said, there's 6 public record requests. There's 3 open meeting violations with the AG's office. There's lawsuits. There's writs of mandamus. There's a lot of things happening. And so again, I was working as closely as I could with Keith this last week for this agenda. And I did say to both him and Karen that we apologize that things were getting out so late, but there was a vast amount of information. And some of the reasons that the agenda is as long as things have been getting punted. And so we are just trying to get caught up a little bit here. And I know it was going to be a long meeting. Like I said to everyone beforehand, I said, please just bear with me. I know this is going to be a tough one, but I feel like we get a couple tough meetings under our belt and push some of this stuff through that's been waiting. Not everything is new. There's things on there that have been getting kicked for months and months that are important to this board and the community. That's really what it was about. And Keith did say, and to Keith's credit, he said, this is a lot. It's a long one. And I did ask him, I said, but should we push these things further? Or should we get it on there? And we decided to put it on there. And I apologize that you guys got information a little later, but we really did work as fast as we could to provide you with the information. And I don't expect it to happen like this every time, but there's just been a lot taking place. And again, we got out there and I thought we had a good meeting. I thought President Jansen was supposed to get something back a day sooner. It didn't. We got it out there on Wednesday and we finalized things, I believe, Thursday morning.
Trust or Mr. Gilbert, I agree that we had the conversation. But I want to clarify that the conversation was more about what was on the future agenda list. That list was growing and we needed to start getting some things cleared off. The only thing relative to the bylaws and the policies that was on that future agenda was Mr. Burns in the last meeting requested that we discuss 4A, 4B. None of this other stuff was on that agenda. So I don't think it's accurate to say that I was part of the decision of putting all these bylaws and policies on this agenda because those weren't on our future agenda. This is new stuff brought forward by President Jansen and whomever that was, again, discussed in that 31st meeting, but discussed very quickly, very superficially. And I will be honest, and I think I can speak for Karen, our heads were swimming when you left with all the things that it was on the piece of paper. Consequently, why I asked President Jansen for a copy of that the next morning, and I've already stated my piece on that.
Fair enough.
Also, I'd like to say, if I may, that you keep referring to that the policies that we have were written by the last board, were like they were doing something nefarious or something. That's how it feels, because I was the last board. But if you look at the dates on the bylaws, there's one from 3 of 18, one of 16, January 16th. There's one from 4 of 05. So I don't know why you think these were all wrong or whatever. Granted, there was one by the last board, which was on the 22nd, December 13th. That looks like squeaking it in. Okay, I get that. And that was for records request, I think. So, but the rest of them were in 16, 05, 21, 21. There was a March 22. So to say that, you know, all of these things that we have, all our bylaws are incorrect or illegal, or I'm not sure the right word for it, not in compliance, maybe, I don't know. But that was not done by the last board. So you need to keep saying, if you want to say the last board, just reference the one thing that we're talking about, the one bylaw. Okay. That was not done by anything like that. And go ahead. That's all I need to say about that.
I think we need to get back on consent.
Thank
We're
you.
starting to talk about things that
Yes.
are future on the agenda. So right
Sounds
now,
good.
we don't have a motion on consent. We had one pulled. So we've kind of talked about that. If you want action on that one, since it was pulled, we have to take separate action. And then we have the rest of the consent. So I just want to get us back on track. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think President Jansen thought that Trustee Gilkerson was seconding, and she clarified she was not. Is that correct? We had a.
Sounds right. So we need to first,
Karen, can you go
Oh,
back
no.
to that?
Okay, no, Karen, you're right. Because Catherine
seconded it.
motioned and Susan seconded.
So first we'll vote. Do we first have to vote on the part that was pulled or just vote on consent? Okay.
I believe you'd have to vote on the part that was pulled.
So, okay, so Mrs. Gilkerson, would you make a motion on the part that was pulled since you did it, please?
Okay. I'll make a motion. Now, what am I motioning on? I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Sorry.
So what is on the table you've pulled is whether or not you're going to approve that voucher that was pulled. So we need a motion. Yes, we need a motion whether or not we're going to pay that voucher that was pulled.
Nope. Nice try.
No motion. No motion. Go to the consent. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent items.
So let's go back to that item. So what was pulled was item 2417. Voucher 2417 specifically was pulled, which is
Just that one
Just,
invoice.
just that one voucher.
that
for
one voucher was
those
pulled to be
invoices.
discussed.
Yes.
Yes. I think they're all on that same voucher.
Yeah, they're all on that same voucher, I believe.
So you could you could do a motion to authorize the payment of voucher 2417. I think that's what you would be looking for if that's what your motion is.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve voucher 2417 along with the rest.
Can you state what the voucher is?
Just 2417.
I second that.
Okay. We're going to take a vote.
So can I ask a question? We have two motions on the table.
Yeah.
Are we going to rescind the first motion and then go forward with voucher 2417? Or are we just keeping two motions on the table? You have to do the 2417 first.
Well, the other one was on the table first. Okay.
Accepting the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think.
So we need to pull the original consent motion. Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to rescind. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to rescind that
I'll sec-
2417.
I'll second it.
That's
Just
not,
the
not
consent.
correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, the
It's
consent.
okay.
I'm sorry. This is getting very confusing, quite
I
frankly.
understand.
I'm not,
I understand.
it's confusing and it's a lot going on here.
Yes.
So let me start over. I would like to pull 2417 or the consent as a whole. Why don't you
Pull the
do that?
consent. I can't, you have to. You want to pull the consent item. The motion for consent, you want to pull that.
Okay, I would like to go back to the very beginning and pull the consent items for possible action.
I second.
Rescind her original motion of approving.
Yes.
Yes, I would like to rescind that.
Yes. And
Rescind the first.
I would like to rescind the first motion that was made on consent.
Second.
This is a cluster screw.
So now we need the motion on. Okay. Public comment.
Start public comment.
This is awful.
Can we ask the vote? Okay. No, we got online. How many online?
We're going to go to regular public comment, and I'd like to read something first. I'd like to welcome the staff and members of the public that are here this evening, as well as those of you on Zoom. I'd like to offer some guidelines to make the meeting flow better. As board president who's responsible for running these meetings, I'd like to make sure that the public is aware that public comment notice states that no person shall orally initiate charges or complaints against individual employees of the district at a public board meeting. I would appreciate it if people do not speak until called on by the president. That includes members of the public as well as members of the board. I'm also requesting that both members of the public here and on Zoom refrain from personal attacks. It is not helpful to the business of the board or the school district. We're in a small room and side conversations are disruptive and interfere with the meeting. I'm sure that we'd all agree that we'd like the meeting to be shorter and more productive. I'd like to request no clapping, shouting, or talking over others who are talking. Thank you. Also, you cannot talk about any agenda items during public comment. Thank you. Roger Adam. Yes, sir.
According to the silverstateelections.nv.gov website of the Nevada Secretary of State, during the last election, didn't 14,152 Douglas citizens vote for Susan Jansen to unseat an incumbent with a majority of 55.62%? Also, didn't 13,247 Douglas citizens vote for Catherine Dickerson to unseat an incumbent with a majority of 52.22%? Didn't 13,502 Douglas citizens vote for David Burns, who won with a majority of 52.84%? Didn't all three winning school board trustee candidates stress increased emphasis on teaching, writing, reading, math, and science skills, as well as eliminating or at least mitigating left-wing, extremist, Marxist, woke curriculum propaganda during their campaigns? Have you ever voted for a public office candidate that lied during their campaign and broke campaign promises after being elected? Haven't trustees Jansen, Dickerson, and Burns done what they promised during their campaigns? In stark contrast to many politicians, and I'm sure we can all think of many examples of that. Do you wonder why more supporters of trustees Jansen, Dickerson, Burns, and Engelkirk haven't participated in prior school board meetings to offset alleged woke vituperation? Aren't there several probable explanations? Isn't it likely that many Douglas citizens supporting these trustees may be too busy working and or raising a family to participate in all school board meetings? Also, is it possible many Douglas citizens are happy with the performance of these trustees, simply do not find it necessary to attend meetings, and would not hesitate to vote for them again? Do you really believe that none of the minority of voters opposing the winning trustees have never even once referred to any of the trustees' majority supporters as a POS? In contrast to a common definition of the acronym, isn't it preferable to be a POS, protector of students, than a pretty obvious socialist?
Sheila Gardner. Guess I'll never leave that down. That's fine, thank you. Wendy Smalley.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Smalley, a longtime resident of Douglas County. My children are the 5th generation in this valley, and this is my 28th year of teaching. So to say I have a vested interest is an understatement. Tonight, President Jansen, I'm requesting you to resign from your position of president. After going through the agenda, I noticed you added many items that will prevent Superintendent Lewis from doing his job. What I didn't see was the agenda item for you to be censured for your poor public behavior. Many community members asked for the censure, and a board member even asked for it to be added to the agenda. Weirdly, it never made it. You do not possess the professionalism or skill set required to carry out your duties. You have repeatedly shown disrespect of trustees of this board as well as members of our community, even telling somebody to shut up tonight. The disrespect is unacceptable. However, your bad behavior goes even further. You see, we attend the same local gym. It was very unfortunate to hear you refer to members of the community you serve as libtards. You are the school board president speaking in a public place like this. It's disgraceful and embarrassing, and you're making a mockery of this district. Your lack of connectiveness, empathy, and incompetence lead to my request of your resignation.
Wesley Hokelson.
In case you didn't hear, she read it clearly. No applauding, no comments. If you do, you're going to be asked to leave. If you do not, you'll be escorted out. She said it. Well, you know it now.
Leslie Hokinson, for the record. Two things stood out to me in this last hour, spoken by the new attorneys and their officers. Tons of clerical errors. Push this stuff through. Ooh, okay. I just added that in. There has to be some oversight for the school board. Seems to me that the only one making out in this whole deal is Joey Gilbert. How much more of the money that should be going to Douglas County school children is going to be siphoned off to his pockets, especially since he has no knowledge of the laws pertaining to education? He even admitted at the last meeting, his lack of knowledge and that he'd have to go out for outside counsel. Obviously, that's been happening. I've lost track of how many thousands of dollars in the first month that's, that you guys are going to have to pay. That's taking it away from the students, which you on the board say you want the money to go to. Well, it's not. In regards to restricting public comment, I think I should remind all of you that every single one of us that are homeowners in Douglas County pay taxes for the schools in Douglas County. We should have the right to make our opinions heard and taken seriously. From what I've seen in the meeting since January, the majority of public comments have not been listened to in earnest, especially when some board members are on their phones, texting, and calling people that are speaking pieces of shit. That is not acceptable. From the looks of things, this is clearly a tactic to restrict community input and participation. This is not acceptable, and I truly believe that this isn't in the best interest of Douglas County school children. And if Mr. Gilbert restricts any of the comments of all the community, I think it would really be a travesty for our whole community, especially for the school children of Douglas County.
Thank you. No clapping, please. Tom Sterrett. Tom Sterrett. Please, nobody any clap.
It's been almost 1 year since the ACT did not fare well. Scores have steadily dropped over the last 5 years. Nevada hotly competes for 48th, or is it 49th place nationwide? Disgraceful. Something is very wrong. What has been done since then under Superintendent Lewis to remedy our district's lousy scores? Has he re-emphasized solid academics? Has he successfully addressed attendance, classroom order, and discipline problems? Where are the suggestions, the solutions, the improvements? Nothing, just the same old, tired, failing, progressive mantra. Instead, what I do see are excuses and buck passing. He blames the test because passing is not required. He doesn't even call it a test anymore, but some other fuzzy thing. He blames the pandemic, though we have been out of that for over a year. He blames everyone but himself, though the blame sits squarely at his feet. He has failed the students in the most critical of respects, which is to provide them with a sound, basic education, which will enable them to function as contributing members of adult society. So what does he do with his time? From what I see in reviewing the documents on file in the recently filed lawsuit against the district, a lot of his time is spent arguing with members of the new majority and otherwise placing himself at cross purposes, willfully misagendizing items, creating roadblocks to the board agenda, and willfully acting contrary to lawful board directives. For this, I have to ask rhetorically, he got $81,000 in increased pay last November, just after the election. Lewis should be ashamed. Thank you.
Thank you, James McCallum.
Excuse me, it's a crowded room. It's hard to get up here. James McCallum for the record. I've attended many public meetings, most commissioner meetings. I'm on a board in the ranchos, and I find the behavior here is appalling. People shouting down other people. They want respect, but they don't want to show it. And I think it's important that no matter what side you are on an issue, that you give the public making public comment or board members when they're speaking your respect. It's required in a public meeting. No, you don't applaud. You don't do those things. It's not done in public meetings. This is important. This will help the meetings move better and will give everybody a chance to speak. I was attended a meeting, previous meeting, and I talked a little bit on Title IX, which is what gave girls and women the rights to get equal funding in sports. It's an issue that I brought up because I think it's important to a young lady, I assume a student, followed me and said she would thought that preserving her rights in Title IX, that she might have the right to participate in sports taken from her. You only have the rights you can defend, and I hope young people learn that in these schools. That you're not guaranteed your rights. You have to defend them. You have to fight for them. That includes equal funding in sports. So I hope that young lady hears me and thinks a little bit about that, because I hate to see people giving up their rights because they're afraid. The last thing I wanted to mention is some of the lawsuits that are filed against these boards are frivolous. Some have been thrown out. They're expensive to defend no matter who your attorney is. Wouldn't it be better to see the money spent on the teacher's contract and on what's good for the schools and not putting the board through countless ridiculous legal issues and then complaining about the cost of the attorney? It is those things that cause the cost of the attorney. So I hope people think a little bit about what we're all here for. And I think we all care about quality schools. We all want to see the teachers get paid. So let's focus a little more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Hyatt.
I don't have too much to say, except these board members were voted. The majority of the voters wanted them in. I stand behind them 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Marie Chase.
I'm sorry, mine's not about an agenda item, so I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Linda Foster.
I came today, my name is Linda Foster, and I came today to speak in favor of the board
as it's made up now. Um, I did vote to have a board that would consider more what the children need, what our school students need, and what the teachers need, as opposed to the agenda that was being put forth before. And um, I would like to see more support for this board. I appreciate you very much. Everybody in this community pays property taxes, and we all have a stake in this. And and an educated populace is a benefit to everyone. But they have to learn how to read. They have to learn how to write. They have to learn how to uh, do arithmetic or higher math. And that's the most important thing. And that's what enhances our community. When they go out and they go to work, that benefits everyone. And so that's worth having. I would like to see more of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Acola.
I'm not very comfortable speaking in public. I'm just your average person. I'm very happy with the way the board is directed. I like the platform you ran on. I think you're working in that direction, having been around the Board of Commissioners meetings and some meetings of some of the GIDs. I know that it takes a while to get settled and get things going in the direction that the new board might want to go. And I voted for you once. I'd vote for you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Rouse.
Well, thanks for bringing us all here tonight. I've never felt so connected to community before. My name is Melissa Rouse, and I'm a parent of two small children in the district. I wrote to the school board over the weekend in opposition to most of the agenda items in today's meeting. Similar to the experience of others, I've reached out to you. My communication was met with no meaningful response. I think it's important to shed the light on the clear pattern of behavior that the majority of this board is engaging in, which is silencing, censoring, and restricting teachers, parents, and the public to engage in public discourse around the education of our children. Ms. Jansen, you regularly defend yourself by saying that you support teachers because you were one for so many years, yet your actions do not match what you say. If you did truly care about teachers, you would advocate for higher wages and benefits for them. You would meet their concerns with empathy. You would engage in discourse on items that are important to them. Instead, you've worked to censor them, and you are using financial resources to pay for a law firm our district can't afford and an audit that our district does not need. The teachers that I talk to tell me they feel intimidated, they feel unsupported, they feel targeted by your actions. Families are literally moving out of our communities because of the actions you are taking. Also, you want to censor and restrict the district staff from engaging with the parents and students directly. It's my right as a parent to have timely information provided to me by the leaders who oversee my children. It's very concerning to me that there's an agenda item to limit public comment to 2 minutes. This again is a pattern where you're working to silence and restrict the public from engaging in important decisions that impact our children and their future. I believe it's my right as a parent to have the opportunity to be actively involved, ask questions to gain clarity, and provide my point of view. This agenda item infringes on those rights. Ms. Jansen, my expertise is in human resources and leadership development. What I can tell from my experience is that you are failing as a leader in our community. You are failing the community, you are failing our teachers, and you are failing our children. It's your job to represent us, to listen to us, and to consider us. But every action you've taken demonstrates that you are clearly focused on your political self-indulgence.
Jeff Evans.
My name is Jeff Evans, and I recently retired after 30 years in education, all in the great state of Nevada. Almost half of my career was spent at Douglas High School. I am a common sense, conservative, Christian Republican with deep military ties to our country. I am as patriotic and American as you will ever meet. My children grew up here and went kindergarten through 12th grade, graduating from DHS. I am speaking because I can't sit back and watch a great school district implode because of board members that do not have the best interests of the district at heart. It is unfortunate that the biggest business in Douglas County has 3 new bosses that have no idea about the business of education, about teachers, students, classrooms, relationships, etc. Yet you are now unfortunately the boss. When does the voting public get an apology for all of the lies you ran your campaigns on? Now that you've been on the board for several months and have seen that none of the accusations and lies you ran your campaigns on are actually happening. You preyed upon the ignorance of the newly transplanted retirees who have been moving into our community for their uneducated, misinformed votes. You received the endorsement of the Republican Party. Shame on the few people on that committee thinking they represent the rest of us in the Republican Party. You have recently fired a good law firm that has successfully been with the district for 20 plus years, hired a firm that has no experience in education law, and that is akin to having your dentist do brain surgery. Your ill-advised hiring and firing will minimally cost the district hundreds of thousands of dollars. Instead of using that money for teachers and kids, you've chosen to use that money for your own agenda. Since you've been in office, I haven't seen anything that has to do with kids. Your agenda is personal. You haven't been in this community long enough to know anything about the district to have a personal agenda. It makes me think that you 3 are someone's puppet. Maybe it's your so-called professional campaign manager, another uninformed transplanted retiree. Mrs. Jansen, please remember that your microphone is on. You 3 are unprofessional on the business of education. You're chasing away quality educators and will soon leave one of the best districts in the state with no one to run it. It's a shame that our administrators and teachers have to deal with your BS instead of educating kids. And now a proposed gag order. It gets more comical with you 3 the longer you're here. The only people I've seen complain about the school district are transplanted retirees who haven't been in a school since they graduated 50 plus years ago and have no connection to the school district. Let me educate you on Douglas County so your stay here may be more pleasant. We are a conservative rural county. We love our God, our family, and our country. We love our veterans, first responders, teachers, kids, schools, and sports teams. Get back to the business of kids because you are in the kid business. Kids are the only reason any of you have jobs. Let the professional educators run the district and stay out of their way.
Thank you. No clapping. Laura Cadeau.
For the record, Laura Cadeau. Originally, I was going to ask for a breakdown of Joey Gilbert's contract, but thanks to Trustee Gilkerson and Gangus, I got even more information than I was expecting. I want to thank them for looking out for the best interest of the Douglas County School District and am appalled that the new contract represents the four who signed it and does not represent the school district. I want to remind Gangus and Gilkerson that right now, Gilbert and Sears represent them. So their fights and their statements aren't necessarily in your best interest. Just bear that in mind. I also want to bring up that at the last meeting, you were taking shots at Superintendent Lewis. And so far tonight, the only one who's been keeping us on track is Superintendent Lewis. President Jansen, you tell us every meeting, you are the president, you preside over the meeting. You have a new lawyer sitting right by you, and yet you can't keep track of motions, who said what and what's going on. If you want these meetings to go smoothly, that is your job. Superintendent Lewis, thank you for staying on top of that. I had other things to say, and I'm sorry that the kerfuffle that happened behind me has taken away some of my thoughts. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Sage Addy.
Hello, my name is Sage Ady. I'm a student athlete at Douglas High School. I'm here to represent the Douglas football team and saying that we support Keith Lewis and everything he does for this school and this team. He has shown unconditional support at all of our away games and has done nothing good for this team and for this school. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. You guys are 4-0. Way to go. Good job.
Let the record reflect, I've done nothing good.
Nothing but good things. Thanks, boys.
Casey Rogers.
Is this on? Casey Rogers for the record. Those are your books. Those are your books that tell you that everything that happened over the scamdemic, that I brought in papers for over the years. For 3 years, I've brought over papers and information for you guys, and you refuse to listen. Those books for you have cited information all in the back, pages full of them for you to show that everything I said was correct. So I hope you take the time to read them. You know, the government is trying to gather a database for health records, including such things as the COVID vax, making headway for vaccine passports. Most of you already know this. The World Health Organization is at the forefront of this. They're trying to take away all of our civil rights and our liberties. That is why the Board of Health in the state of Nevada didn't listen to any voice of reason during the COVID scamdemic. Talk about an insurrection. Talk about inciting violence, stealing our civil rights, liberties, fear tactics all the way through, including the school district prior to this new board. I'd just like to say, if you people don't know what's going on in the world, we're coming into complete global slavery. And if you want to ignore it, go ahead. If you want to pay attention and do some actual research, look up the World Health Organization and what they're trying to do. Go to your legislation and see what they're trying to do. I'm here to tell you that my parental rights have been violated by this school district prior to you guys coming on board. They are sending out things like this: lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, LGBTQ response flow chart, which comes down to basically giving the permission to let the parent know about anything that's going on with their child. Basically taking away my rights. I spent this whole last legislative session from January all the way to the end fighting for parental rights because they want to put a vaccine public health center on every school in every district. And they want to make sure that they don't have to have permission from parents for nothing. I expect you guys to pay attention, know what's going on, and know that parental rights matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I support you all very much.
William Robinson.
A lot of red in this room. For the record, my name is William Robinson. I spent over 30 years in Douglas County Schools as a teacher, school counselor, school psychologist, and then I ended up my career as a administrator. That was from 76 to 2001. Then they called me back because they needed someone to help out at the high school. And I came back and worked at Powell Middle School as an administrator and then as a school psychologist. For the record, I need to help educate the board. When I hear things about our district in a negative fashion in terms of being our ranking, number one, there was a recent article in the Record Courier as well in the Reno Gazette that placed Douglas County, Douglas High School in the top 25 in the state. That was based on test scores. And I don't know, someone keeps mentioning that we are in the 49th. That is because of the issues of Clark County. That does not reflect the good work that the hardworking teachers do in Douglas County, because we've always been the lighthouse district. And so far, I think the light is going out because of what's happening today.
Thank you. Kelly Benoit. Okay, thank you. Tammy Evans.
Hi, my name's Tammy Evans. I feel like I should give my little resume. I moved here in about '83. I've been here since first grade through high school. I graduated here, went to UNR, came back, raised my family here. I have two sons. One graduated this spring and was lucky enough to get a diploma from Linda Gilkerson. My other one's a sophomore. I was lucky enough to have them go through elementary, middle, and high school, the same schools that I went to. And I'm a teacher. I've taught for about 7 or 8 years now. And I was lucky enough to have Keith give me an opportunity to come back to teaching after I'd got to take time off to take care of my children. Not many people did that. He helped me get a long-term sub position and then recommended me for other things. As a human resources leader, he hired me as a teacher. As a superintendent, he knows my name. He knows my boy's name. He knows my husband's name. He knows the struggles that I have had to deal with, and he has been there for me with an open door. My concern is that you guys don't, right? I haven't been personally addressed, I guess, by the new board members. In previous years, our board members were at schools a lot. They were at schools to see our cardboard challenges. They were at schools to walk around and visit with us. They were at schools to check on how we were doing. This year, I haven't seen very many. I have heard that some of our board members have done eloquent speeches for the Republican Women's Party luncheons. I wonder how come that there's time to do that, but unfortunately not time to come to our schools. That concerns me. As teachers, we take this profession super seriously. And when we hear disparaging remarks from people that support you or from you yourself, we not only feel that as a profession, we feel that as a person. When we hear things like we support the teachers, but then the actions aren't really shown, it concerns us. It concerns us a lot that, and I'm sorry to go back to this, but the billing that our lawyers had this year, for these past months, was over half of a first-year teacher's salary. Over half of a first-year teacher's salary. That's concerning. That's concerning that we're able to do this. The big thing is, and I'll probably have to speak again on some of the bylaws and things, I support Keith Lewis. We have a lot of teachers in this district that support Keith Lewis. If you guys really do respect teachers and really want to help teachers, I suggest that you talk to teachers and see how many support him. Because if you're willing to try and oust him, as rumor has it, I am very concerned. I hear you, Keith. I hear you. I'm very concerned that that's not helping teachers.
Miss Evans, what school do you work at?
I work at Minden Elementary School and I teach kindergarten.
Colleen Lawrence.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Lawrence. I'm the director of Thrive, the mental health outpatient clinic, and the founder of Moxie Up, the youth mentoring center, and also a parent of children who have gone through the district, school district. So somebody made a comment, so I just want to clarify something. Somebody made a comment earlier regarding the pandemic and it has passed. Please note for the record, the pandemic has not passed. Our youth are still going through issues through the pandemic. Within the first year of our outpatient clinic, we had a total through our center of 384 individuals. 253 of them were through Douglas County. 3 out of 5 were youth. 2/3 of those calls were crisis calls. And we respond for the Douglas County School District. So if anybody thinks that the pandemic has passed, it is not a real issue. It is still a real issue that our school district is facing every single day. And the issue that this school district is working through, and we have successfully been working with the school district. So I don't want anybody to think that this is no longer something that we work through with mental health, okay? What I wanted to say in the general comment is you, the board members, have by far the highest level of mentors. You are the mentors for the school district. If you don't realize that, I please want you to pause and reflect on that piece right now. Okay? You're the upper echelon. You're it. And I'm the mentoring center, one of the mentoring centers for the county. You're it. The buck stops with you. Okay? Congratulations. Mr. Gilbert, you are part of the team. You profess. You've done many commercials about how you mentor for youth. Well, now you're a mentor for Douglas County youth. You're it. Okay? So today we have Douglas County students who have taken the time out of their day to come to this meeting, the most boring meeting in their schedule. They could be doing so much other stuff. So congratulations to our Douglas County football team who could be practicing doing other stuff, and they're here. And you're it. Your guidance, your expertise, your etiquette on and off the field, you guys, are it for our kids. And I hope that you take this public forum seriously from now on. Stop spitballing, stop throwing pieces of paper, stop on and off, and start being professionals. and show us that our kids are the future and you want to do this from now on, because up until now, you have not demonstrated that. So please show that Douglas County is what you want and that's what you believe in. And it's not a matter who pays more, because my services are free for Douglas County School District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eleanor Lacey.
I'm not a public speaker, but I love my country. I think this school board, if they can learn to work together, will make a wonderful contribution to our students. I love Douglas County, and I voted for the new members because I am afraid of what is happening in our whole country. The dissent that I see here is reflected in every school district across our nation. I like Joey Gilbert. I'm glad that he is representing the whole board. I think he seeks clearly the things that need to be addressed. I hope all of you, and I pray that you will, learn to work together. And I hope this community will respect all the members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Meyer.
Nicholas Meyer for the record. Earlier this year, DCS administrators hired a teacher that had a restraining order against him and also was a defendant in a civil lawsuit where it's alleged that he assaulted and abused a disabled student. I requested that the board immediately review the hiring policies of DCSD. Yet I see no agenda item to do so. The board needs to authorize a forensic audit of all communications between HR, staff, administration, and the superintendent regarding this hire. We need to know who knew what, when, and review all the internal email, text communications. In the last board meeting, it was stated that we need to hire over 70 positions. If we don't review and tighten up our hiring policies, who are we going to hire? More teachers with criminal records? Please, board, get ahead of this issue, put an agenda item on the agenda, and authorize a forensic audit of all communications so that you can understand how this happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Sawyer.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent. I never thought I would agree with one of the previous speakers, but parental rights is important. This board is taking away my parental rights by silencing me to 2 minutes once a month to be heard because you don't answer your emails. Also, I want to say Keith Lewis is the best thing that's ever happened to Douglas County Schools, and it's disgusting that this board is doing everything in its power to kick him out. Also, Kira, you're pretty dang good. I just wish that you were for my kids instead of the board's. You were working for my children instead of what the board wants. I don't think those match. During her campaign, President Jansen promised to be respectful and transparent. Her conduct is exactly the opposite of transparent and respectful. And it seems this board's majority would rather shield her than rebuild public trust in the board. We deserve better representation. Our kids deserve better representation. Leadership starts at the top, And if this board has not bothered to follow its own code of conduct, what standing does it have to enforce others to follow it? Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Biscotti Clampett.
It's Biasotti. There's no S or there's no C in there. It's Liz or Elizabeth Biasotti Clampett. I wasn't here at the very beginning because I have to work. So I'm not sure if if this is the time when I comment on the policy amendments you want to make, or is that later? So we will have an opportunity
That's
before
later.
Okay. So then what I want to say is, my kids have all graduated. Two of my youngest sons went through Aspire, and what a fantastic, amazing place that is. So I just want to say, you do need to have a place where the kids that don't fit in can go. And I do have experience because I was a substitute teacher for years, and then I worked as the tech for Gardnerville Elementary School, and I taught elementary kids. So I do have experience as well as being a mom. And then I worked for the state. So what I'm saying here today is there are things that you can do as a board legally. Joey has pointed that out to you. You can make these changes. You can do these things. Okay. But Douglas County has had a way of doing things that is the way that it should be done. You should talk to the parents. You should talk to the teachers. You should, get with the administrators before you make decisions and legal decisions. And some of the stuff that I understand that you did without having a lot of research, I've done some, it feels like you did some changes. You came in, quick, and you changed a lot of things without getting input from the shoulds, what you can do and what you should do. I was a member of the Douglas County Republican Board. I was a delegate in 2016. So I went through all of the process of how the Republican committee selects who they're going to endorse. And I realized that the three of you guys were endorsed by them and all that. And I just want everyone here to understand how the endorsements for people get out there, because there were other really good candidates, but they weren't endorsed. So then the Republican committee doesn't say for them to be voted on. And there's a lot more to that story. But anyway, that's what I'm saying is just please consider what you can do versus what you should do. There are differences. Okay.
Thank you. Kendra Wilson.
Hello, my name is Kendra Wilson. I've lived in Douglas County since 2016 and I have my business here. And I love Douglas County, but I'm concerned about our schools. My mom was a teacher for most of my life. She retired as the director for deaf education in Carson City. And I'm a product of public schools. So I went back and forth with myself about whether or not I wanted to kind of insert myself in this discussion. I don't have a child in school, but my husband and I are starting a family. So I thought, is our district going to kind of crumble just in time for my kids to enter school in 6 to 7 years? So I do have concerns. My first concern is that this board is irresponsibly spending taxpayer money on pretty much a celebrity attorney. That's my first concern. Second concern is that there's kind of a political agenda being pushed in our schools. I think that's inappropriate. Third concern would be kind of encouragement of intolerance or closed-mindedness, and even cruelty in our schools and among this board. And Fourth, I think a discouragement of collaboration and public input. In my view, public schools should be a place of kindness, of open-mindedness, of collaboration, of exposure to differing viewpoints, differing perspectives. And I would hope in my perfect world that our board was an example of that. I think from my perspective, Douglas County schools are in good shape. And that is a result of prior boards' level-headedness, prudent management, the hard work of teachers and administrators. If this board continues to degrade our schools, our ratings will deteriorate. And if that happens, I won't put my kids in school here. So I want to encourage that we have a refocus. I want to ask that we get back to work on educating a kind and productive generation. Thanks.
Thank you. No clapping, please. Jensen Gunter.
It's Jaron Gunter. Sorry. I wanted to first off reiterate what the gentleman over here said about being a Republican and a conservative in Douglas County. There's a reason why we live here. I voted for you guys. Joey, I almost voted for you for governor. I like your ideas, but this is not the platform to push those ideas. I believe that you're going to be wasting our money here in Douglas County. Money that we can't afford it. If you want to run for a higher office, run for a higher office. Do it at a state level. I'm sure if you would have been voted in governor, you would have done it at the state level. You can't do it at the Douglas County School District level. You don't have the power. Even though, again, I agree with everything that you're trying to do. Now, going to silence him about the text messages that we get, if there's something going on at the schools, if that has to be approved by you, the board, for us to find out if there's a problem at the schools or if the buses are running late, to tell him that or the superintendent can't give us a phone call. This is just what I've heard is going on, but that that can't be done. The amount of time that we already get the messages late, if there's a problem at the school or the school's on lockdown or the buses. I live up at the lake, and if the schools are in snow or the buses are in snow and they don't get to the school on time or not getting the stuff, we need to know about it. But if you're not going to allow the superintendent to be able to push those messages through to us, I don't think that that's fair. But I just want, again, I agree with what you guys are talking about. I don't think that any of that belongs here in Douglas County. I don't think it belongs in the country. That's my opinion. People may not like my opinion, but that's mine. I served this country. I was in the Navy, and that's, again, my opinion. But my also opinion is don't do it at this level. You're wasting our funds. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Colin Burrows, go ahead. Hi, yeah, Colin Burrows for the record. As a parent and a conservative, I'm deeply concerned about the direction the school board has taken in recent months. It seems to be focus has shifted away from improving our educational system for our children. And
Colin,
Colin,
you're really
we-
garbled. I don't know if you're too close to your mic or
oh, okay, is this better?
no. Just a sec here. Can you guys hear him over there?
Colin, go ahead and try again.
Hi, this is Colin. Can you guys hear me now? How do I sound?
You sound good on Zoom, but not in the room. We're going to come back to you, Colin.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on. Okay, Colin, let's try you again.
Hi, this is Colin Burrows.
We'll hear through the garble.
Okay, sorry, Colin. It's still
Burrows.
garbled in
can-
the room. We're going to come back to you.
Let's try someone else. Just make sure it's not our system. Let's go to next one.
Okay, Lauren Larson, you're on next.
Hi, this is Lauren Larson. Can you hear me?
It's better.
Okay, would you like me to keep? Okay. Lauren Larson, I'm a parent of a current student in the district. I also have a future student that will be attending the district hopefully next year. I am here to speak. I want to share some good news. Shocking. We had a back to school night last Thursday, and it was so great to see our kids. I have a second grader at Zephyr Cove Elementary School, and how excited they were to get back to school. I just feel like this meeting, we should be celebrating our kids. They're back to school and they're so happy to be there. Our teachers were so happy to be there. And this just all gets overshadowed by the fact that we're dealing with these ridiculous issues. And so I just want to remind us, there's really good things going on. My son was so excited to show me where he was sitting, what he's been working on. He is working on reading, writing, and math. He showed me. I got to spend time with his teacher. I got to hear from our principal. So really good things are happening. Our kids are back in school, and let's not forget what this is all about. I just can't help myself. I just have to provide a little sidebar here about the discussions earlier about Mr. Gilbert and his contract. It just shocks me that a contract wasn't sent back redlined. I know attorneys well, and they seem to live in a world of redlining. And when you make changes to an agreement, you redline those agreements. So that everyone knows what you're doing, so you don't look sneaky and try to sneak things in past the people that you're working with. I find it highly inappropriate that the school district didn't have someone working with them to review this contract. Mr. Gilbert shouldn't have been reviewing it himself. We should have had someone on our end reviewing that contract for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Neil Freitas, go ahead. Go ahead and unmute, Neil. Okay, Chris Larson, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thanks. My name is Chris Larson. My wife Lauren just spoke very eloquently. We have two kids, one in second grade, excited to be back to school, as she mentioned, and another one that will be in kindergarten next year. So much to say, so much disappointment in watching how these meetings have been conducted and the attitudes and how people treat each other. It's just so bad for our kids if they were even old enough to watch this. I know the high school football team is probably pretty embarrassed by how we're acting as adults or how you're acting as adults. But you guys got to tighten this ship. I also just wanted to throw something else out. The first gentleman that spoke during this public comment threw out a bunch of voting totals from the last election. That didn't quite add up, the math that he threw out. The reason I know this is because I've done this math already from my own knowledge. And just to see how big of a landslide this was, you guys all should be reminded of this as you move forward together, collectively as a board of 7. A total of 76,363 people voted in Douglas County for the school board election. In this election, Jansen ran against Lehman. Jansen received 14,152 votes, and Lehman received 11,293 votes, a difference of 2,859 votes. Dickerson ran against Jackson. Dickerson received 13,247 votes, and Jackson received 12,119 votes. That's a difference of 1,128 votes. And Burns ran against Butterfield. Burns receiving 13,502 votes, Butterfield receiving 12,050 votes, a difference of 1,452 votes. Cumulatively, new board members, Jansen, Dickerson, and Burns received 40,901 votes in the last election. Cumulatively, your opponents, Lehman, Jackson, and Butterfield received 35,462 votes in the last election, a difference of 5,439 votes, or 7% of the total vote. 7%. I am no mathematician, but this is hardly a landslide. You guys have to be reminded of this as you move forward together collectively. It's time for you now to all start working together and actually do your job. You're not going to get 100% of what you want. And that's why there's 7 of you, not 1. Listen to the parents particularly and your intuition. Stop taking the marching orders from the same 4 to 5 people and their ringleader, Nick Meyer, who's sitting in the front row, but apparently we're late tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Zinke.
Hello there, Marcus Zinke for the record. Sorry, I'm wearing golf garb. We had a match today and we won again. We had 2 personal bests, an even par and a 76. So maybe some good news at this meeting here.
Are you the coach, Marcus?
Yeah, one of them. Yes, ma'am.
I have about 800 golf balls for you if you'd like to.
That would be
let them-
fantastic.
We'll
Thank you
talk
very
later.
much. Sounds great. On a completely different note, one thing, it would be nice just as maybe procedure to intersperse the online people with the people that are here. I've been on both sides of that coin, and sometimes when you're at home for hours waiting, maybe you signed up early on there versus here, just food for thought. With that, I will tell you at a lot of these board meetings, I've never felt like my actions were more futile than sitting here. I feel like you're listening to us, but you're not hearing us. And I think both sides can say that, right? I think there's plenty of hot button topics that you are bringing to the forefront. And certainly there are some of those today. And we are probably going to be here till midnight again tonight, suffice it to say. So I just want to remind you that besides the voting being close and, the country being more divided than it's ever been as far as conservatives versus Democrats or centrists versus libertarians or whatever you want to say, opinions do matter. And I find that when people agree with you, you like their opinion more. And when they disagree with you, you just ignore them. And as a school board, that seems like maybe a bad policy. We keep talking about taxpayers being important for our opinions here. Well, what are parents? Parents are taxpayers and stakeholders. They have children in the district, right? Teachers, some of them are now also teachers, parents, and taxpayers. We're all taxpayers. Everyone in this room, unless you're cheating on your taxes, is a taxpayer. So let's not just say taxpayers are important. Parents are super important. And I feel like you're maybe trying to get there. Obviously, today has nothing to do with the children, right? This has a lot to do with policy today and decorum maybe that we've been lacking and that kind of thing. But don't mistake silence for disagreement or agreement for that matter. And in my experience, coming to these meetings, I know when the school is doing well or the district is doing well when this room is empty. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Starrett.
NRS, the Nevada Revised Statutes, 391.110 makes absolutely clear that the school board is charged to define the powers and fix the duties of the superintendent of schools. They hire the superintendent. The school board is also charged to fix the salary of the superintendent and to evaluate the performance of the superintendent. And at the highest level of authority, the school board has the power to dismiss the superintendent at any time for cause. In short, the superintendent is under the jurisdiction of the school board, not the other way around. And it is his responsibility to see that all of the policies set by the school board are carried out as designed. That's his job. I have the impression that many people are under the impression that the superintendent automatically shares the task of setting the direction for the school with the school board, or even that the superintendent on his own determines the direction for the school and uses the school board merely as a facilitator to what the superintendent wants. Ideally, the school board, trustees, and the superintendent respect each other and have a similar vision as to what policies would bring the most benefit to students, teachers, and staff in the pursuit of the students receiving the best education possible. They communicate well, and the district is harmonious. I don't have to remind anyone here in this room that that has not been the case in Douglas County with this school board. What I've watched is the new trustees being thrust into a hostile environment immediately, mischaracterized constantly, and maligned. It's amazing and gratifying that they have been able to install some protections for teachers and students, despite what I think a previous person said, that you haven't accomplished anything or that it's going to cost money. You actually have done some very important work already. And these measures are desperately needed considering the pressures of the world on our schools and in our education world today. I'm hoping the new trustees' true and honorable intentions will be recognized such that the district can move forward united in the purpose of providing the best for teachers, students, and staff. I think everyone in this room ultimately would agree that a united front would be the best for our whole district. And I'm still hopeful that can happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Robbins.
Hello, my name is Chris Robbins, and I'm a teacher with 10 years of experience. I'm also a parent of a student at Scarcelli Elementary. I am concerned about the direction of the board. I am worried we are wasting money on an attorney with minimal education experience. I feel that money would be better spent on students and teachers. I also want to voice my support for Superintendent Lewis. He has done a great job leading our district and has many years of experience in our district. I want to thank Trustee Kangas, Trustee Gilkerson, and Trustee Magnata for looking out for the best interest of our students. I feel the board majority does not have the best interest of our students. Please put your political agenda aside and start working on items that will benefit our students and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie Lehman.
Rob Lehman for the record. I want to speak about 4 things tonight, and I'll do it in the 3 minutes because next time I'll only have 2. I want to speak to the competency initially of your legal counsel and his ideas. Perhaps you're aware of a recent Nevada Supreme Court ruling that came out. For some background, Mr. Gilbert was fined $250,000 for filing a frivolous lawsuit regarding the 2022 election for governor. In appealing that fine, Mr. Gilbert, through his attorney, argued to the Nevada Supreme Court that he should not have received that fine. He claimed that he was presenting a novel, a new argument that the court had never heard before, and so they should listen to it. In response, the Supreme Court denied and stated, quote, "Sometimes, as is the case here, the issue is novel because it is so lacking in argument that no previous litigant has raised it." So everybody understands what they're saying. They're saying that the Supreme Court said that Mr. Gilbert's ideas and argument was so bad that nobody's ever tried it before. Next, I want to address something that Mr. Gilbert's associate said. That is within the rights of the individual board member to request counsel to create new policy. That's just simply not true. There's a process to create new policy. You put it on a future board agenda item. The board then talks about it. The board then takes action, and then the board asks staff or council to work on it. The board does that, not a single person. The board. Also, I wanted to talk about when Mrs. Gilkerson was speaking. She said that this board is trying to run the district. And while I was online, I couldn't quite hear who said it, but I think Trustee Dickerson said it. She said, "That's our job. That's our job." In fact, that's not your job at all. The job to run the district is the job of the administration. Your job is governance. There's a large difference between governance and administration. The board tells the district what to do, not how to do it. You guys are trying to run the district and you can't even run a school board meeting. Finally, yes, the officers are given the power to sign the contract, but the board has to approve it. You claimed that it was the same process we used for the superintendent signing. You claimed it was the same process. That is exactly wrong. What we did is we approved that we wanted to hire Mr. Lewis. The board then gave the authority to one person to negotiate the contract. And then that contract came back to the board in full without changes for the board to vote on. That is what should have happened with this contract with your law firm. It should have come back for the full board to vote on. Thank you.
Julianne Stickett, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, it's Julianne Stiddick. Can you hear me?
Julianne, we can't hear you. Hold on one sec. Julianne, try again.
Hi, it's Julianne Stiddick. Are you able to hear me now?
It's garbled, but we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'll just keep going unless you tell me to stop. Again, my name's Julianne Stiddick. I'm a local business owner. Moved here a year ago and spent the entire year getting to know the community. Joined the chamber, got to know Main Street, Gardnerville, got involved with the schools. And walked into my first board meeting last month, really wanting to see firsthand what was happening. And as someone who is in education and teaches social emotional learning to children, I want to address an issue that I see. I would like to read the definition of bully to you. A person who habitually seeks to harm or intimidate those they perceive as vulnerable. We don't stand for that here in Douglas County at any level. And one of the things that it tells children to do when they are being bullied is to tell an adult. And this new board, you're supposed to be the adults. You're supposed to be the ones that are protecting them, not perpetrating and prostituting their education for your own political agenda. We do not stand for bullies here, and we need to find a way to work together. And I will step in any way that I can to help make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. David Seat.
David Seat for the record. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Gilbert and Associates for their excellent defense, their excellent legal defenses of the actions defending against the board members' feelings of unfair processes and attempting to disparage the validity of the invoices. I think you guys nailed it. And that's why I support you, and that's why I support this board for decisions that they have made and the quality of legal defense that you exhibited defending yourselves against these feelings and accusations. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge the previous armed services veteran who spoke about that the board members should run for state office. And before I go there, I want to say thank you for your service, sir. We need men and women to protect this country. And I disagree that the board members should run for state office. Change begins at the local level. This is where it starts. You don't just jump into state level offices. You start at the lower levels and you work your way up, and that's where the grassroots starts. And so I just want to say that I disagree that they should go to the state. I am so appreciative of their efforts and their and the force that they are showing here to represent this county's conservative values. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Lamb.
I'll introduce myself, but I'm sure everyone knows me, including my elementary school principal who already talked. So imagine that one. I'm 41, by the way, Dr. Robbie, just in case you want to know. I'm going to first start by saying that to all of my students who've been in here, and it wasn't just our football team, our tennis team was in here. We have several other students in here. I hope you never act like some people have acted tonight. I expect more from you, and I'm proud of you. I'm also proud of students like Sage who got up here tonight, and I'll work on some of his word choice in English. But Sage, you kicked butt. I just want to go back to a claim that was made earlier because I actually had a really good job on your agenda tonight, and I look forward to getting to there. But I want to talk specifically about test scores. We currently, and several of you we have met, and I have in person told you that how test scores are reported is not very clear. And unless you're in the you know, in the trenches with us, you might not know. But here's what I will tell you. I'm going to take that test score and I'm going to make a metaphor. My students know this, how I speak. When you go to get a driver's test, the first thing you do is take a permit test. We don't just hand you a driver's license and say, here you go, because one test does not make the person, no matter if it's any test you take. So then what we do is then you practice. You go out, you drive, your parents help you, your brothers and sisters help you do all these things. And then you go out and you show us. You show us you can drive. So I want to make sure that you understand that whatever that ACT score says, I would still put our kids above anyone else, because here's what I know about them. I see them every day, and every kid, no matter their rank, because I hear a lot about rank, no matter their rank matters here. And every one of them is capable. And even the ones who make my job harder sometimes fill my heart and make this place better. I want you to understand that we need to stop putting these kids as numbers. I'm with them every day. So if you want to know a fact, look at our graduation rate. I spend every day with them, as do several people in this district, and modifying what they achieve, because our ACT score, and yes, it is a test they only have to participate in, is not only sad, but it's not fair to them, because I would put our kids up against any other kids in this country, because as a whole person, and look at tonight, look at them here giving up their time for you. Look at them not on their phones. Look at them engaged in civic and their schools. That's important, and it should be honored.
Thank you, Karen. I hope it won't be too long till you come up to do the fun part. Kyle Mays.
Good evening. I'm Kyle Mays. For the record, I hope that my tone doesn't kind of skew my point here. I grew up in this valley. This is home for me. My family moved here in 1989. I've been a Douglas Tiger since I was 12 years old. It's more than 30 years. Obviously, I care about this community. I care about the school. There's a reason we put so many hours into it, like so many teachers, coaches, mentors, counselors, the janitorial staff. There's a lot to love about this valley. There's a lot to love about the people that are leading this, even you guys in front of us. I'm not here to make a political statement. I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to do what's best, what I feel is best for the kids. And I'd implore you guys in a leadership position in the game of football, when we vote captains, we tell them all the time, you're in a leadership position. That's the hardest thing you'll ever do in your life, because everybody's watching you. And sometimes a leader, you got to chew back your words. You got to turn back on stuff that you've said, you've done after you make a mistake. And I don't think it's too late to make sure that we get on the right page, on the same page with each other, and try to do the right thing for the kids. I'd like to end by just telling my support for Keith Lewis. I love the man. I've served this country. I've been law enforcement. I've done a lot of jobs. I've been around a lot of leaders in this world, and he is one of the best. I mean, I've been around some real leaders, some warriors in this world, and he is up in the top 5 in my books. Again, 43 years on this planet. I think that speaks for itself. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Colin Burrows, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
It's a little garbled, but
Sure.
yeah,
I'll
we're gonna go with it.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, my name's Colin Burrows. As a parent, as a conservative, I am deeply concerned about the direction the school board has taken in recent months. It seems that the focus has shifted away from improving our education system for our children and towards a more political agenda, which many people have mentioned over and over. Over the past 9 months of school board meetings, I've observed a lack of actions aimed at enhancing education. I've noticed that more than 50 plus teachers, plus all the ones tonight and students, have expressed their concerns about the board actions. Yet I've not seen a single teacher, not one teacher, has come forward to support this new board. Similarly, school counselors, administrators have also voiced their concerns without showing any support. But I've seen lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of support for Keith Lewis. It is troubling to hear reports of administrators and teachers leaving their positions or thinking about going to Carson City, where they also have a teacher shortage, not to have to deal with your politics. If a new teacher did research on this county, the first thing that would come up is the disarray of the school board, most of the school board. Try Google, find out. Google the school board of Douglas County. Mostly appointed Jensen, her calling a grandmother a POS, and the hiring of Gilbert. These developments demand our immediate attention and emphasize the need for greater transparency and accountability in our educational leadership. Our top priority should always be the well-being of our students and educators. We must strive for systems that upholds the highest levels and standards. On a side note, in a meeting where Mr. Gilbert introduced himself, he noted if he needs to hire an outside expert, it would be included with the hourly charges he charged the school district. Now, in the first invoice to the school district, he double dipped by adding on another lawyer's wages during the same meeting at the same time. That's double dipping. This will be a great ad for Mr. Gilbert when he runs again about how he broke a promise within 1 month. In conclusion, please get a clue. The teachers, parents, and administrators seem like they deplore you and your actions. Thank you. Have a nice night. And thank you for all the people in red.
Sue Hansen.
Sue Hansen. I graduated from a Douglas High School in 1964. My kids and grandkids have gone to school here at Douglas High, here in Gardnerville. And I want to say that I have volunteered at Douglas High in all aspects. The teachers, the staff have always been open. And our superintendent, I don't care where I am in the building, on the field, volunteering, or in a classroom, it's like he just appears all the time, everywhere. You don't miss an opportunity to communicate with any person in this school that there isn't somebody there immediately to offer their help or support. And that's the way the teachers and the students and other parents are. They're always here to help and support each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Corky Goldade, go ahead. Corky, go ahead and unmute yourself. Kendra Oken.
My name is Kendra Oakton. I am a teacher here at Douglas High School. And I wasn't gonna say anything, but I just gave up time with my family to be here because it matters. I'm speaking to you as a parent and a teacher. The morale here for teachers is down. We have a national shortage of teachers. How can I say to anyone, come work in Douglas County School District when I don't feel safe with the board? How can I? I can't. I don't support what you guys are doing. I don't support the hiring of Joey Gilbert and the fiscal impact that's going to have. Okay, as a teacher, my daughter has only been at Scarcelli for, this is her 2nd grade, right? So 3 years. She knows Mr. Lewis. She knows Mrs. Gilkerson because they've been in her class. Where else can we see that happen? Didn't happen in my small town in upstate New York, but it happens here. The kids matter. You ran on a campaign that said save the children. I have yet to hear anything about how you're saving the children. As a parent, my concern is the teacher shortage we're going to face. We're going to face it because you're going to run teachers out. You're going to try to get rid of Keith Lewis. By the way, Keith hired me 13, 12 years ago. He made me want to be the best teacher I could. He pushed me to hold my kids accountable. He held me accountable. No one seems to be holding you accountable. How do you show you're sorry? By changing your behavior. How'd you show you were sorry tonight for calling someone a POS? Oh, 42 minutes into the meeting, you told the crowd to shut up. If I behaved like that as a teacher, I shouldn't have a job. You shouldn't have a job if you're going to treat the people who elected you like that. We matter. Look at the color in that room. We are here because we are terrified of what you're going to do in this school. It is not okay. You need to make a change. You need to start focusing on those kids because right now you're focused on yourselves and pushing something that does not need to happen here. I would not enroll my kids if I was worried about the leftists being pushed here. It's not. It's not. They are safe, they are heard, and they are learning so much thanks to Susan McNeil and the staff at Scarcelli. Thank you.
Thank you. We done? Okay. And we're going to take a 30-minute break for, wait. A closed session. We're going into closed session.
From that, on the consent?
No, it started fresh. Yeah. The voucher. And then we go. Yeah, I think so. All right. Meeting adjourned. I'm adjourned. Meeting restarted. That was wishful thinking. We're back in session. You want to make a motion? No, we're on the vouchers. So we have so we're on public comment now because we had a.
So we have a motion on the floor. Now before we vote, we're opening the, let's refresh what the motion is. Karen, you want to refresh what the motion is for us, please?
No. Dickerson, Gilkerson.
And somebody seconded that.
Can you state that again?
I second. You second.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
It's been too long.
Okay, so
And that's
you
left
guys.
all of them that was originally put in.
Oh, that's just that
Just the
one
vouchers.
voucher is all we're
Okay,
the
We're just
one.
voting on the one.
Yes.
Okay, so public comment.
Seeing none, jump at it.
Seeing there's no public comment, let's take,
Up there is,
okay. Okay, so let's take a vote. Seeing that there's no public comment, let's take a vote. All in favor of continuing with the voucher? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries 5-2. Kangas and Gilkerson are against. So now we're going back to the full consent. Full consent, and we have to make a new motion because we terminated the other one. So
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent items minus the one item we've already approved.
Okay.
Second. I second that.
Is there any public comment on the consent? Maddie?
Maddie Kennedy for the record. Would like to point out item 2F that the board will change the location of the October regular board meeting from the valley to the lake, and the location of the November meeting from the lake to the valley. Is my understanding that that October meeting is the meeting that you evaluate Superintendent Lewis, and it is also the meeting where you will discuss and vote on my proposal. So yeah, just pointing it out to members of the board and the public that the October meeting will be at the lake, and most people, not everyone, but most people do not go to the lake for school board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. I believe it was changed on the recommendation of the superintendent due to weather, but thank you for your comment.
Yes, just for clarification, it was a mistake on our part. Typically, we're at the lake in October because of weather, and so we feel it's important to move it back, switch those back. That's why we're doing that.
Is there any other public comment on the consent? Okay, then I believe it's time to take a vote. All in favor of passing the consent? Raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Aye, unanimous vote.
President Jansen, I would ask the board for consideration to take an item out of order. We have a guest with the Safe Routes to School that have been sitting here all night patiently, and I would request that we allow them the opportunity if you would be so inclined.
What number? What number?
Also, 10. I would like to, when we come back, also move up the good news, because Mrs. Lamb and her students have been here quite a long time, and I was hoping they could go next after that.
Yep.
Okay,
Whatever order you want.
thank you.
So
It's 10.
10. Safe route to school presentation.
Mrs. Cummings, Ms. Cummings, would you please come on up? Thank you. Mr. Cummings. Amy.
Evening, Board. Scott Bohemier, Western Nevada Safe Routes School Program Coordinator. With me is Amy Cummings from Parametrics Consulting. As you know, we came to you a couple months ago talking about the Safe Routes School Master Plan, looking at safety improvements for students to walk and bike to school. So we've gone out, we've collected some data. Amy will go through all that and kind of show you some of the recommendations that we've come up with and our next steps on that. Thank you.
I'm Amy Cummings with Parametrics. I'm a transportation planner. This is a study that we started working on at the beginning of the year. We appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you today. We'll be launching our public comment period for the plan starting tomorrow, and that will run through the end of September. So the plan and the recommendations that we're going to talk about today are all posted on the project website, which I'll bring up at the end. And we do invite everyone to visit the website and take a look at the materials and send us comments with your suggestions and thoughts. We've had quite a bit of public involvement. We really appreciate the community supporting this effort. We had an in-person meeting in May and an online virtual public meeting that was open through the month of May, and the Main Street event back in June. And we were at the Douglas County Commission last week. We did an online survey and invited parents and members of the community to share their thoughts. I have just a couple of highlights here. One is that the overwhelming majority of folks did rank the safety of walking and biking facilities for school students as very important. And the barriers that they identified with reasons they might be hesitant to let their children walk or bike to school are the lack of sidewalks or multi-use paths, and also because of the, concerns about speeding and cars going very fast on area roadways. We were able to visit the campuses. We really appreciate the school principals making time to talk with their project team. We were able to observe pickup and drop off times, and also looked at crash data and other information about facilities and infrastructure around each school. Each one is unique. We have about 100 recommendations total in the plan. I'm just going to pick a couple of highlights today since I know you have a long agenda. Starting here with DC Manili, this is a school where there's no paved sidewalk on any of the school frontage. So one of the recommendations is to have a wide sidewalk there to improve the pickup and drop off locations. We also are recommending some improved connections to the city, to the parks that are near the school so that it's easier and safer for students to walk to the parks. In Jacks Valley, we have a range of types of solutions. So the sidewalks are a little bit more complex, substantial projects, but some are improving signage and improving pavement markings. And there's a couple examples of those, the relatively lower cost, shorter time frame types of improvements that can still enhance operations. And while the main focus is walking and biking to school, we do have some recommendations to improve the pickup and drop off locations for buses and for parents. So here's one, a recommendation to extend the bus loop area at Jacks Valley so that there's room for all the buses. And then down to the east, we're recommending some improvements to the crosswalk where the multi-use path that connects from the neighborhood to the school crosses Jacks Valley Road, and we're recommending some enhancements there. And over at Scarcelli Elementary, we have a very wide roadway that makes it easy to go fast in front of that. So we're recommending just through striping the pavement, narrowing the travel lanes, striping some on-street parking, as well as a buffered bike lane so that right now there's bike lanes on one side of the street. So we're recommending bike facilities on both sides of the street, and having those narrower, just even striping the travel lanes a little bit narrower will naturally result in people driving a little bit slower in many instances. And this is another area where we're recommending extending the parent pickup line so that it continues through to the bus line, because one of the concerns we kept hearing was about the bottlenecks at that intersection getting into the school. So that would help improve those operations. At Pinion Hills, again, we're recommending some sidewalks and crosswalk improvements so that it's easier and safer for kids to get across the street to the park. Here at Douglas High School, one of our big concerns is this crosswalk that's right out front because of the volumes of students that are walking across there throughout the day. And there is a crossing guard there at the most heavily used times, which is fantastic. What we're recommending is moving that crosswalk to the other side of the intersection so it's out of the left turn pocket for folks going into the Maverick. And that gives you a little bit more room to have a median island that gets a little bit better visibility for folks that are in that crosswalk. Minden Elementary is a great example of having well-connected sidewalks throughout the neighborhood to the school, and we did see very high, usage of students riding their bikes to school. There are still some areas where we're suggesting improving the crosswalks throughout the neighborhood for improved visibility. And this is another one where extending the parent pickup and drop-off loop and having another exit point would enhance those operations. And here at Gardnerville Elementary, we wanted to highlight some recommendations for 3 and 9A5 crosswalks. There are a large portion of students that do cross 395 and are walking up and down there, so some sidewalk improvements and crosswalk improvements on that state highway. For Carson Middle, there's a great multi-use path right behind the school, and one of our recommendations is to add a multi-use path that connects the school with a paved path to the existing neighborhood path. And at Zephyr Cove, these are smaller scale improvements like rumble strips as you get past the sign that tells folks it's a school zone, just to remind people that they're still in a school zone as they're getting up closer to the high school. So this is again on our website, which is engage-parametrics.com/Douglas SRTS. And we invite members of the public to take a look at the plan and send us their comments through the month of September. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, we can't clap. No, it's okay. Miss Lamb?
Do we have any
Whenever you're
input
ready.
for, any
Yeah.
input for them? They're here tonight to kind of seek input if you have any from the board.
Long-term completion dates and projected.
Completion date for the plan itself. By September 30th is our plan at this point. Yeah, once we get the public comment done, then we can put that finalized thing together. So we should have that plan.
Funding. So can you, Amy, and will you explain how funding this might work?
Yes, you may have noticed that some of these are on school property, some are on county roads, some are on state facilities. And this whole process has been facilitated by the Western Nevada Safe Routes to School program. So anything will require additional coordination with partners, but what this plan will do is facilitate more successful grant applications to get competitive dollars. Right now, there's a lot of safety funding available for communities from the U.S. Department of Transportation. So we're looking for projects that would be eligible for different funding categories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank Scott. He outfitted us with bigger stop signs for Highway 88 in front of the high school. He was a little appalled at Miss Morgan's small stop sign.
And actually, we have 4
Oh, it's
more.
actually the one
Right.
side said slow. So
Yeah,
from-
one side
coming
said
from one angle, people are just slowing down. So thank you.
Yep, for sure.
How about a stop sign, bigger stop sign for Miss Morgan? She doesn't need one.
Okay. And one thing because they did it pretty quickly, one thing they would also be looking at is that we force people to turn right out of the far end of the parking lot and go to the roundabout to exit. You can imagine kids taking risks to try to get across 88 going left. So that was one thing they really noted in their study.
How much does the school play into this versus the county commissioners? Or commission, the county, financially?
Well, we have general rough order magnitude cost estimates for these projects. The ones that are on school property would most likely fall more to the schools to administer, and the ones that are more on county facilities. John Erb was here earlier, and he's been a close partner to us with the County Public Works Department throughout this whole process. So some of these, we are anticipating the county might take the lead, but it's absolutely going to take a partnership because some of them include improvements on all 3 areas in the same project. So
Yeah, and that's where we would step in at Western Nevada Safe Routes, is try to help facilitate that and come up with, what partners do we need, what funding is available, and how can we help get that funding for it.
Just make sure when you get in front of the commissioners, make sure you hammer them about being for kids.
We did.
That's a little joke.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Can I shut down there?
So we're skipping to number 7, which is the good news. And before we have our lovely Miss Lamb, I just want to say, are we allowed to give a little clap because our football team is 4-0? We're very proud. Thank you all so much for coming for the good news. You guys are starting a new trend.
We are. Oh, geez. There's a lot less people now. I have a teacher voice. Okay. And I'm much less nervous when I get to talk about kids and good stuff. So President Jansen and I have met several times, and I've had a lot of you in my classroom, and she asked that she was going to start asking certain schools to share what was going on. And so I'm happy to be here to do that. I know some of you out there know how verbose I can be, so I'll try to keep it down. Plus, I brought kids to speak for me. They're better. A little background on me. I've been a teacher here for 18 years. I currently teach English 4, leadership, yearbook, and freshman seminar. I am our union president. I help with our basketball teams and our student sections. I like to be involved. No one who knows me is shocked by that. I did go to Scarcelli, CVMS, and DHS, and I just want to note, because it kind of goes back to what we're going to talk about why we love DHS so much, is that 30 of our staff members are Douglas High School alumni. And tonight, as I was sitting in here, 4 people from my class alone were in the audience, and I thought that was pretty cool. That's what makes this district, I think, so special, is the people. The place is wonderful, and I think we do great things, but we have people that are teachers, staff, students that are beyond what anyone could hope for. It's at the core of everything we do. I want to point out, especially myself, I tell my students all the time that people are imperfect. I don't expect perfection from anyone, but what I expect is hard work, heart, and humility. And I believe these people have it. And while I have lots to say about the staff here at DHS, I want to say, just as my exec board for the union, or all my fellow teachers, I just think we teach and get to work in a really special place. And I'll try not to cry, but it wouldn't be the first time. I just feel like our schools are filled with really remarkable people, and I'm really lucky. I feel blessed to teach here and to have grown up here. And so while I love who I work with, I think we have some of the best instructors. We have so many teachers who do all kinds of stuff, which they're going to highlight. But the reason I am here and proud to teach here is because of kids. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm so emotional. It's been a long day, right, everyone? All right. DHS is filled. There's a sign in our commons that said, "Through these halls walk the greatest people on the planet." And I believe that with my heart. They're capable, driven, funny, kind, hardworking. They're the reason we're all should be here. So I decided, instead of, that's okay, that's all right, I thought it was me. So I decided, instead of sitting here and I would let them speak for some of the things, because they are the people that I think are important. And I also think it's good for our community, or anyone who isn't in our schools a lot, and all of us sitting here, to look at kids, because that's why we're here. They're our goal. And they are more than a score or a ranking. They are, the way they perform as human beings is impressive in every moment. So today I've invited 3 of our student government officers here who are involved in many ways. So I will turn the mic over to Talia Trenton.
Hello, my name is Talia Trenton. Both my parents are part of the district as teachers and coaches. I'm also a senior here at Douglas. I'm heavily involved in our school, as I am our senior class president, a Block D officer, a member of NHS, Psi Mu Sigma, as well as a varsity athlete in basketball and softball. Being an active member of Douglas has brought me many relationships on and off campus. I've been able to connect with many teachers and staff, and so many members of our wonderful community through service. There is a place for everyone here at Douglas. We have over 40 clubs that are open to any and all students that wish to participate. We have clubs that are academic based, as well as ones that aren't. If there happens to be a club that a student wants to join but does not exist, all they need is a teacher to help support what they want, and they can create that specific club for them and other students to join. We have already had 3 clubs made this year. There is something for everybody. Joining a club was one of the best decisions I have made being a student here. It has brought me so many friends and given me so many opportunities to work with different people within our community, as well as our school. It has also given me an opportunity to find part of who I am and what I'm good at. We also offer 12 different sports that all students can participate in. So far this year, our football team has a record of 4-0. Our girls golf team is doing exceptional. Our boys and girls tennis teams are both 4th in their division, and boys and girls soccer are also doing well. Volleyball started off rough, but are proving how good they are every single game. They are in 6th place as of now. In specific, the 2021-22 school year, we had a lot of great sport achievements. Our girls golf won state. Our boys basketball and girls softball both won regionals, and there were many people who placed individually in other sports like track, wrestling, and swim and dive. Last year, girls golf and girls softball won regionals and state, and again, many individuals placed individually in their sports. As a member of the softball team, I can't describe what an amazing opportunity it is to be a part of an organization like the one we have here. Not only do we have great kids every year, but we also have an amazing coaching staff. One coach in particular is Coach John Glover. As our athletic director, he has a deep love for all sports and cares about all of them succeeding as well as the athletes' success. Sorry. Every day he brings that love, not just to the softball team, but to everything. It's not just about winning a state title, which obviously is a goal, but to teach us how to become successful young adults, which he teaches to all student athletes. I'm lucky to have him as a coach and mentor, and we're lucky to have him as our athletic director here. Our sports here at Douglas are better off because of him, and we are thankful to have him as an athletic director.
You can clap for her.
Hi, everyone. Most of you know me. I'm Maddie Kennedy. What you might not know about me is I am also senior class vice president. I am a 4-year varsity athlete and will be graduating with 9 varsity letters in 3 different sports. I am also part of Psi Mu Sigma, NHS, and many other clubs and organizations. So part of our leadership program, which is DHS leadership, we are a class of 40 to 50 individuals who pretty much make all our homecomings, all our pep rallies, all pretty much everything that's advertised or student oriented around Douglas happens because of DHS leadership. And part of our leadership program is service leadership. That's really an ideal that we try to live by. And our class over the years have forged deep connections with our community. We have amazing relationships with DCSO and their haunted house, the Suicide Prevention Network, local elementary schools, the town of Minden, and my personal favorite attempt to help out with is Austin's House, home for youth in crisis, Denim and Diamonds benefit. And these opportunities are not just for DHS leadership. For the Promise Scholarship, you can do lots of community service hours at these various locations for that, along with Block D, Rotary Club, Key Club, and Interact Club are all organizations that take part in giving back to the community who does so much for us. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm Ava Wilson, and I wanted to speak to you about my genuine love for DHS. Like my fellow people up here, we're very involved throughout the community, and I am student body president for this year, and in past, student body vice president and ASB commissioner. I also am in leadership and have 4 varsity letters, National Honor Society, and various clubs throughout our community. And through leadership, I get to do volunteer hours, which I just love. Next, I want to talk about our amazing teachers. When I walk into the school, I am welcomed by the amazing faculty and teachers. The teachers who have always made me feel welcomed, valued, and extremely appreciated. When I sit in my class, I am truly thankful for the things that I learn, but not only that, my teachers, my teachers and everything they do for me and our self-directed activities and how I get to take a part in my own learning, and it's just so fantastic at Douglas High. I also want to talk about our amazing art program because I am in AP 3D art, and I do believe that our fine arts is one of the best that I've ever seen and ever heard of. Mrs. Yost and Mrs. Shorten do deserve a round of applause for their fantabulous teaching abilities, and everything about them is just so amazing. And I also want to thank Keith Lewis, and I appreciate you.
So I could have gotten up and given you a bunch of stats, and we can do that, but you can research that. I want to say that the people here are what make this place going. And after a night like tonight, they're the only reason some of us are going to show back up tomorrow. But I tell them this all the time is and I guess I think it's my last platitude on this forum, because normally there's a timer, and like I said, I'm verbose, but I always just try to be better today than I was yesterday, and I'll be better tomorrow than I was today. And I think we should all take that in, because the kids teach me that every day, that Failure is not a setback unless you make it that way. And we need to be good to each other. And I'm thankful to these kids who make a place where every kid can be involved here. We have clubs for all people. We have sports for lots of people. We have all kinds of people for lots of people. Maybe they don't always want to come to me, but there's someone for them. And I appreciate working in a place like this. And I also will say that I am thankful that Mr. Lewis has supported my leadership program and my entire career here. Since I worked kids club when I was 16 and he was the PE teacher. So we've come a long way, boss. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All four of you are amazing. Thank you. Nevada Association of School Boards, Ms. Dickerson.
Okay, it's a little lengthy. Okay, so we have our conference coming up in November. It's in Vegas. There will be info on the proposed $2 billion Governor Lombardo okayed, and other things will be offered in continuing ed. But it'll be interesting to kind of get a real inside look into what that's going to look like with the money. Rick Harris, who's the president of NASB, is working with the executive committee to have a new group of or a person in place by the annual conference. This person or group is focused on legislative items and should be there at the legislature to testify. So that's real important to NASB right now. There was conversation and some concern about, this was interesting, Ice-T, a rapper and actor, to be keynote speaker on Council for Urban Development. I don't know what that's about. But anyway, Ms. Walker spoke on using music to address social and emotional needs of students. Also, it is believed that music helps with math skills. So that's interesting to me. I'd like to look into that further. There was conversation about mandated start times for high school students in Nevada in general. The concerns are that all districts and resources are unique to the district. One size does not fit all. NASB feels that way, and so do I. Also, it is they're wondering whether it's even legal. Start times are a local matter, I feel. Lastly, there was a request that district directors are able to put things on the agenda. It'll be titled Joint Board Member Discussion Items. So that's pretty much what I have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to mention something.
Go ahead.
Well, I got all the board members here. As a clerk, I'm responsible to find out if everybody has their, for NASB, got their hours in, training in and everything. If you just let me know, then I'd have to turn that in, I guess. So you got it all? Well, then I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, Rick sent it. Please, I beg of you.
You're wonderful. You do a good job.
Yes, we appreciate Karen. Love it. So number 5, board reports. I guess, Mr. Kangas, you may begin.
Thank you. I had a slow start to the school year, but I did attend the employee recognition ceremony. That's probably my fifth one. And it's always a wonderful time to see so many happy faces and so much recognition for the people that work the hardest in the school district. That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Gilkerson.
Thank you, President Jansen. I also attended the awards. It was held at the Carson Valley Inn, and I want to publicly thank Leanne Karras and Karen for helping with that. And it was a really, you didn't do anything? Okay, take that back. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if Leanne's here. Is Leanne here? Oh, okay. Who else? Was that somebody else? You're looking at me going, what are you doing?
Adam.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Deadman, Master of Ceremonies, was pretty darn funny. Almost as funny as what was yeah, Cade Balagat. He was hysterical. Anyways, but it was a wonderful evening, and we got to recognize all of the wonderful teachers and counselors and support staff, and it was just nice to see everybody again. So that was fun. I attended on the 28th the employee group meeting, and Miss Lamb attended, and Miss Latka, and also Mr. Jeff Johnson from the bus drivers. And the one thing I'll share, but I think it's already been taken care of, is he had mentioned about the weeds at Powaloo, that they were extremely high by the bus area. And I think that's already been taken care of, Mr. Lewis, right? All right. Let's see. I also attended the safety task force on September 5th. I really always enjoy, because I always walk away from learning things about that I did not know. And I have to tell you, it makes you feel good to realize the good hands that we're in. Because the East Fork Fire attends, and the Douglas County Sheriffs, and everybody plays so nice together. And yeah, they talked a lot about reviewing the emergency schedules and things like that. And it was really good. Talked also about getting more walkie-talkies, I think, too. That was another thing for communication. And then on 9/6, I attended the Chamber Board of Directors. And I do have some things to report out on that. Let's see. So on the towns, the updates for that, NDOT is going to continue working on 395. They're talking about between 9:20 and 12:20. Just so y'all know, they'll be working on the S curve during the daytime. I know. And in March, they're going to be doing paving. They're also looking at putting signals at Kings Lane. Carson Valley Visitors Authority, Mr. Jan, he just talked about how he helps promote the events, the big and small, the rodeo, brings in a speaker for the Rails and Trails event that I think is coming up. The hospital, trying to think of her name. Anyways, the hospital, the expansion is going on the south end of town, and they've purchased a bunch of their medical equipment. They think they're going to be finished around July of 2024, and they're hoping to see patients in the fall of 2024. Main Street, Gardnerville. I always have to follow Jen, and man, she does so much. But Main Street, I mean, the best thing is to go to the websites, but just to give you a little quick preview, on the 7th of October, there'll be the coffin races that are a lot of fun. On October, let's see, also there'll be Paint the Town Pink with ribbons, and there'll be pink pots for adoption, and it's for the cancer awareness, and all the money does stay locally at Carson Tahoe and Carson Valley Hospital. So if you want to give some money to local, that would work. And then on 11th floor is Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, and this is the second year, and it's at Heritage Park from 11 to 5. It's to honor the Hispanic heritage and their community. There'll be dancing and music and Katrina dolls. I had a big picture of the big tall dolls. Anyways, 9-foot dolls, live dolls. So that's with that. The other thing is from Mr. Gardner, one of our county commissioner. He reports out, and he said that they approved the finances. He talked about the judicial center. That's another hot button in town, and debt management wanted to take another look at it. He felt that they did overstep their jurisdiction, he said, but they were going to take another look at it. They said they already bought 57 acres on Buckeye, and the back 19 is in a floodplain, he said, but that probably will never be used. So they're going to use the other part of it. Their strategic plan kickoff. They need people to participate, and there's an online survey as well. I think that's everything for that. And then the last thing I wanted to report on, sorry, I go on and on, was I was just appointed by Governor Lombardo. I got a nice little certificate appointment to the Teachers and Leaders Council, which we may get to later today, I'm not sure, or this evening. And I got a nice letter congratulating me. We meet quarterly, and it's through the Nevada Department of Education. And I was on it last year too, and I enjoy it. I enjoy meeting new people and learning new things. And yeah, it's a really nice thing to be part of. Thank you. That's it.
Before we move on, I'd failed to mention a couple things. But thank you. Adam, of course, I meant to mention you, but I didn't. And the video presentation that we had by Haley for the awards ceremony was so well done and
was good.
moved things along so quickly and just beautiful. And we didn't have to listen to Keith talk so many times. And thank you very much, Haley.
Trustee Dickerson.
So I also went to the awards dinner, and I run a hair salon, so I work too. So it's been a slow start for me at the beginning of the year. There was a back to school night I was going to go to, but my granddaughters who go to Smith, I had to be there for their back to school night. So that kind of took me out of the running for that one. But anyway, looking forward to getting involved in some things that I have jotted down, the barbecue, the tailgate barbecue, and some various other things coming up. Looking forward to kind of getting in the mix. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Burns.
Yeah, that dinner was fantastic. Always love their food there. I'm on the debt management committee, and let me clarify something on that. We were given, there's 5 of us on there from all different areas in the county, and I'm on representation for the school board. I made it perfectly clear that I'm behind and support a new building for the Justice Department and the Sheriff's Department. But they gave us one option, and that's where I think he came in with the point of we overstepped. Well, when I'm on something like that, my main concern is that's public money. And when that's public money, what are there choices? And so we asked, and we weren't given choices. I know that it was presented to me, some other choices by someone else. So there's 5 on the board and a majority voted it down. The reason why is because the numbers come out to be quite expensive, that we felt that it could be. And of course, we weren't allowed to ask the question of what other options or offer any other options. So we had to turn it down based on the information that we were given. Of course, Commissioner Gardner came to me and says, "What did you do that for?" And I said, "Well, we didn't have enough facts. I'm not going to vote to spend $46 million extra if we don't have to. So it's your tax money. But also, we also knew that if we did not, it would then go through a process of the public then they would put a petition. They only needed 2,034 votes to force it on the ballot. If they forced it on the ballot, people paying taxes, they're not going to vote for it because it's going to come out of their pocket. So we felt that it was quicker, better, that if they brought it back, reviewed everything, and came back and said, listen, here's the options. So just to let you know, so if you hear anything out there, that's the reason why every one of us that voted against it is 100% for it. It's just about the money.
Thank you. Mr. Magnotta?
I just want to say I attended the dinner, the appreciation dinner for the employees. And so it was just terrific. The food was great. The experience was great. I sat with 2 of the mechanics that work on the school bus, real gearheads. So they're right up my alley. They love my Corvette. So fun.
Thank you. Trustee Engelkirk?
I attended the Zephyr Cove Elementary back to school night the other night, and it was good to see all the excited kids and parents. That's it.
Thank you. Well, I met with Union President, Mrs. Lamb, and her the Vice President, Ms. Laka, and two other lovely members of the union at Douglas High School. It was very productive. I attended that wonderful teacher recognition dinner at CVI. That was really great. And Mr. Dedman, you were hilarious. And the video was great. And I really enjoyed it. I sat at the table with the new principal from Gardnerville Elementary. She was really great, and a couple of her staff that were wonderful. I made a visit to 9/1. I visited Douglas High School, and everything seems to be going great there so far at the beginning of the year. And I'll be going to the next football game on Thursday, the 14th, and I'm really looking forward to it. And that's the end of board reports. Thanks. We will go to correspondence. Trustee Kangas.
I think all of us got most of the correspondence. I saw that it was sent to the entire board, but many correspondence pertaining to input on the agenda, and most of it was negative. That's all I have.
Trustee Gogerson.
I also, we all received the same, I believe. And yes, as Trustee Kangas said, there were more people that were against wanting to change bylaws and do what we're going to get ready here to talk about. And I did receive one, I think was in favor of. I'm not sure. It was a little hard to understand, but all the rest of them that I received, 10 or 12 or whatever it was against what's on our agenda. Thank you.
I got probably 5 against and a couple for. Thank you.
Of course, I got all those, but the thing that I wanted to, that I'm quite interested, and I'm sure others here on the board is, because we've got earlier, a few months ago, we've got it again from somebody up at the lake that definitely, I think there must be on the California side. No, that said they want to know how we can, got an idea to help grow the numbers at the lake school. I think that's part of what we're going up there for, right?
Trustee Magnata.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Trustee Engelkirk.
Nothing to report.
Well, I got quite a few positive letters, and then I got about 6 or 7 that people that weren't happy. So, but I was really happy with all my positive. I don't know why they're not sending them all to you guys, and I'm just getting them because it was just addressed to me. But you want me to make copies for the next meeting?
Yeah, or you can just forward them. I think.
Okay, I'm
I don't
always
know.
worried about forward.
Maybe send them to through the attorney.
Yeah, then we
Send
won't.
them to Joey, and then he can forward them because I'd like to. I when you only see one thing, you know what I mean? It's hard.
Okay, I will
It's-
forward them to Karen.
There you go.
Okay,
Thank you.
there we go. Problem
Yeah,
solved.
that would be sorry, Joey. I
Okay.
didn't mean to drop you in that. But yeah, that would be great, Susan.
Okay, I'll do that. Superintendent Lewis, you're up.
Thank you. We've got a couple individuals behind me that I'd like to start off tonight recognizing. Tonight, you approved the hiring of Adam Dedman for the position of Executive Director of Human Resources. Adam has served as a tutor, teacher, and administrator in Douglas County School District for 16 years, and apparently a comedian as well. With the past 6 years spent as the administrator, serving most recently as principal at Powaloo Middle School. Adam earned his bachelor's degree in English literature through the University of Nevada, and he is the holder of 2 master's degrees. First is in TESOL from the University of Nevada, and the second is in educational leadership from the American College of Education. Mr. Dedman is a SHRM certified professional, having recently earned his certification through the Society of Human Resources Management, which is one of the top HR organizations in the country, maybe the world for that fact. Adam and his wife Mina are both Douglas High School graduates. They have 2 children who currently attend DCSD schools, and they have a daughter who was a 2022 graduate of Douglas High. Adam has already hit the ground running. Today he found out what it's like in the life of a HR director when things come in fury. So he's done a nice job of coming in and assisting us. Also behind you, I made an announcement last time, but we probably have a little bit of different crowd, so I'm going to introduce him again. Also behind me tonight is our new Director of Information Technology, Mr. Michael Roth. Michael is coming to us after serving as an Assistant Director and Director of Information Technology with the Lower Yukon School District in Mountain Village, Alaska. Prior to that, he served as the Director of Technology with the Cuspuk, I think I did that right, Michael, School District, which is also in Alaska, and as an IT manager at Miami-Dade College. And as I pointed out, he has lived on both spectrums of our climate in Miami and then up in Alaska. So he will acclimate well here. It made me tired, not because his story was long, but that he drove from Alaska to Douglas County to assume the position on a weekend. And his girlfriend is also joining him here, and I think has been recently employed as well in the school district. So I'd like to welcome both Adam and Michael to our team. DCSD enrollment counts for our first reporting reflected an enrollment of 5,050 students, which is 135 down from the same reporting period of last year. It should be noted, if you look at those numbers, we were pretty low in August and grew a little bit there after the start of the year. So hopefully we see some of that same pattern. We're down 255 students from our last reporting period of the 2022-23 school year. And so I've explained to the board, but just for the community to hear as well, is we're graduating about 200 more than we're bringing in the following year. And so we have about a disparity just over 200 between our 12th grade and our kindergarten, and that's been about a 4-year pattern. So it's not surprising that we're seeing these numbers decline. Back to school, as you know, the 2023-24 school year got off to a great start on August 21st. My staff and I were able to visit every school on opening day, and it was a great day getting to visit with our students and staff. I'd like to express my appreciation to our teachers, our support staff employees, and our administrators for their work in preparing our schools for opening day. And, you know, it's a good sign when you go to a school and kids are in classes in the first hour of class. That means they're organized, they were ready, kids were appropriately scheduled, especially at the secondary level. And so I was very pleased with what I saw when we walked through schools. District tailgate, as Catherine had mentioned earlier, we'll hold our annual staff picnic barbecue on Friday, September 29th from 4 to 7 o'clock p.m. here at Douglas High School. This year we'll be having a tailgate party prior to the Douglas High School home football game. And I apologize, there will be no adult beverages since we're on Douglas High School property, but we will have a tailgate before the home football game. All district employees do get in free to our home games, so bring their badges to show. And then it's also for families as well. So it's not just employees, it's families. That is also a day, our PD day. We're going to be bringing in a keynote speaker in the afternoon where we have all of our employees at Douglas High School. So we thought it'd be nice to do it on the same day at the same location. We talked about the employee recognition, so I won't go into a whole lot there. All the thank yous. Haley will kick me tomorrow at work that I forgot her, so thank you, Mr. Kangas. I did want, though, the community to know that the following DCSD employees received special recognition as distinguished award winners. Becky Brock was DCSD's Elementary Substitute Teacher of the Year. Robin Futch was the Secondary Substitute Teacher of the Year. Kyle Martinez was DCSD's Elementary School Volunteer of the Year. Ron Harpin was the Secondary School Volunteer of the Year. He's a photographer that you've probably seen many of his photos. Maritza Padavani was DCSD's Elementary Support Staff Employee of the Year. Ann Crockett was the Secondary Support Staff Employee of the Year. And Becky Butler was DCSD's Department Staff Employee of the Year. Dana Kyle was DCSD's Secondary Educator of the Year. I think she's out here in the crowd. Damasa Miller was DCSD's Elementary Educator of the Year. Blaine Spires was the DCSD School Administrator of the Year. Kira Brown was DCSD's Counselor of the Year. Randy Teely, the custodian at Jacks Valley Elementary, was the DCSD support staff employee of the year. And Darcy McGinnis, speech pathologist, was the DCSD's overall distinguished educator of the year. So again, thank all of you for being there and supporting that great event. And it's nice to have both classified and certified recognized in the same event. We kind of alluded to the Lake School, so we'll be up there in October. We're looking forward to receiving the final report on the feasibility study that we've been part of as we look at future options for George Whittle High School. The intent of the study was to explore how we might partner with Western Nevada College to create early college dual credit and possibly magnet school opportunities at our Lake High School. We anticipate having that report prior to our October board meeting and making this part of the Lake Schools discussion, which is on our future agenda item, as Trustee Burns alluded to. And as soon as I receive that report, I'll send it on to you so that you can be prepared when we go up there for that discussion. And then the last thing I have is I've been asked to be a panelist on the topic of education at the 31st Annual Critical Issues Conference, which will be held at the new Lake Tahoe Events Center. It might be one of the first events up there on September 28th. The conference is hosted by the Business Council of Douglas County, and the keynote speaker for that will be Governor Lombardo. So that's what's going on in my world.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. School Resource Officer Report, Deputy Meyer.
Mr. Lewis, where is that going to be held?
The Lake Tahoe Event Center, the new event center at the lake. Yeah.
Hello, those of you who don't know me, I'm Deputy Meyer. I wanted to give you a quick update on the school resource officers first. There's 4 of us assigned to the Douglas County School District. We are full deputies with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office under the direction of Sheriff Coverly. We have Deputy Kevin Karosich, who's here with us tonight. Deputy Karosich is at Carson Valley Middle School, and he handles the elementary schools north of there. We have Deputy Brent Kuntz, who's at Powaloo Middle School, and he handles all the elementary schools to the south of Gardnerville Elementary School. Deputy Ryan Grant and myself are at Douglas High School. We cover Aspire High School as well and the Lake Schools. So the 4 of us, you'll see us going around from school to school. We all work good together and we help each other out. Wanted to give you a quick update on stats from last year. Did everybody get a copy of this? Okay. Just a quick thing. Our top one is arrests, the total number of arrests. So arrest in Nevada, majority of the arrest, unless it's more of a violent thing, is a cite and release. So the student, if let's say it was a possession of marijuana, they'd be issued a citation, receive their school consequences, and then get turned over to their parents. So majority of our total arrests are cite and release. This last school year was 15% decrease in arrests from the year before. Our truancy arrests were down 15% as well. Our habitual truants are up 4%. Our welfare checks increased about 37%. So when you see welfare checks and our mental health evaluation, so that is where an SRO alone has gotten involved, getting a kid evaluated to make sure they're not a harm to themselves. Our mental health evaluations are down 41%. So the big decrease in that is by the district hiring so many social workers. So the social workers have stepped into that role. A lot of times when an SRO gets involved is now when a social worker is not involved, or a family is refusing evaluation. If a family refuses evaluation and a student is suicidal, the Nevada revised statute allows us to step in and make sure that that kiddo gets the treatment the kiddo needs. So some of that stuff is how we get involved in mental health evaluations. We will also transport when parents are having trouble transporting to a facility. Overall, our total cases last year were up 7% district-wide. It was a busy year last year, but it's real good to see a lot of our arrest stuff is starting to decrease a little bit. You're looking at me, you got something to say, Mr. Burns.
John, I heard through the grapevines that you're going to retire. Is that can't be true?
Depends if you talk to me or my wife. You got me for a couple more years at
Okay,
least.
because I was going to have to take a vote tonight that you can't go. Thanks, John. You're great.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Number 11, district newsletter. So the superintendent to provide the board a list of names and email addresses of parents and staff within the district. And the board is to deliberate on the creation and execution of, I would think, a bi-monthly more than a monthly newsletter that should be distributed to parents and pupils within the district and staff. And I believe that all the board members would be equally involved. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah. So a board, or excuse me, a newsletter from the board. The purpose of it being,
So the community could get to know us a little better, and maybe if we work together, it might be on something, it might be a good thing.
so then, you know, the correspondence we were talking about, I've received that most of the parents don't want to give their address out, number one, and then they're not necessarily interested in one from the board. So that I just want to point that out in my correspondence that I got. We do have newsletters from all the school sites, but I realize this is for the board. I don't have anything against it. I saw that Mr. Lewis had sent us some information on a good way to do it without giving out all those addresses. So maybe we should look into that if that's the direction this board chooses to go.
I see this as a discussion of the whole board, so we'll all give our opinions and then we'll,
Yep.
This is the first reading, just a basic discussion.
Sure. Thank you.
Oh, I just wanted to comment on the statute. NRS 385A.320. There's several different reports, annual reports that are required from the board that goes to the state or from the state to the board. And so in the annual report of accountability that's prepared pursuant to 385A.070 must include information on district communication efforts and parental involvement, including without limitation efforts made by the school district and by each school within the district, including the charter schools, to increase communication with the parents of pupils enrolled in the district and the participation of parents in the educational process and activities and the involvement of parents and the engagement of families. So there's several different statutes that throughout your time on this board that you're going to be going to, but I think that that's something that's reported on. And I just wanted to note that for your discussion.
Oh, go ahead.
Trust-
Alrighty.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Kangas, and then you guys saw it too, that many parents were not in favor of it. And I think one of the big obstacles was because you were asking for a list of all names and email addresses of every parent within the district. And I think the parents have a problem with that. I don't know that I have a problem per se with the newsletter, other than, again, I'm just repeating what Mr. Kangas said, and I apologize, but our school districts do their own newsletter. And I think that that's really the information that they're looking for is from each school. So yeah, that's just my concern. Also, you had mentioned, and I just want to make sure that I understood it right, that I'm trying to picture what this looks like. So we have a newsletter, you bring it before the board and we approve it as a board and then you send it out? Or how does that work? How do we?
I was thinking that each board member would write a couple paragraphs and we would combine it together.
And what are we writing about?
I don't, whatever you want. I would assume we should focus in on the most positive thing that we've experienced that month or for 2 months. I think every other month would be enough. You know,
'Cause-
going to schools,
And the other thing to mention too is we do have something in the newspaper as well that's put in by each school for the whole community to see. Not that everybody gets newspaper, but you can go online and see it too. So I think we've got many avenues already. So whatever. I don't really care either way, but I do care that the parents do not want their emails distributed to the board. Thank you.
Can I speak to
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that it's not, I mean, it's a positive thing. There's been so much vitriol about the board and whatnot, and I think it would humanize the board a little bit to be able to communicate and talk about some of the positives and so forth. I mean, it's a different entity altogether. I get that there's other entities out there to communicate with, but this is unique. And I think it would be a great thing. Now, I don't know how this board or probably certain people on it became such a boogeyman about like, I'm going to do something horrible with someone's phone number. But I mean, that to me is just a little crazy. But okay, I understand. But I don't think that there are some that feel that way. I don't not think it's all that feel that way. I do not think it's all that feel that way. In fact, I really feel strongly about that, but okay. But I am in favor for sure of a newsletter. Why not? Thank you.
Yeah, you got multiple people that don't show up here. And so there's no communication access for the board as individuals or whatever to throw something out there, because if we say it here, we can't, this group will hear it. So, and I'm definitely not asking for phone numbers. I just want an email address, and you can pretty much get a lot of garbage mail. You don't like it, block it.
I just looked at the piece of paper that Mr. Lewis sent to us, and we have the program that we run the school district on is Infinite Campus. And if it goes through Infinite Campus, it's going to get to all the right people, I think, if we choose to go that way.
I would be comfortable with Infinite Campus because when I was teaching, I always used Infinite Campus.
So is Infinite Campus a way that we could get, say, a president's letter or a board's newsletter out to the parents and students?
Yeah. I'd be happy.
So what's the issue here?
And staff. Yeah. And I'd be happy with that.
No problem there. I have nothing nefarious I want to do with anybody's anything. So
We're trying to.
Sounds good to me.
I just want it to be a goodwill thing.
I think it's a positive thing, and I think we should do it. We really should.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Are we talking about the Infinite Campus?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we open Infinite Campus up to the board members and. No. You're going to provide it. You provide it to Karen, and Karen can send it out on behalf of the board using Infinite Campus. Yeah, what I meant, meant that we did it, but open it up so we can communicate through it. So before we get too far down the road, I think we need to clarify a few things.
Yeah, I think
Who's putting this together? Is this something that you're putting on Karen's plate?
Absolutely not.
Well, question one. Then question two is, how does it get approved to go out? So again, you operate as a body. And so
what does that approval process look like?
Well, maybe it'll get brought to the board meeting. We'll vote on it and then it'll go out. That's why I said every other month. Does that work for everybody?
I think it's certainly okay to try that and see. I don't know how we can judge effectiveness or what they, or who reads it, but it's not hard.
Okay.
I didn't hear exactly. I think probably you want a motion that is approving the development of a board newsletter that will utilize Infinite Campus for its distribution, something like that.
I'd like to make a motion that we put on the agenda the discussion of a newsletter for the board using Infinite Campus.
Do it.
Oh, we're just going to do it? We're not even going to, okay.
Yep, we're just going to make a motion to.
Then I make a motion that we do it, that we have a newsletter and do it through Infinite Campus for the board.
I'll second that.
I'd like to make a motion that we actually do a newsletter for the board using Infinite Campus as a vehicle to distribute it. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll open that up to public comment. Okay.
Courtney Jeffries, go ahead.
You should absolutely, I'm sorry, Courtney Jeffries, parent, for the record. You should absolutely have this to a vote, and we should be able to, as parents, opt in or opt out. Infinite Campus, in my opinion, is for the staff and for teachers to contact us, just like the Remind app that teachers use to help talk with parents is something we opt into, and I should have the right to not get a newsletter from y'all and for y'all to go into Infinite Campus and look at all my information. I don't think that's right at all. I don't. I absolutely don't. And I don't think you should have my email address. And I don't think you should have access to my child's records. And I don't think you should have access to my phone number and all of that. So absolutely not. This should be on the agenda to vote for. And this should be something that we all get to have comment on. Because once again, you do not care about the parents. And this is ridiculous.
Wow.
So Ms. Jeffries, I do want to clarify that the board will not have access to Infinite Campus through our auto dial. This will be sent out through the superintendent's office with no access to any records. And through IC, there is some opt-in process to that of who gets messages.
Rob Lehman. That was my main comment, so I appreciate you clarifying that there won't be access. My other question, I suppose, and I know you don't have to answer it, is in the options, will parents be able to just opt out of this specific type of communication, or will they be opting out of other communications at the same time? I think that'll be important to figure that out so that parents can opt out of that specifically. And I also wanted to point out just a little bit of irony that in the same meeting that you're going to do different agenda items to minimize the way that parents can communicate with you, that you're trying to communicate more with them. So maybe open that up both ways. Thanks.
Any other public comment?
I think you have to have parameters of what, oh, Kendra Oakton, sorry. I think you have to have parameters of what you're going to talk about. If it's just good news you've seen, sure, great. Otherwise, I think parents need to opt in, and they say, yes, it's protected because it's through Infinite Campus, but some of the bylaws are changing where you guys might have access to parent stuff. And so I do worry that eventually, sure, it's protected from Infinite Campus, but for how long? Because you guys are rewriting confidential bylaws. So that's my concern, and I think we should be able to opt in or out.
For the record, Laura Cadeau. I apologize. I should have spoken at your first motion, but I think I can weave what I have to say into this item. At the beginning of this meeting, Trustee Gilkerson pointed out that there were several potential open meeting law violations, and I concur with her.
We're just doing this. This is just an agenda
And
item.
so this agenda item falls under those open meeting law violations. I think you should be removing this item and all the policy items that you have listed. Open meeting laws require that you make accommodations for your audience. As you can see, the bulk, or at least half of the room, has had to go home. These are busy parents, busy people with jobs and children to attend to. They came here because policy is important to them. They want you to hear what they have to say. And for you to continue with this meeting, addressing those items, I think is wrong. And you are going to get OML's violations because of it. Mrs. Sears talked about communications. I reiterate what Mr. Lehman just said, that if you want to open communications, you need to make sure that you have an agenda that isn't so lengthy so that parents can stay for the duration and so that you are forced to hear what other people who don't agree with you have to say. Just because they disagree doesn't mean they don't have good points. I stopped talking. So that's my point. In the May meeting, you suspended your agenda because it went on too long. And I am requesting that you do the same tonight so that the people who were here have an opportunity to come back and tell you how they feel about the policies and this item as well. Thank you.
Adrian Sawyer, for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I am against my email going out to the board. The district already has my email. If they need to get a hold of me, they can do that. I am fine with Infinite Campus, no problem, but I am 100% opposed to any email communication coming from a board member. I just think it's not appropriate. I'd rather it come from the district. Just my thought.
Good afternoon. Colleen Lawrence for the record. May I make a friendly suggestion? As you pointed out, each one of our schools already have a website where they share communication such as newsletters. The school board has a website where you share information, which is the school district website. Maybe a friendly suggestion would be, instead of utilizing Infinite Campus to share your newsletter, if that's what you are wanting to do, that you post a newsletter on the school district and that website. And if parents, stakeholders want to go look at your website that is bi-monthly, quarterly, or whatever it may be, then stakeholders, whoever they may be, not just people who have access to Infinite Campus, because not everybody does have access to Infinite Campus, then they will be allowed to go out to your website underneath your resources tab and go look at your newsletter. This eliminates the use of Infinite Campus and utilizes your existing platform for communication, just like your schools are already using. Thank you.
Thank you. Good idea. Okay.
Virginia Neese, go ahead.
Hi, Virginia Neese here, speaking from California today. I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's a great idea to use Infinite Campus. I applaud you for being for wanting to do this and to the people that are the naysayers, well, they're just always going to be there. And I think there's so few of them that we don't really have to worry about them. But I think it's a great idea and it shows goodwill and good faith, and I applaud you. I also applaud all the times that you guys go to the schools and the teachers and the football games. Keep it up. You guys are doing a great job. That's it.
Thank you.
Michelle, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Michelle Boff for the record. I am a parent and a staff member of the school district. I think that the idea of putting good news forward is a nice idea, but I think that myself and many others that I know are firm believers that actions speak much louder and more clearly than words do. So you guys showing support for things that we are telling you about and voting in support of what parents want, what staff members want, and what's important to the community as a whole, I think your votes speak louder than any newsletter you could put together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Swisher?
Thank you. I'm actually in support of this. I think it's a good idea. I think you can do two things. You can post on the district website and you can send out through Infinite Campus. You'll find out pretty quickly by sending out through Infinite Campus if parents say, we don't want this, because that's going to go out to families. But you reach a wider audience by putting it on the website. So I applaud you for putting this one forward. You may not see this attitude on the next items, but on this item, I think that there's no harm in it, and it could move forward not only for unity for the board, but also people can learn things about our school district that they didn't know. So I would advise use Infinite Campus and the website. Reach out to as many people as you can. Thank you.
I agree with you 100%. Thank you.
For the record, Marty Swisher just took away my comments because I was going to say exactly the same thing he did. And since I was standing already, I thought I would just go ahead and say ditto.
Thank you. Jan Muzzy. Any other public comment? Okay. The motion's already on the floor. Just time to vote.
It may have to be restructured or no?
We need to restructure it.
Sorry. I mean, you can, but that's a no-brainer to us. That if a newsletter is going out, it's going to be on our website. So we have a director of communications over there for a reason.
So we're ready to vote? Okay. All in favor of the board having a newsletter that we do all together, and it being, we will preview it at a board meeting and then it'll go out following the meeting if it's approved by the full board. All right. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That was unanimous. Fantastic. Number 12. This will take the rest of the night. Yes, I would love that. Okay. I'll read the motion. Okay, so number 12, temporarily suspend the operation of certain bylaws and policies for discussion, different sections. Yeah, for discussion and for possible action. And Ms. Sears is going to explain these to us. Thank you.
So I thought it was important to address that on the temporary suspension and then some of the draft provisions of the bylaws. So the Constitution of Nevada and the state statute vests certain authority in the board. And so the board has different arms that it carries out, much like our own government. It has a legislative arm, an executive arm, and a judiciary arm, so to speak. And so that's addressed in some of the bylaws as the functions of the board. And so what happened in 5 meetings over the last 2 years was that certain legislative functions of the board were delegated, and specifically some of the actions to the superintendent. And those actions aren't to be delegated outside of the board. So the legislative function that the board operates is that because the board members are elected, they're allowed to legislate and pass bylaws and policies. And they're able to do that because they are accountable to the public that elected them. And so by giving the certain of these provisions, by giving that power to people that are not in the legislative function, it's not consistent with the law. So that's kind of the basis for some of these suspensions, is that we would be able to look at if it was a valid delegation of power.
Jansen?
Trustee Kangas?
I don't see how this is even up for debate. There's no way we can suspend all of our bylaws and operate a school board. And I want to go over this one more time because I realize where this is coming from, but I mean, you know that these types of documents need to be reviewed and discussed by the entire board before making any changes. Any changes that are drafted by this, or that, okay, let me start over, I'm sorry. And any changes that are drafted by the superintendent with the possible help of our legal team and then brought back to the board for approval. Again, so you know, the superintendent operates the school district. The board governs the school district and legal counsel advises on legal matters. This appears to be a violation of our current bylaws. Could you please tell me who developed this agenda?
So I just want to address that. So your current bylaws allow for the temporary suspension of certain provisions of the bylaws or of policies that are not consistent with state statute. So you are not allowed to temporarily suspend any part of your bylaws that are required under the statute. But things that you've added or amended to the bylaws that are not part of the statute, that are not required of the statute, or that are not required under contract, you are able to temporarily suspend them. And then in order to look at whether or not you would like to keep them. So that's already written in your bylaws.
Okay. Who authorized these changes? Who authorized these changes for the legal counsel to make?
First and foremost, it's not necessarily that they were authorized. We went through these, as I said, and trying to kind of understand what has all been taking place in a deep dive of what the functions were. And as many people have said, why some of these meetings are taking as long as they're taking, or why operations with agenda or with, functions. And we looked at stuff, and after a review, I was able to find numerous issues, which you're now seeing. And all we're doing here is returning stuff back to the status quo. There's no taking anything away from anybody. It's simply returning to where it was and allowing us the time, another meeting. So it would be a first reading tonight, essentially, and then the next meeting we would put through anything. But the bylaws do allow to suspend the things that we've outlined. And again, it was just in discussions that we had these, that I located these issues.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask another question. How long has this project been worked on? By who? And what's the cost gonna be to this district?
Well, I can answer that. So in the last meeting, Trustee Burns asked for section 4A and 4B of bylaw 60 to be addressed at the agenda. So in particular, section 4A, what you see crossed out in the green are things that were amended in prior sessions or in prior meetings in the of the prior board. And so as you'll see, it went from the Board of Trustees that the agenda of the board shall be prepared by the superintendent and the board president, as in the superintendent would assist the board president in writing the agenda, but not in developing it. And so one of the changes that was made in one of the prior sessions was to have the superintendent actually develop the agenda with the board president. And so this is one of the delegations that I've been talking about, is that by having the superintendent participate in the development and by unilaterally, by being able to add things to the agenda or keep things from being on the agenda, that's a legislative power that can't be given to a superintendent.
You know, even if I was to go along with this, I would have to know the specific issue on every individual bylaw and policy that you're proposing this for.
Yeah.
And this is a valid question. Why was this done in secret, away from the knowledge of the entire board and the superintendent, then dropped on his lap?
Well, I wouldn't say that it was done in secret.
I would.
And that's fine. So part of going through all of this, so if you look at every bylaw, every provision, every administrative regulation, at the end of each of them, there's dates where it tells you when that bylaw, policy, or administrative regulation was adopted, when it was reviewed, and when it was revised. So part of our due diligence and what we do is looking at those things, and we're able to see when the revisions have been made, and you're able to go back through and look at the prior revisions. And so the revisions that were made in specifically 5 of the meetings that are listed on the agenda, there were actions taken that are not consistent with state statute, where it's a delegation of powers to an executive function. So the superintendent is executive function of the board. And there was a delegation of legislative powers to the superintendent that is not within the statute, and also keeping the board from being able to move forward with certain agenda items. And so it wasn't something that was done. It was something that's part of the general counsel role, is to due diligence and make sure that everything is consistent with the statute.
Okay. I'm not all that sure I understand everything you just said, but I certainly don't agree with moving forward on it. I got a question for President Jansen. When Superintendent Lewis asked you for a copy of the changes of the documents, why didn't you provide them to him?
I sent them to Karen. I thought that he would get them. Remember when you were asking me, I had to get the copies to you?
No. I'm talking about the document that you guys discussed during the board agenda meeting with Superintendent Lewis. He asked you for a paper that all 3 of you had, and why didn't you send it to him?
I didn't know that he asked me that, because I would have sent it to him.
Mr. Lewis?
An email that
I'm sure that you did, but I had so many emails. It's my,
Were you
it was
directed
an
not to?
overlook.
Were you directed not to by
Absolutely not.
somebody up in the-
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, it was just an oversight, and I apologize.
That's the way it looks. I'm sorry.
I know,
Okay.
but it wasn't. It
Okay.
wasn't, it was,
So
Yes.
the document that they went to the meeting with was the agenda that President Jansen wanted to bring, the items that she wanted to bring to the, it was, and I know because
But Keith didn't get a copy of it.
I will say this again, you were not in the meeting, so don't
But I
speak to
know
what
that-
was in the meeting.
but I know that the document that he went with, I know that that's the document.
It was not the document that President Jansen sent that said agenda, that had 8 items on it. They were reading from a different document.
I know
Okay,
what
you were
document it
involved.
was.
You were involved in getting us the 8 items. You asked us not to address one issue that was on that. It's not the same document that I'm referring to. So you've said
It's not the
over
same
many times tonight that
It's this, it's the same, it had all of the items on it. And during the meeting, you all discussed things and took things off and added things on. And you sent over, immediately after that meeting, you sent over your own agenda list of things that you wanted, and we incorporated all of them. So they're different drafts of the same version, but the first one that they went to the meeting with had all of the items on it.
And I did read that entire document in its entirety from start to finish to both Keith and obviously Dave Burns was there, Susan was there, Karen was there. I read it in its entirety. I pulled no punches. I didn't hide anything.
Right, and it's a very, very long document, and
It
you
was-
didn't have the
It was
courtey to leave one.
less than
for
2 pages
Mr.
and it was bullet points.
Superintendent
Well,
Lewis.
the purpose of bringing the document was that they were going to develop the agenda, which is the purpose of the meeting. So
Hmm.
Mr. Lewis was going to,
Which all
develop
got
it.
dropped on our laps.
And that was on a Thursday, Trustee Kangas,
Yeah,
and
I
Friday
know,
was
but it's
Friday.
very late in the process.
So Kira,
Okay,
for the record, this is the document that you are referring to. This is not the same document that was in front of them, but this still did not come to me until Wednesday on the Thursday prior to posting. What I am talking about is in the May 31st agenda development meeting when Mr. Gilbert, again, I don't dispute that he read all those things, but there was a piece of paper he was reading from that President Jansen and Trustee Burns had. And I requested the next morning when I followed up in an email because I'm being criticized all the time that I don't communicate. I'm being criticized all the time that I change things. You have people coming up here in public comment telling me that I changed an agenda item when time and time and time again, I have email verification that I communicated with the president and the president didn't respond. And so the morning after that agenda development, I sent an email to President Jansen that said, I want to make sure we're on the same page. Here's what we discussed yesterday. This item you were going to put as a future agenda item. This item is going to go on the agenda. And I got no response. And in that was the request for the copy. So
I'd like to make a comment. Excuse me. I was there. I did not have a separate paper. I had nothing different. I was there only to monitor what was going on. And if I needed to, that's when I was asked to step in and make a decision on it. So I was listening to everything. But seeing you bring that up, when you were doing it, when you were running all of the agenda items and everything, we never seen those agenda items until after they were already sent out to the public. That's when we seen them in order to approve them.
Dave, that is absolutely not
You know
accurate.
it's true.
No, Dave, that's not how a agenda is developed. So again, the president and I sit down and meet. So don't say that I sit here and that I've changed agenda items on you, because that is absolutely not true. Now, if you want to talk about an officer review, that historically has occurred after the agenda comes out, because it's the responsibility of the superintendent and the president in the current bylaws to develop the agenda. And I have had numerous conversations in my tenure with you on the board of other members trying to show up during that meeting. And my question has consistently been, why do you get to show up and Trustee Gilkerson or Trustee Magnotta don't get to show up? And so the review has always occurred
Because of
after it
quorum.
was posted.
probably because of quorum, that not everybody's allowed to show up.
No, I totally because of quorum.
Yeah.
But what my point is if President Jansen's going to invite someone in violation of the bylaws,
It's
why?
not, it says that
If there's a dispute, if there's a dispute.
You're debating that there's two separate meetings, that there's a preparate or a develop meeting, and then that there's a review meeting. And nowhere in here does it say that there's two separate meetings. It differentiates and it says that you are allowed to develop the agenda with the president, and that if there is a disagreement that the officers can, it doesn't say that they're not allowed to join that meeting or that it has to be a separate meeting. It doesn't say that anywhere in here. They're not two separate meetings.
It says the agenda will be developed by the superintendent
But it
and
doesn't
the president.
prohibit anyone from being there. And if you go to the other bylaws, it says that if there's a disagreement, that the officers are going to be the tiebreaker.
Exactly.
But
And
that
President
doesn't-
Jansen could tell you that until this meeting, her and I actually have never had a disagreement about what's going to be on the agenda.
That's wonderful.
We have, Dave,
and
you haven't
it's-
broken any ties as an officer. You haven't been called on to put any agenda items until this one.
Can I just say this? For the sake of efficiency, why wouldn't the officers be present in case there is a dispute? It's handled in real time, in the moment.
It's not in the
So-
bylaw.
Well,
It's
it-
not in the
it-
bylaw the other way.
It's not either
There's
way.
nothing that prohibits it in the.
Doesn't,
It doesn't prohibit, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't say prohibit. It tells you what we do, not what we prohibit, okay? It says the agenda for each regular and special meeting. shall be-
Microphone.
Sorry, I thought you could hear me. It says in 060, section 4, under regular meetings, number A, the agenda for regular and special meetings of the Board of Trustees shall be developed by the superintendent and the board president. It does not say, oh, it's, anybody can come, or it doesn't prohibit me from
What
coming.
it says in the next sentence is
I'm
that
going to read it.
neither the superintendent nor board president can unilaterally place an item on the agenda.
Thank you.
In the case of a disagreement between the two parties, AKA the superintendent and the board president, related to a proposed agenda item, the board officers will intervene and make the decision of an inclusion or exclusion. It
That's,
doesn't differentiate in there that there's going to be two separate meetings. It just says that the two people that develop it are the superintendent and the board.
correct. Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, if as a trustee, one of the officers, if I'm not there, the other officer's not there, and you have a dispute, I want to hear everything that was said before I'm going to break anything. And now I'm not there, so I can't hear anything. And I'm supposed to make a decision based on no information? That's why we wanted to be there. Hear it, whether it's
That's not the
against
way
you or
it's
for
written.
you.
it's a matter of interpretation, what you're all doing right now, but it doesn't prohibit it. And that's why I thought it would be important to have one of the officers there or both of them. Doug was on standby. Mr. Burns happened to be, available. And had we needed Doug, we could have easily called him, but it was just better to have Mr. Burns there, who sat quietly and didn't say much unless he was needed to offer a point.
Well, it's not the way I read it, Mr. Gilbert, and I read it that the way I was president for 2 years. And I met with Superintendent Lewis by myself. And then the officers, we met the second time.
You say, Trustee Gilkison, so if this would have been a contagious they were contentious, not willing to agree, and Mr.
Mhm.
Burns would have showed up 5 minutes later, what would it have mattered?
I don't understand what you're saying.
So we
Say it
had a
another way.
disagreement, and so we needed him there.
Who
to-
had a disagreement?
Oh, it's hypothetical.
Okay, sorry, it's getting late.
So there's a disagreement,
Okay,
and that we just phone him in, and he comes in.
or
Or-
we, because we meet on Thursday, we can meet again on Friday. I mean, if there's a dispute, yeah, this whole thing is contentious, right?
Yeah.
So I get that.
So
Okay.
we were already under a deadline, and I had said to Mr. Lewis, again, he asked the same thing. Why is someone else going to come? I said, because there's a disagreement. It's Thursday. Let's get this done. And that's why we brought Mr. Burns. And that's
How
why
did
we
you know
also
there was going to
had-
be a disagreement?
Since I've been involved, I disagree with what everyone says here. Since I've been involved in this process and since I've been watching it, there hasn't been much you've agreed on, especially something that was going to take off, with regards to leaving something off the agenda.
So-
Didn't you
Which is what
send
it
me
was.
An agenda before. You had sent me an agenda like a few days before to prepare me. So that's
do it
how I
every
knew.
month.
Right, right. So that's how I knew that was on the agenda, the one that I wanted off the agenda.
Okay.
And
So I
that's how I knew. And it
So
was not.
Did you reach out to him and let him know that that's not what you wanted? Did you email back once he sent you the agenda and say, hey?
I think I said thank you.
So that meant that everything on there was fine.
No,
Okay.
no.
I think
That's
there's
good.
communication
Yeah.
problems
think there are.
myself.
And I
No,
think-
Trustee Gilchrist, they knew that I was coming out on Thursday. We had specifically set to be there to work this. So
Okay,
it
that's
was
fine.
sent and we knew that when we got there, that was the whole point of me driving out there was to be able to be present.
So I still have the
And
floor.
I guess I don't think we sit here and argue about this last agenda development because I think we knew there was going to be a dispute. Like,
Mhm.
but my point is, we're now in this 9 months. In 8 months, President Jansen, you and I have not had to have anyone intervene on our agendas. So
Only for the special meeting, yes.
exactly, and I followed as the bylaws say, 3 board members can come and call a special meeting, and that's exactly what happened, and I did not get in your way.
Okay, so I've still got the floor. Thanks. So anyway, this is where it gets a little bit personal for me, and it says on this item 12, it says board bylaws and policies that were not established by law or contract. You're saying all unlawful changes? The current board bylaws and policies were properly agendized, discussed, and voted on by elected board members. I do not think this board can or should conduct business without these bylaws and policies in effect. What this board fails to do is to follow proper procedure. We are not being transparent with the public and with public funds. Operating behind closed doors with an obvious political agenda is immoral, unethical, and I believe it's illegal. So why don't we just call this what it is? This is a political coup to take over Douglas County School District and to hold our children hostage to a political ideology.
So, no clapping. Only
Clap
for
away.
students.
That's exactly
Go
what
ahead and
this
clap.
is.
Well, so I just wanted to clarify that that's not what's happening. So no, I just mean in terms of the way that you're interpreting that it's written. So the bylaws that exist and that have existed allow for you to temporarily suspend provisions of the bylaws, the operation of certain provisions of your bylaws that were not established by state statute. So if you refer to the state statute, it provides all of the authority for this board. It vests all of the authority in this board, and it provides you with the template of what you are and are not allowed to do. And so anything that is outside of those statutes or that is not solidified within a contract, you are not required to have. It's something that you've added, but it's not pursuant to state statute. So those things that are not pursuant to state statute are able to be temporarily suspended for you to review them and ensure that they're consistent with state law. It doesn't mean that the things that you have added or amended are unlawful. It just allows you to suspend things temporarily when they're not required by state law.
And so exactly, you have dates here of what you're doing and everything that was done. Excuse me. You have dates here of everything that you're contending, and that those are everything that follows this and as it goes down this agenda now is every decision that was made in this time frame. There's a reason you're doing this other than trying to straighten out our policies.
The reason that we're doing it is because it's not consistent with the statute. So if you look at the Nevada Revised Statute, and then you look at its accompanying regulations, the Nevada Annotated Code, every code or regulation that's passed by an administrative agency has an enabling statute. So the only reason why you're allowed to have regulations are to enable or to carry out and execute the laws that allowed them. Now I've lost my train of thought.
I'm done with what I want to say. I just, in my opinion.
So the purpose of suspending, that's what I remember. So the purpose of suspending all of this is to look at returning it to its original state, because there were 5 specific meetings where the board took action. I believe that they didn't understand, a lot of times action is taken without an understanding of the effect that it's going to have. And the effect that those 5 meetings had was to delegate certain authority, legislative authority that's vested with the board, and delegate it to the superintendent, who is a function of the executive branch. The superintendent cannot participate in the development of an agenda meeting because that gives him a legislative power. And he is not allowed to have a legislative power because he's not elected. He's not an elected official.
You could go back 5 years, you go back 10 years, and you're telling me just those 5 months are what you're going back on?
Those
Because
are
you
five
could
specific
rip these apart
meetings.
all the way any which way you want to
Trustee
legally.
Kangas, it's not 5 months, it's 5 specific meetings over
Okay.
a couple of years.
Okay,
So the thing
it's
is
5
that
meetings over a
we
couple,
can
go back 5
provide-
years or 10 years. You're telling me that there's nothing that you can rip apart just like you're doing right now in any other language in these
Well, what I'm saying is that when
bylaws
we
and
were asked to
policies.
look at 4A and 4B, we saw that during 2 specific meetings, things were changed to delegate power that is specific to the board, delegate it to the superintendent to participate in the agenda meeting, which gives him a legislative power. And so that's the job of general counsel, is to bring that to your attention and tell you that that's not consistent with Nevada statute.
Thank you for your information.
That's your opinion, correct? That's what lawyers do. They give an opinion, correct? That's your opinion.
That's a statutory
That's how
interpretation.
you interpret it, correct?
No.
Just-
Tony,
that's
it's a
all you can do is
statute.
give an opinion.
It's us reading from the statute, what the statute says.
Here's where we sat. Here's where we sat. If you just pass it off, move on. There's people out here I know is listening. You're going to get an open meeting law violation because it's going to be against NRS regulations. So you can do that, but I, for one, won't do that. I will not vote to go against the statutes.
Can I just ask a question?
Wait a minute, I was ahead of you.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. It's no breaks. Let's go.
Okay, I guess I'm in charge. Linda, go ahead.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, yeah, that's great. So first of all, you're over there. I'm sorry, I couldn't see you behind Mr. Gilbert. You're reading off of things, okay? I'm not sure that any board member here, I'll speak for myself. Maybe I'm not smart enough. I don't know. But what you're reading, it doesn't, I mean, it's legalese, right? It's not met. I mean, it's hard for us to understand that. I'm not sure, and maybe I'm wrong, that any one of us could explain what you just said. No, not at all. Well, maybe later, not right now. So I'm just saying that what you're saying is you're reading like you know, and you're smart. I can tell you're a very smart young lady, but you're reading from the statutes, okay? Anyways, whatever. Okay.
I'm not reading. I
Okay.
just look down when I speak because
Oh,
it's easier for
okay.
me to concentrate.
I apologize. So a couple of things here. Number one, what you're saying doesn't compute, maybe because it's late, or maybe I'm just not smart enough. I don't know. Number two is we keep talking about to return it to the original state. Nowhere have I been given the original state of a bylaw. Is that true?
Well, so the green language, and I'd be happy to provide you with that. But the green language that's strike through, that's language that was added.
Right.
So
Where's the
that's-
original?
Well, I can give you my copy right here.
Well, do I have a copy is what I'm
You
asking.
don't have a copy, and that's because the board packets had to go out and everything.
Okay.
Well, it's public information because it's listed in the meeting.
But we don't have the documents. And I think until the public
Well,
and
you
the
do have
board,
the document because that's what the green strikeout language is. It's striking out the language that was added, and that's what it was prior.
right.
And
But
so-
what was before that? You're saying, we keep saying the
That's
original.
what the draft bylaws are that are in the
Was
next-
this the original with the green strikeout? Is this original the way you want it? I don't understand. You wanted to go back to original, you said. Return to original.
Okay, so there were 5 meetings. There were
Okay.
5 meetings during the last board. And during those meetings, and I've listed out, it's listed out on the agenda. On this date, a provision was added to this bylaw. And
So can you first of all, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you tell me the 5 meetings that you're talking
it's
about?
listed on your
The
agenda.
dates?
And so if anyone wants to go, scroll down on the district website. If you go
Okay.
to the website where you can view all of the district
I don't want to
meetings,
do that.
and you go to those dates and you click on the agenda on the right-hand side, in the agenda, it has those bylaws that were proposed by board members, and you can see those changes, and you can see the original state that they were prior to those changes.
Do I have the original in my hand?
That is it.
Do I have the original in my hand?
Yes, it's the original. The green is what was added.
So
I
the
will show
black
you.
is the original? And there's nothing more to it than that, Kira?
Yeah, let me show you just one second.
Alrighty.
I have a lot of pages here.
Yeah, don't we all?
Pick a bylaw. Which bylaw would you like to talk about?
050.
Okay. So what you have are the green strikeouts, which is the language that you're suspending. Okay.
Okay.
And then when you go forward to the drafted bylaw, which is on a different agenda item,
Number 16.
yeah. So that's the draft. This is, for example, so this is what you would go if you went to the board meeting on that date, and you went down to if you clicked on the agenda and you scrolled down to the specific agenda item where it said draft bylaw that the prior board had suggested to approve, this is what you would find.
Okay.
And so,
Is this what I have in my hand? Can you tell?
yes.
Okay.
So the only difference between the two is the green strikeout language is removing the changes that were made in that specific meeting.
And on
It's
this
just
one, it's the
suspending.
red, correct?
And that, yes, that's the red.
Okay.
And the dark blue language is the language how it was written prior to those changes being made.
I have this. Yeah. What? No.
No.
No. What are you saying? What do I have? The board shall choose a temporary.
Okay.
Why is yours struck out?
Everyone has it. Let me clarify. Okay.
No, it's
We're
different.
talking about two separate agenda items.
Honey, look. This is all crossed out. This is added.
As I see it, item 12 is where we're looking to rescind temporarily.
you're
And if you
adding here.
talking about
Struck
050,
out.
you're looking at item
You got the
I just had
opposite.
it. Item 16, I believe
You've got lines through it, Joey. There's lines
050.
through it.
So
That means
you
struck out.
have 050 in two different places.
Yes.
In item 12, as I understand it, this is where
It's not.
you're voting to temporarily suspend it, and item 16 will come back and revisit it. Now, I have a question for legal is why do we need to temporarily suspend? Why can't we just go and deal with each of the items without the suspending part? Why is that required?
Well, you can. So one, the reason why you would temporarily suspend something is and you're only suspending the operation of that specific provision. And again, it can only be a provision that isn't required by statute. So it's already in your bylaws that you have the ability to temporarily suspend the operation of a provision to review it, to make sure that it's consistent with law, because as we've seen, sometimes things are passed, not understanding the effect that they have and that they're not consistent with law. So suspending it For instance, the provision that allows the participation of the superintendent to develop the agenda, which we believe is inconsistent with the statute, that allows you to suspend it in order to draft a bylaw that fixes it so that it is consistent with statute. So again, I just wanted to clarify, the green strikeout language is the language that was added in that specific meeting that would be suspended until the next meeting when a new draft would be proposed, which is the other agenda items down the road, of striking that language. The red stricken out language is the same as the green stricken out language, and the blue language is putting it back to the way that it read prior to those changes. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to suspend them. You could look at just considering. So there's a difference between suspending and adopting or amending. So when you suspend something, you can do it right now. And when you adopt, amend, or revise something, you have to present it now for its first reading. And then at the next meeting, you can decide to adopt, amend, or revise that per your vote.
So just the difference would be the proposed or the different bylaw would be in effect until the second reading, because we can still do the first reading tonight.
But it wouldn't go into effect. It has to be voted on. It can't be voted on until next month.
But it can't go into effect now anyway, even if we suspend it.
Correct. But suspending it would, certain provisions would make you compliant, and it would allow you to develop the agenda the way that's consistent with the law on that particular item.
What?
Am I okay?
Trustee Gilkerson.
Thank you. I guess what I'm having a hard time with, honestly, is that some of these go back a long time, some of these bylaws. And so I just want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. I'll wait till I have your attention. Okay. No, he was talking to her. I didn't want to be rude and interrupt. So you're saying that the way our bylaws are now are
just those specific provisions, just those 5, just the things that are in green. Not the bylaws.
are not compliant with the law. So is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there are specific provisions that were added
Mhm.
that delegated, that were an invalid delegation of authority, right? So you have the legislative authority here at this board. That's what acting and deliberating and voting on, that's a legislative function
Okay.
that you have.
Okay.
And so part of that legislative function is your agenda and your ability to put things on, just like how the Nevada legislature does it. It's your ability to put things on the agenda. That's a function, that's a legislative function and a power that you have. And so by delegating that power to the superintendent, to where the superintendent can now develop the agenda and have the ability to tell you that something cannot be on the agenda or put things on the agenda, that's a legislative function.
So let me ask you this then. Okay, I'll ask it again. So the things that are in green on here, the things that are in green are not legal.
That's not what I'm saying.
Then why suspend them if they're okay the way they are?
Well, it's not, now you're parsing words. It's not.
What I see happening,
It's an invalid delegation that's not authorized under statute.
and I think sometimes, and maybe I'm wrong, because again, I've said you're a very smart person, that I think when we read the law and read these things, that there's room for interpretation. Would you say that is correct?
Not
When you look
really.
at things? No? Okay. Well, I'm going to
There-
say that I
There-
think,
Well, that's what case law is. So
I-
case law is something if
but
people
we're not
have a
talking about
question-
case law here.
Well,
are
there is
we?
no case law on this because
Correct.
it's read pretty straightforward.
But I'm just wondering if by of what you're saying about legislative and things like that, then what we are doing with what you're saying is we are removing a superintendent's power from a lot of things.
That's not true. So let me direct your attention to the function of the board. So I believe that that's Article 3. Okay, so if you go to bylaw 30, the title is function. So if you see that section 1 is legislative, section 2 is executive, and section 3 is review, which is essentially judiciary function.
Okay.
So this talks about the board's different powers. So the board has legislative powers. You just look at bylaw 30. So the board, section 1, the board shall exercise its rule-making power. So that your rule-making power is your legislative power that you're given through the legislature. It shall exercise its rule-making power by adopting bylaws and policies in order to organize and operate the school district. And then it talks about how you can do that, how you can adopt them, how you can suspend them, how you can institute emergency policies and bylaws when there's something wrong. So if you go to the second page, you'll see the executive. Oh, it's on. Okay, but so go to section 2. The board shall exercise its executive power by the appointment of a superintendent. So this delineates they're two separate powers, and the superintendent's function is to execute the laws, the bylaws, the policies that you pass. And the reason why we have separate functions and separate functions of the law is the balance of power. And there's a reason why legislators or board members are allowed to legislate and pass laws. It's because they're accountable to the people. And if the people don't like the laws that they passed, they can vote you out and vote new people in. But if you give that legislative power and the ability to say what can or cannot be on the agenda and what can or cannot be voted on, if you give that power to someone in the executive function or the executive branch, he is not accountable to the people and he can't be held to account for the decisions that are made.
But he's accountable to the board. That's where the checks and balances
But the
are.
difference is that the way
And-
that the bylaws are written is it says that neither the superintendent nor the board president can unilaterally place something on the board.
Checks and balances.
That's not, he doesn't belong in that checks and balance. It's not, the superintendent is a function of the board.
But
He's
I
not
also
allowed
know,
to
but I
dictate whether or
also
not
know
something can be
the
on the agenda,
superintendent was hired to run the district
which is not a legislative function, it's
Day-
an executive function.
day to day, right? Day to day.
Just like the executive
We
branch.
are to govern, okay?
Correct.
And Mr. Gilbert is here as our attorney and in the capacity of,
Making sure that you're compliant with the law.
I guess so. Yeah, I could say
That's
that
the
too.
function of
And
an
I could say
attorney.
that too. But he's also here at our request, right? And so he's here as an advisor. I don't believe, in my opinion, that he's here to write policy at $325 an hour when Mr. Lewis has been hired and he knows how to do that. Now, that doesn't mean that Mr. Lewis will not run it past Mr. Gilbert for approval. If he from what I understand, is every agenda that's developed, by President Jansen and Superintendent Lewis, it goes through to the eyes
It
of
doesn't.
our,
That's not the way that the bylaws read. It goes through him and his administrative branch publishes it. It's not required in the bylaws to go through us currently. And so I just want to tell you, the legislature and the state government operates in the same way. So the legislature has the Legislative Counsel Bureau, which is the legislature's general counsel, and they're required to go through the council to ensure that the laws that they are seeking to pass are correct, are lawful, and work with other laws. And then when the administrative branch, which is the same as the superintendent, when they want to pass administrative regulations to carry out those laws, they also have to go through public comment and they have to go through the legislature in order to pass those regulations. And currently, that's not required here. So what I'm trying to bring attention to, and what the office is trying to bring attention to, is that the board has taken a turn and it's not operating congruent with what the Constitution of Nevada and the statute requires. It's not trying to take power from anybody. It's trying to put it back where the power is vested by the legislature.
Well, I disagree. I'm sorry. I haven't had time to, honestly, you're reading a lot of things, or I'm sorry, you weren't reading. I apologize about that. But you were in your head, you have all this information, and it's hard to sit here at 10 o'clock and try to digest some of this. What I'd like to do, it's impossible and it's not fair. I think that what we need to do is we need to postpone this, all of this, and get our feet back under us and let us take a look at what you're saying, because I'm not sure that you're not interpreting the law the way you want to interpret it. That's all. And that's just my opinion. That's just
Trustee
my
Gilchrist,
opinion. No,
that's-
she said she's not
that's-
reading it.
That's not how the law works. And again, we're merely providing guidance, counsel to you on what is missing or what was not, I think, done properly, whether you want to call it properly. I don't think illegal is the word. I think returning it to the functionality that was created by the legislature and the power of the statute is what we're asking to do. We're asking to suspend it. Well,
But
we're here talking about it. You have it in front of you.
But the other thing too is, you struck out in green and then you added things in red and blue.
I didn't add, the blue is how it read before. And I'd be happy to.
The blue is, I don't have a copy of how it was read
Well,
before.
to be fair,
No.
it's fine. To be fair, you did know what it looked like before because you were on the board when these changes were made. So it is the same.
But you're adding things to
I'm
this.
not adding things.
So what we're putting,
That was the
Trustee
way that,
Gilkerson, you have this document that says 5-0 with the black, then red, then blue. Well,
you do, it's on 16.
it's
no, I see what
She
you're
has
talking about.
I'd be happy to.
Look at the individual one. You're looking at the individual ones. Right. But it's on, it's actually, no, Carrie. It's 16. It's item 16.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I guess what I'm having a hard time understanding is that the original is in the black.
And the blue. And the red is what was added.
So I don't know if there's a historical, if the administration has a historical accounting of the bylaws. I don't know why I'm looking at you. I feel like you have all the answers. Okay. So I don't have, it's archived in the agenda, and that's the only way that I knew how to find it. If you go to the specific meeting, it shows you what the language is, and it shows you what's being added or what's being deleted. And so the drafts that we have included take away what was added and replaces it with what was there before those specific 5 meetings.
So if I'm looking on the back of here, it says revised or adopted, and it has
Yes.
dates,
And
right?
those show you the dates, yes.
Okay.
And so you can go to those meetings and you can see what was added. And that's how I knew. Is you can go
Well,
to those agenda.
The last one was on 2021. The one before that was 2000, or it was 14.
Yeah, some of them haven't been changed in 20 years, but there were, and that's all I'm saying is that those 5 changes that were made to the bylaws, it's a big deal to change the bylaws.
Well, it's a big
That's-
deal to change the bylaws. Yes, I do agree with you on that. But the way we're changing them, I still am struggling with that.
Well, nothing's
Because
being
as
changed
we go
today.
through, well, as we go through this, we're going to see what, Keith?
If you suspend a bylaw, you are changing how the district functions at that moment that you make that
It
change.
actually doesn't because, and I'll explain why. So well, it doesn't affect the district. It affects the board, which only meets once a month. And so right now you're meeting and you're saying we're suspending these operations and they're going to be suspended until the next meeting. So these provisions only take place at the meeting or at the agenda development meeting.
So how are we going to develop the agenda for the next meeting?
Well, it says on there that you are going to prepare it with the superintendent. There's other provisions in there that tell you how to develop it.
But that would be implementing the change.
It's not, it's,
The next
I
agenda will
guess
be
I'm-
made by
yeah.
by the president and superintendent. We keep it the same. Is that what you're saying?
yes. So already as a function of the board, you all already participate in the agenda with your future agenda items. So right here, you all say, I want to add something to the agenda, and then it's seconded, and then it's added.
That's not true.
Well,
That's not true. We did that last meeting and it did not make it to the agenda. And that was about the censure. So that statement is not true.
well, that's,
Just saying.
well, if you look at,
To the board, and Joe, you need to advise us. I do have some concerns, as I've heard, is that while you may know where to look at for things as a board to go back and look at previous, we have an obligation to the public to provide that information to them. And I think that we're missing some information that our public has a right to see as you make this decision. And again, that's you have to make, but that is a concern I have as your superintendent, that organization, I pulled Mr. Gilbert off to the side. If you look at the document in 12 that has organization would be the one, and it's got the green. The green on it is what was added in that prior meeting. What was added is now green struck through because it's going back to the old version.
no, it's just that provision is being suspended. So the
what are
rest of
you-
the,
But what are you doing with what was cut out? So there was,
we proposed a draft
but
that you are allowed to look at to change for the next meeting. So I just want to say that we're not operating outside of what the bylaws, your bylaws that existed prior to us being here give you the function to suspend provisions. That's not something that was just come up with. Just like where it says you can adopt, amend, or revise, you can temporarily suspend things that you don't think maybe you should keep. And then our job is to present you with other drafts and for you to deliberate on, do we want to keep this? Do we not want to keep this? But when you adopt, revise, or amend, it takes 2 meetings. So we provided drafts that are just the original language without the suspended provisions in them. And it's up to you to go over it and make changes or decide you don't want to do it. And then it comes for a second reading.
so Kira, my concern is that we're combining, by what you just described, we're really combining 2 agenda items into one. So we've got 12 of a suspension, and then you're telling us to look to 16 to see what we're proposing. And again, if we're suspending in number 12, we need to identify what are we suspending it back to.
Well,
And we can't
we
go
did
to a
discuss
document in
this.
16 and say that's what that document, my point is that the document that has the green on it for organization does not include what was struck. So there,
It is, the green is what was struck.
well,
And just
no.
to be clear, we
The
did go
green-
through
the
this with
green
you
is
and
what was added. The green, you are striking what was added in that last
it's
time
just
it was seen.
suspending. It's suspending that specific
But
provision.
what I'm saying is, when that came, when you're looking at that action, there was 2 parts to that bylaw. There was a part that was added by the board, and there was language in that was struck. So there was 2 different things that happened previously by the previous board.
So
what's
to
in
be-
front of us tonight is only
No, that's not
taking
true.
away in agenda
No, it's not
item
true.
12.
That's
In-
not true. The green is what's being suspended because that's what was added. So whatever is not in green is what was currently there before what is in green was added.
Mr. Gilbert, I showed it to you, so can you?
Well, and I did go look and the trustees have a copy of it.
No, no. What I think you're saying, and maybe I'm wrong, let me see if I can clarify this, that on 4/7, let's take number 050, okay? 4/7, the language was added that's in the green. Is that what you're saying? And then, so what we're looking at is what happened in 7/8 of 2014. What did that look like before we added that? That's what we want to see. Is it really just what's in black?
Yes.
But
The
we
only
don't have a copy of the
Okay,
2014. See, you have to be
okay.
able to compare.
It's what it looks like.
No,
with
it's not.
green.
No,
And again,
that's
how
not
many
true.
board members have verified any of this? Oh, I'm sorry. How many board members sitting here tonight have verified this information?
I would just
haven't.
like to ask, are you
you?
implying that general
Please.
counsel is doing something that's not?
I'm
what is-
implying that we have an obligation, as Mr. Lewis had indicated, to the public, because the public is suspicious. Okay, that's what, and we didn't go through a process. We didn't vet things.
We're
You
doing
guys
that
just
right now.
did it.
This
And
is the
if it wasn't by
process.
direction of these guys, then you guys just did it. And that's public money. That's a kind of abuse of public money until we have a chance to vote on it.
So are you saying that we should just not do any of this and get caught into this stuff with
Okay.
legally
What I'm
and
saying-
not listen to our legal counsel?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, you just said it.
You're twisting it your own way, pal, because I'm telling you right now, I'm not comfortable with this information without verifying some of it for myself. Yes.
I think
Yeah, you
we'll have-
didn't trust our other legal counsel. What the hell? Were you just as carte blanche?
Don't we have a month so
We don't
that you
have
can
an open
research this?
wallet.
It doesn't take that long.
We have a whole month. It's a
Stop.
suspending and you have a month.
No, let's not suspend. That's
Well,
my
you
point.
you have the right to vote that then to not suspend, but it's not changing. Well, but it's not changing the bylaws. The bylaws, that's what you're voting on for next. You've been given the
Not
documents.
changing it, suspending it. So how do we operate? in
Is
the
there
meantime?
anyone in the district that has access, that's here, that has access to historical, that
It's-
can give them what?
it's-
It is on the website. I'm so sorry.
Well, the problem is if you're gonna share a document right now, that's gonna be a public meeting violation.
Yeah, we can't do that. Can't do that.
So you can't tell them to share a document.
I'm
and
so sorry.
everybody's gonna access it.
We have to bring it next month when it's on the agenda.
I mean.
No,
you're in the
thank you,
hot seat
Karen.
right now.
That's.
I just-
We're here in the process now. I think you can be.
Well, I just want to clarify that the vote, that the item on the agenda is to temporarily suspend those things. Those, only the operation of those provisions, only those provisions that are stricken in green. And it actually doesn't matter if that's what it was or what it wasn't. I cited that those were the changes that were made during those dates, and you have the ability to vote on that. And the other agenda items are draft bylaws that go back to what they read prior to when those changes are made. And that's all I can tell you is that that's what we did in our research and we are presenting to you, and you are correct. You received those packets with those changes and you've had the opportunity to review them and vote on them just like anything else. And the draft bylaws are now provided to you a month in advance for your review and due diligence so as to decide whether or not to vote on them next meeting.
So what happens with communication if these become suspended? And there's a lot of language in here that gives the district superintendent and other people rights to communicate with our kids. And
It doesn't. That's not what's being
Oh,
presented in the
I guess I
suspension.
didn't read them correctly, huh?
That nothing is being, no, that's not what's being suspended.
Where does it say that it takes away any ability to communicate?
I'm to understand there's policies in place that allow if something happens like, hey, there's buses that can't make it out on 395, what do we do? That does not change.
None of this is changing any of
At
that.
all.
Any of the
There's still
communication.
the phone
There's
call
been
that
stuff
he'll
like
make
gag orders brought up that
to
people are going
Susan.
to prevent parents. I just, Doesn't make
The
any
language
sense.
is crossed off. And that's for suspension. If you're suspended, then you can still do that under our current bylaw.
The only things that would not be operation are the things that are crossed off, and nothing that's crossed off talks about communications to the school or to the parents. It's about whether or not this.
This is about voting the officers in at the, in January, a lot of this. On 12050.
But there's number 14
Yeah, it's down the list.
that it says all statement, letters and opinions recommended in our district communications prepared by superintendent.
Well, when we get there, we
Only
can.
item
'cause
12 are provisions that are being suspended. Item 14 are
There's a
draft
draft.
bylaws that are being presented to you as options for
Yeah,
first
Trustee King, because I
reading.
think you've thought that we're suspending, we're only suspending the.
I
on-
get it. And I think this
12.
is part of the volume that we're dealing with here.
I understand,
And,
but
and I just don't think it's fair to run through this whole thing tonight. And I really am against suspending if we don't have to. If we don't suspend and then we start working on this one at a time, but it's just, there's too much. I had 3 days to do it and I couldn't get through everything and make sense out of everything that you were doing because I'm not a lawyer. And I don't have law degrees.
Trustee
And
King,
the way
that's
this
why,
is- the way
that's
this
why
is
I'm.
presented is like that.
That's why I'm here as general counsel, making these recommendations and providing this information. And again, it's changing nothing. It's suspending certain things and giving you a month to put whatever you want. And then we vote on it next meeting.
Well, they're going to vote on it tonight as a first reading. That's a vote. I can't vote in good conscience on something I don't understand. That's a vote. Whether it's a permanent vote or not, it's a vote, Joey.
The final vote, which actually has weight and
Just
substance.
said that. This is a first
Okay,
vote. I
okay.
understand that.
All right, then, what's the problem?
I think the first reading is more about going through the provisions and having a deliberation on.
I don't know if I'm for it or against it because I can't understand everything yet.
Well, I think that's part of,
And
we
so
haven't
my
gotten to
vote
the
is like
agenda item
not-
yet.
Doesn't count.
Well, you haven't gotten to the agenda item yet to be able to discuss what the provisions are. I think we kind of
I've
jumped.
looked through everything. I haven't been able to disseminate everything. I know what the public doesn't want because I've been told loud and clear. And there's things in there, in each and every one of these that I couldn't vote yes for even as a first reading. But I can't honestly make a clear decision on these as a first vote or second vote or third vote tonight. Tonight is not the night to make this decision.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I think that there's plenty of time between now and the next meeting. 30 days. This is a simple suspension. Everything is laid out clearly and we have plenty of time to do it. Might not like it. I understand
Well, no,
that.
it's whatever, it's the vote. There's 7 votes. Every board member has their vote. You know what my vote's going to be on suspending these. So if that's the case and there's no other discussion, have your way.
I want to make a motion.
Is there-
I want to make a motion that we temporarily suspend the operation of certain bylaw and policy sections according to the request that we have for the bylaws readings of 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, and 20, 21, 22, until we can bring those in, but temporarily suspend the operation of the listed certain bylaws and policy sections.
Second,
So we are suspending everything?
Well, that's good.
I thought we were just doing 12. I mean, just doing
It should be
the one. Just 12.
Karen.
Just the ones on 12. So they're all of them.
So your motion was to
Let me repeat it. Let me repeat it. Maybe give you correction. Yeah, this is just for item 12 to temporarily suspend the operation of certain bylaw and policy sections as discussed.
050.
Just read 12. Temporarily suspend the operation of certain bylaw and policy sections. Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
Doug, do you want to read it?
The board to deliberate.
I think Doug's got, you got it, Doug? Yeah. Okay. You do the second.
Make a motion that the board deliberate on the board to temporarily suspend the operation of the following sections of board bylaws and policies that were not established by law or contract pending review of the statutory authority of the prior board to adopt, amend, or revise such sections. The sections of bylaw 050 that were amended, adopted, or revised prior to board meeting on April 7th, 2021. Sections of board bylaw 060 that were amended, adopted, or revised prior to board meeting on March 9th, 2021. Sections of bylaw 060 that were amended, adopted, or revised by the prior board on March 8th, 2022. The sections of bylaw 070 that were amended, adopted, or revised by the prior board on June 9th, 2020. Sections of bylaw 070 that were amended, adopted, or revised by the prior board on March 9th, 2021. And the sections of board policy 815 that were adopted by the prior board on December 13th, 2022.
I second that. Thank you.
Public comment.
For the record, Laura Godot. And I stand with Trustee Kangas. And I find it extremely difficult to listen to General Counsel when he has made it clear, and so has the 4 members who signed the contract, that he represents your political agenda and not the school districts. I think there's a lot of confusion on what is being done tonight. It's 10:15, people are punchy, people are tired, and this is no way to be dealing with policies for this school district. When members of this community came forward and told you how important these policies are to them, there is no rush, there is no emergency, you don't have to do, and I'm guessing 9 items all in one evening. They each deserve their own night, and they each deserve to hear from the general public, most of which who have left. So I wanted to make that point one more time. As a taxpayer, it rankles me so much that you put an attorney for your personal pleasure that I am paying for, rather than representing the Douglas County School District, which is who you took an oath for to protect, defend, and support. Thank you.
Thank you.
May Hyatt, for the record. First question. She's getting paid what, $4.75 an hour? Is that what you said? $3.25 an hour. I just want to point out that her level of participation here has far exceeded the level of participation of President Susan Jansen, who's supposed to be running this board meeting. Trustee Kangas has expressed his concerns about postponing this. And the only one who said, you know what, I disagree, we need to move forward, is Joey Gilbert. I have serious concerns about that. He was the one who spoke. Please don't interrupt my time. This is my time. Don't do that.
I'm sorry.
He was the one who interrupted. So I am sensing that there is an agenda going on. I see it, I sense it. I believe that the people here sense it as well. There are people in this room, legal counsel, who are pushing and rushing this particular set of agenda items. There are people who are expressing concern, and then there are people that are pushing it. You keep talking all of this legalese, and you want to reset it. But I don't understand why we would need to cross out certain things, like in the code of conduct. Why would you need to cross out, and I'm asking you, President Jansen, why would you need to cross out, strive for a positive working relationship with the superintendent? Why would you need to cross that out? Respecting the superintendent's authority to help advise the board, implement board policy, and administer the district. Why would you need to cross that out? Is that against Nevada statute? Is it? But it's crossed out. It's crossed out in green. Was that something that legal counsel advised you to do? There are lots of things when it comes to the code of conduct that are being crossed out. Be informed of the vision, mission, and strategic goals of the Nevada Association of School Board as the board develops its strategic goals and make decisions. So you don't want to be informed anymore? Is that what you're crossing that out?
Yeah, that's on there.
You're crossing that out. So I am to infer, as a taxpayer, you don't want to be informed anymore. We're just going to cross that out. Okay? There are so many things that are being crossed out here. And you're saying that you want to reset it to a statute of Nevada. I don't know, all this legalese that I've been listening to for hours. But a lot of this stuff is supposed to make your relationship with the superintendent and with the community harmonious. But you're deleting that. And I don't understand that. I don't understand why. But I see that there's an agenda taking place. And I can sense it. And I feel that my fellow community members, taxpayers, and parents can sense it too. And I don't agree with it. And I'm hoping that the other board members wake up, clear their conscience, and start to listen to the ones who have concerns. Slow down, listen to us, listen to Superintendent Lewis. Listen to all of our concerns as well. We are here too. It's 10:20 at night. Many teachers left, but some are still here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie Holt. I would like to remind you of why I said way back when that I avoid these meetings. Because you spend an inordinate amount of time trying to fix something that's not broken. Next, I'd like to remind you, and I'm sorry if I misstate what you said, Joey, but I'm going to try to paraphrase what you said. You were talking about prior counsel. You said you respected them. You said they were great lawyers and that you would, in the future, probably confer with them on different matters that come before you. So you have a very high opinion of them. And then you come here and you state that the bylaws are not in compliance with the law. But for the last 20 years or so, we've had that legal representation that went over this stuff and they okayed it. And now someone who has been charging us to learn the bylaws or the state reg for the last month and a half has been charging us to learn them, is telling us our prior counsel allowed us to do things that weren't legal. I don't think so. I don't think that's true at all. That counsel was a great professional counsel. You yourself said that. They would not have let this board or this school district do something that was against the state regs. Not a chance in hell. Next, your great job of rewriting 4A. Oh my God. You're crossing out everything. And then if you read it, and I can read, I don't have a PhD in law, but I can read. You're now delegating to the superintendent. Before it was shared between the superintendent and the board president. Now, with what you've done, you've made it worse. If you say that it was bad, you just made it worse. How the heck can you do that? That's going to cost us more money because, well, now you're going to have to rewrite it because it's wrong. I can't believe the incompetence. Before you took umbrage because somebody inferred something, I'll say incompetence. I'm not inferring it. I'm saying it.
For the record, Debbie Silva. I live here in Minden. I was going to say similar things to the previous speaker, but he had a lot more passion, which I appreciate. I feel that our board's legal counsel has created a problem that doesn't exist. And they went digging for ways to implement changes to our bylaws that aren't necessary. I think it's been very clear that Kira has been making very good arguments. I could follow most of it but they're arguments that you would be presenting if this were a court case and you were trying to have a judge decide. They are not appropriate here. Your arguments are not something that should be presented at this board meeting. Our bylaws, the bylaws as they existed, as they exist now, really, you clearly stated they're not illegal. They're not illegal. They're not illegal. So yes, they may not be consistent with your interpretation of, the legislative branch, et cetera, but they're not illegal. So here we are spending all this time on this issue instead of talking about the education of the children at this school district. We should be focusing on that. Yet we have spent the entire night on a problem that doesn't exist. I think most of us do feel that the changes you're trying to make in the bylaws is meant to consolidate power. It's creating further divisions among this board and between the board and the superintendent. If you think the legislative branch, the Board of Education, the Attorney General really is concerned about those bylaws, you are blowing smoke at us. They've been in existence all this time. They've worked great. Why change it? Only because you're digging for ways to cut off the superintendent. We know that. You may get away with it. I know right now you've got the ability to keep making changes because you have the votes on the board. But I'm tired of hearing that they won the election. We know you won the election. We would have supported you if you had been open and honest and transparent, and if you were trying to insert a political agenda and take unilateral control over this school district. This is not a dictatorship. The end.
No clapping.
Leslie Hokinson. I'm always the emotional one. I don't speak as eloquently as all the other people that have. I just like to say that one thing that's been bothering me at these meetings is an agendas posted for all of the community to look over so people can come at a time when what they have most interest in, They can kind of figure out by the numbers, maybe what time they can come. You know, if they're working, got to get home, feed the kids before they can come. And every single meeting, the first thing that is done is let's all vote to change the order. That's the thing that really bothers me, because as you can see, probably close to half the people have left already. Maybe they didn't get to speak yet as to what they wanted to talk about, because the order keeps changing. You keep changing the order. The fact that not everybody's involved in setting the agenda, I think is really wrong. I think you all need to, get that out of the way right here. So then when we come, we know what the agenda is going to be, and it's not going to be flip flopping around all the time. Let's see, like tonight, even, you let which is what you should have done, is having the school people speak, the students and that were here for hours and hours waiting. They should have been the first people talking. You should have put that on the agenda first, not all this other stuff. It's just disturbing and confusing. And I doubt I'm not the only one that thinks that. Another thing, just sitting here this whole night, the gal over here has been doing all the talking. She should be the one making the big bucks, not you, Mr. Gilbert. You have hardly said
Mrs.
anything.
Sears is not being compensated tonight. She's here at my request.
Well, good. That's great. But you know what? You're letting her do all the talking, and you haven't. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think she does. You admitted before that you're not competent in this area. Why are you making Douglas County, the citizens, the children, be your learning curve?
Rob Lehman. I wasn't here at the beginning of the meeting when there was introductions made, and I've heard you referred to as Kira, but we're not on a first name basis. What's your last name? Sears. Mrs. Sears, I'm a little confused at what your role is, I guess, tonight. I heard Mr. Engelkirk said he had a question for legal, and you responded. Are you here providing legal counsel to the board tonight?
Ms. Sears is here to provide additional information on legislative functions and governmental affairs and procedures that are taking place here tonight at my request.
So she's not here giving legal counsel?
She's not here giving legal advice.
Oh,
she's simply
okay.
describing and explaining things in more detail.
All right. One of the things that I was a little confused about, Mr. Engelkirk or Mr. Kingus said, hey, why did you guys do this? Why did you dive into this? And Mrs. Sears said, well, Mr. Burns asked that 4A and 4B be looked at, something like that. That was on a future board agenda item. In fact, that's from the minutes from the last meeting. It said, Mr. Burns requested an agenda item on bylaws number 6, Article 6, sections 4A and 4B. He said he would like this to be on the general discussion for possible action. Do you know how this works, Mrs. Sears? This is when Mr. Burns makes a suggestion on future board agenda items, you don't take that as direction from the board and run with it. It goes on the agenda, and then the board makes a decision. The board votes on whether they want you to do that or not. When you hear his future agenda item request and you're like, oh yeah, I'll run with that and spend thousands of dollars researching it, that's inappropriate. The board did not make that decision. Mr. Burns asked that it be put on a future agenda item to talk about it, not for you to run with it. That's completely and utterly inappropriate. And when you sit here and you say it's my job to give you legal counsel, my question for you, Mr. Gilbert, is how confident are you in that legal counsel that you're giving? Are you as confident as you were in the novel argument you made to the Supreme Court? Are you that confident? Because they said that your arguments are without merit. And I hope your arguments here are better, and I hope they have merit. Thanks.
Well, since Lehman wants to point things out, since he was on the board for 8 years, and I don't know how long you've been on the board, Kangas, but I know that it's been more than 4, as well as Linda. I have some questions that I know you cannot answer, even though you have been answering people, but you're not supposed to be answering people back when you have these meetings. Seems like a lot of people don't know how this thing goes in the back, but you guys are saying that you do, but yet you keep breaking your own rules. So my question is, what is the agenda for? Mr. Kangas, is the agenda for parents and the public and for you to view prior to a meeting? When was it posted for you to view it so you could be prepared for this meeting? How long have you been a board member and know that? It's always been there. So if you wanted to be prepared, sir, you could have been. And did I state my name, Casey Rogers, for the record? Got it. So my last question is, who was supposed to supply the information to you that you seen it, Kangas? Was it for yourself to find, or were you supposed to be supplied with it? So those are just my questions to put out there with this agenda item. And other than that, that is all.
I'd like to respond, please.
No.
Oh, you have responded at previous meetings when someone has said something.
You can't respond.
That's not, no. That's not the way we worked.
Can she?
Generally, the way the board works is when it's general public comment at 5:30 at the end of the meeting, we do not respond. When we're talking about a specific topic, we respond. Now, I don't know, that's just the way it's been done.
That's right, Doug.
Go
I agree
ahead,
with
Trustee
you.
Gilkerson.
But what I'm saying
By all
is,
means,
I know for a
respond away.
fact, if we go back, that we have had board members, and I'm not saying that you were right or wrong, okay? But I know Ms. Dickerson has responded to someone when they've said something about her. So I would like to respond. And I'd like to, and the only thing I wanted to say is that, that what was just said was incorrect, because yes, we have been able to respond. We're not breaking any laws, and I don't think anybody's going to come and arrest me. Thank you.
Can I say something? That's what I have these headphones on. I cannot hear. So if you leave your microphone on, it's all garbled to me. So please shut your microphone off. Thank you.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. It's late and I'm tired. NRS, I believe, I'm not an expert in NRS, but I think NRS allows the board to remove agenda items from an agenda at any time during a meeting. Robert's Rules of Order allows you to postpone. I would advise that you consider that at this point, because where you're going to go from here forward is only going to frustrate people. Okay. It would have been very helpful if you're citing statutes from Nevada that we had that background on the agenda. So we understood that's the frame that you're looking through. Because what I saw was the attachments that came late. They were attached in the afternoon that the agenda was posted. So when you talk about time, I've spent days going through this stuff, just so you know, because I'm concerned and I love this school district. And so I'm going to invest the time. Does Nevada statute restrict school districts from allowing school boards to designate staff to help build an agenda? Does that restrict it? Because if it is, we ought to start looking at other school districts. We got problems. All these things that we're taking out, are they restricted by Nevada statute? I doubt it. I doubt it. And I'm not questioning your integrity, ma'am, but I'm just saying, like Mr. Kangas is saying, we don't know tonight. And so this would be ill-informed to move forward. Okay. I know it's painful. Take the time to do it right. I'm still a teacher. I teach for WNC. If I blow a lesson, I'm going to say timeout, gang. We got to back up because we got to get this right. I'm not going to teach you something or take you somewhere that doesn't work. We have to take the time to do this right. Whatever you decide in the end, if it's done well, I may not like it, but I'll respect it. But if it's done poorly and you jam it down my throat, I have no respect for that. I have no respect for that. So let's frame it. Here's what I think we need to frame. What is making these changes necessary right now? What's making these changes necessary? How important is this? How are these changes supporting students, families, and staff? How is that working for our students, families, and staff? Because that's what we should be about. And if these changes only impact functions of the board, carefully consider the first two questions. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Anne Marie Chase. I've been here at Douglas High School since 6:30 this morning because I teach here. It's been a long day. I was nervous a couple hours ago, but I'm not nervous anymore because it's bedtime for me. So I've been teaching here at Douglas for 17 years. And if I ran my classroom the way this board has run this meeting, I would be spoken to. I'd be spoken to by my boss and by my boss's boss, Mr. Lewis. Because here's why. At Douglas County, we value transparency, cooperation, and efficiency. In my classroom, that's important. That's how I run my classroom. What I've seen tonight is not that. And that concerns me. I'm really worried about that. I'm worried that there's this feeling that what your goals are not the goals that we have, the teachers and the parents and the staff and our superintendent. Our goals are to create a safe place where students can grow and can learn. And I've heard you guys do a lot of talking and not a lot of talking about kids. And that's why we're here. That's why it's almost 11 o'clock and I'm gonna wake up at 5 o'clock to come do this again tomorrow. Because it's important and I hope that you know that. Because what I'm feeling is that your goals are undermining our goals to create a safe place for our students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kendra Wilson, and I wrote down some notes because I kind of felt like we heard a lot that was confusing and I think skewed with an objective. So from what I heard, our council is saying that you may suspend these bylaws. You don't have to. And our council has said they're not unlawful. You can choose to suspend them. You don't have to. So the board can decide that instead of suspending all those bylaws, you can do it properly and amend and adopt using the two meeting method, as I learned, and that seems like the proper procedure. Council has said that the delegation of some of these duties in those bylaws to the superintendent is not approved by the state statute explicitly, but she hasn't said it's prohibited by the state statute, and she has been kind of particular about approval and disapproval. The superintendent serves at the pleasure of the board, and if you want his input, I interpret that you can include him or delegate him in specific duties, delegate to him specific duties, and there is nothing there that seems unlawful or worth suspending to me. In this meeting, the council that you have hired has violated a public meeting law by trying to introduce documentation that wasn't provided in our board packets or in our agenda. We hire council to keep us from violating laws. They're violating the laws for us. Nobody has said it so far. Maybe somebody has said. I know the board has resisted saying it. I think our council has an agenda, is at best incompetent. I think I'll leave it at that. It's improper. Thanks.
My name's Adam Lazier, a Gardnerville resident. You need to, my name is Adam Lazier. I'm a Gardnerville resident, former teacher here, 22 years. You need to table this. It's 20 to 11. We're 6 hours and 40 minutes into this meeting. There's many of you, certainly, even if there's one of you, board members that are confused about like what all this entails. That's not the time to take a vote on it. It's not the time to take a vote to suspend it, because taking action to suspend something is taking an action. There's nothing's on fire here. You don't have to do this right now. So there needs to be a motion to table this until people have the appropriate time to review it. Thanks.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. I'm opposed to this motion. I do see where legal counsel is coming from in terms of getting with the statutes. However, I believe it's up to interpretation, and I much prefer this board having a mutually beneficial or mutually, I don't know what word at this point in time at night, a collaborative relationship as opposed to it being so antagonistic. I do think that Kira is looking at it from a legal standpoint, which I appreciate, but as a parent, I look at it from a parent standpoint, and I feel like you are trying to consolidate this into 4 people, and that is it, that your view is what is going to happen, and that I have 0 say in what happens to my children's future. And it's very, very upsetting, and I feel like you don't listen. You don't listen. And these laws, I mean, these changes, it's just, I feel like, and I don't want to feel this way, but I feel like you're doing this because you got embarrassed, and now you're trying to change the laws so that what you did wasn't wrong. And if my kids did that, I wouldn't let my kids do that. How can I let the leaders who are teaching my children and are being the mentors for my children, or should be, do that? You're changing the rules to fit your own agendas, and that's not right.
My name is Pat Schmid, Gardnerville resident, been out here since the early 80s when Don Bentley hired me to write software. And from my perspective, I'd say what this board has right now is a problem with change control. You've come here with proposals to change the way the board operates, but you haven't provided the information to tell us the was, the is. Why did they change it back then? Why was it wrong? Why did previous counsel that you at the last meeting said was great counsel give them illegal advice? You haven't bothered to explain anything to this county, to this audience, to the satisfaction that they could go home and explain it to their 6-year-olds. And you tell us that she is not here to provide legal advice, but who has provided all the legal explanations at this meeting? It hasn't been you, Joey. It's been the person that's not here to provide legal advice. And I wonder, is she even qualified in the state of Nevada to be an attorney to step into a court of law and provide legal advice? That's all. Pat Schmid. SCHMID,
Good evening. My name is Minos Dobson. Before I begin, I just want to state, it's very hard for me to be here. I currently work 3 jobs, and I'm a full-time student at WNC. So in a sense, I have 4 full-time jobs. So taking the time out of my life to come here and spend, it's almost 11 o'clock, spend all this time here it's very hard with assignments and everything. So I'm here on a little bit of a different topic, just evaluating this, and I spent majority of my weekend looking over all of everything, and I kind of neglected the suspending, and I noticed something, and I hope I'm not shooting myself in the foot with this, and if I am, I will own it until the day I die. Number 12 states temporarily suspend the operation of certain bylaw and policy sections. Specifically, I'm looking at bylaw 060, the meetings in subsection A, with the first 2 lines. It states the agenda, and I'm reading the striked out green, and I am not reading the one word that is in blue. The agenda for each regular and special meeting of the Board of Trustees shall be developed by the superintendent and board president. I noticed in here that the word prepared is here in blue. And in this agenda item, I'm not seeing anything that states a change. And I'm no legal expert. I'm 19. I'm learning the ropes with these board meetings and agenda items. It's a lot to take on. But to me, something doesn't seem right here. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. So that's all I really have to say. And that's just what's concerning me. And I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Sophie. I am the parent of a Douglas High School student and a Douglas High School graduate, the one who just spoke, who I'm immensely proud of. Though I have to say, I actually do not disagree with the separation of powers. I am in full support of ensuring that our three branches function in the way that the NRS had intended. I am seriously concerned about the fact that yet again, we have an agenda which is packed with so many items that the public has to have a voice in. You just decided that you want to send me a newsletter so I can hear your story, but you don't want to hear my opinion or Mr. Kangus's for that matter. I also wanted to point out, I hate public comment, so I apologize, but I did want to point out that I find it fascinating that you're now concerned about not following NRS, but you had no problem with trying to push through a policy regarding the poor transgender kids, which was against the NRS. So thank you.
For the record, Mary Ellen Kowchek. I don't want to get into my opinions on anything, but before we vote on this or before the board votes on this, I just want to make sure that everyone in the public understands some of the green that has been in here. And I don't think that I can do that in 3 minutes because there's a lot of green. Specifically in Article 7070, the very first thing that's taken out includes making decisions through ethical and constructive channels. Not really sure why that would need to be taken out. I don't think that that has anything to do with statute. And there's several on the next page about working with fellow board members in the spirit of harmony and cooperation in spite of differences of opinion. I'm not sure why that needs to be taken out either. One of the other parts of this is that complaints should be acknowledged by the community, and we've heard that apparently only positive information is getting through, and those who send negative feedback are not getting acknowledged. I'm not sure why that has to come out. In 060, one of the biggest things that's taken out is in section 4A, and that says neither the superintendent or board president can unilaterally place an item on the agenda. I'm not sure why that would be taken out because I think that that's what we're talking about here, that items should not be placed on the agenda unilaterally. And so I really think that the public really needs to be able to look at all of these. They're all online, and maybe that would be a good inclusion in your first newsletter so that everybody knows transparently what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Virginia Starrett. First, I wanted to make a comment about the process that's happening tonight. I think that suspending the bylaws is being misunderstood as actually changing the bylaws. You're not changing any bylaw tonight. You are suspending a bylaw for consideration to be changed at a further time. So actually what you have done is given a huge heads up to everybody in this room about how the bylaw is being looked at, and they will have a whole month to look up information about those bylaws that are being affected. And before, I would hope in time, in a good time before the next meeting, they would be provided with whatever the suggested new language might possibly be that this board comes to some agreement about inserting. So nothing is in stone tonight, not a thing. So everyone that's worried about everything that's being changed or taken out, or they're worrying needlessly. This is just a suspension. That's it. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that I feel like I need to make my previous comment again, because someone said this is, I think Mr. Kangas possibly said this is a coup, or it could have been, well, who matters, who said, but they made the statement about it being a coup. So the coup would be this: right now and for all time, the school board that it's been in existence has been the authority over the school district. So the coup would be that the authority right now in place of who runs the school district is being taken over by, wait, the school board that already runs the district. So I don't think you can have a coup of a school board taking over something they already run by statute, by NRS. The NRS makes clear the school board is charged to define the powers and fix the duties of the superintendent. He is not on an equal plane with the school board. The school board is the authority. He is under the direction of the school board. And that's how it's supposed to function by NRS. It seems everyone here in the room has this, or a lot of people have a very big misconception about, yes, the superintendent, of course, he does the day-to-day things. He oversees everything, but it's under the direction and the vision of the school board itself. And that's what's supposed to be happening. If it hasn't been happening, it needs to get fixed. And I have a feeling that's what's being attempted through some of these efforts put forward tonight. Thank you.
For the record, Jan Muzzy, and yes, I'm as tired as most everyone else in this room. However, I'm surprised that there are people here that can't seem to be able to read what is being struck out and what is staying in these documents that we're discussing. It seems to me that we could have spent the last hour listening to people. We could have been reading these and seeing that there are just sections that are being recommended that perhaps that they were not consistent or they did not appear on the original bylaws. That's all it is. And I don't understand why people can't understand that. The only explanation I can come up with is perhaps somebody, the majority of the people may be colorblind and can't see the difference between green, red, and black. So I would suggest that people read this through and make an effort to understand. I understand that Linda Gilkerson was having a lot of difficulty with trying to figure out what it was. What is so difficult to see what was crossed out? And that doesn't mean that it's not going to be left in the document. All it means is that what is written in black is what was the original. And then what was written in green or red and lined out was additional things down the road at these various meetings. It doesn't mean that maybe these things might be put back in. All it's saying is that it's gone back to the original, and that's all it is, and that at the next meeting, there will be discussion to either leave, take out, or add. That's my understanding, and it's as simple as that. Thank you.
Okay, Liz Biasotti Clampett again. I want to know what statute the NRS is that you are referring to, because I tried to look it up and I wasn't able to find it. Can you say that, or are you not allowed to? Yeah, sorry. I know my eyes are all messed up because I have an infection. So
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
you keep saying that it's not legal based on the Nevada statute that Mr. Lewis can't be part of the building of the agenda because it's a legislative function. And I'm trying to figure out what statute that is.
So this,
I like to read those things.
yeah, so the statute vests, I think it's 386 is the local organization. 386. This NRS 386 vests with the board. It creates the board right,
Okay.
as a body corporate, and it vests with the board the power to, its legislative power,
Okay.
all of the powers that are there.
Oh, so it's 386.
386 is the,
Okay, cool. And so what I'm understanding is if we take out the words that are wrong, the new language would read, the agenda of the Board of Trustees shall be prepared by the superintendent and the board president, etc. So the way I'm reading it, you wouldn't be taken out of building the agenda,
do you want me to talk?
right?
So it's very important. So when that provision was changed, right? So
Yeah.
the prior board, it used to say that the superintendent would prepare,
Oh, not the superintendent and
the superintendent and the president would prepare, which means to put together.
and it will still
And they
say that.
changed that. They changed that to the word develop, which means that the superintendent has an active part in deciding what's on the agenda. And also the other language that was added was that neither the superintendent
Yeah.
nor the president could unilaterally place something on the board. And so what that did was it took the power away from the board to develop the agenda, and it put some of that power with the superintendent.
So
what
the
we-
superintendent would still prepare the agenda along with the board president.
Yeah, and that's a function that the superintendent
Okay.
and his executive staff does, is it prepares it and it posts it according.
So he would still be involved in preparing the agenda. Which is,
Yes.
I think, okay.
Yeah.
And then on your proposed changes to the policy, the in the red, can I finish the sentence?
Yeah.
Okay. On the second page, I'm confused because letter D, this is you changing it and getting stuff away from Mr. Lewis to be able to do it. You say that 2 board members can bring an item to the board president and the superintendent. So, I mean, if you're taking them out, why is it still bringing it to in that one?
Are you looking at the draft policies?
I'm looking at the, well, the what you want to change
Is it
articles.
green? Are you looking at the green
No,
one?
red.
Okay,
This is
the red one is a proposed.
So once we get rid of this, it's gone. And then this is what you're wanting to do. But you have in here that they can bring, this is letter D, bring an item to the board president and the superintendent. That's,
Yeah, the superintendent.
so
still
he will
isn't-
always be part of building the agenda.
not developing it. That's the thing, of preparing
Okay.
it. So one of his functions is saying, these are
Making
the
the
things that we
copies.
have. Well, no, these are the things that we have listed. This is the amount of time that we have. But what's happening now is he has the ability to say that something cannot be put on,
Okay,
which is a legislative function.
okay. Okay, I think I'm understanding it. Hopefully that helps some of you guys figure it out.
Just in case anybody was wondering why I let that go longer is because with Ms. Sear, I wanted her to be able to answer that and clarify that. So thank you.
Excuse me, Mark Zinke for the record. I think some of this just feels contrived because certain board members don't know, or at least seemingly don't know, what is on the agenda or going to be on the agenda. That's concerning to me for a couple reasons. One, if they should know, then I'd like them to do so. And if they don't know, I'm worried that they don't know. And so I think maybe that's part of the confusion. I think I understand this perfectly clear. I think it's pretty easy. The green, the red, maybe a key would have been better for some people so they could understand what it was. Maybe I have it wrong and I just think I'm right. But if we don't have to suspend in order to do the changes, then maybe this would be better served that each individual item, both the suspension of such and the changes that are proposed, be addressed independently of suspending everything for all of them, right? So number 30, bylaw 30 could be, we're it's all one and the same. We're going to suspend this, but change this. And the change essentially becomes a suspension. Does that sound fair? So instead of all of these suspensions and the perceived um, behind closed doors actions that certain board members think are taking place, then it doesn't seem like there's maybe a longer agenda or a different idea taking place by the other members of the board. Because that's what I'm seeing. It seems like there's something that is a long play here because of how important the suspension of this is perceived to be based on it not even actually needing to take place in order to make said changes. I hope I'm saying that correctly because I didn't write any of this down. And it does seem like a lot of work has gone into something that may or may not be changed at the tune of however many thousands of dollars. And so for the amount of work that's put in here, it's difficult to just call it potential changes. Also, some of these cancellations look like maybe they're just redundancy in law. The workshop one on number 60, is it canceled because that's already law? It's every odd year. That would make sense. It doesn't need to be in the bylaw if it's already NRS. Same with number 70, resist every temptation and outside pressure to use their position, blah, blah, blah. Again, that's redundant. I would hope that's redundant. And then Mrs. Sterrett is actually right. This isn't a coup if multiple people on the board have the same ideas, right? The same way we respect their ideas that are different and some of theirs that are different. It's not a coup. If you don't like it, vote them out. Vote it differently next time. But they were voted in, and so it's not a coup. If 4 people agree the same way, then they agree the same way, and that's what we are supposed to all love about democracy and a representative democracy. Thank you.
Tom Sterrett. I have to echo the previous gentleman's comments. The people did elect the 4 of you, constituting a majority. There is a motion before you. That motion should be voted on. Now, in some ways, I have to applaud Trustee Gilkerson and Trustee Kangas moving in lockstep, playing a tag team of asking repeated questions that are going nowhere. What I think is going on now, I could be wrong, nothing personal now, but is that you folks want to run out the clock. You've already started to ask for a continuance or to suspend tonight's proceedings. You good folks soaked up an hour and a half of our attorney's time, which is not for free. At the start of these proceedings, you soaked up a good chunk of time earlier dealing with this agenda item. I have to hand it to you. You guys are good at soaking up time, but that costs money. Also have to thank council's presentation, which was excellent, very well presented, very concise. The legal reasoning is there for anyone who wants to understand. This agenda item is well taken. I think maybe there is a lack of understanding as to its foundational necessity. But above all, the board, the majority of the board, has a right, an absolute right, to order its own affairs in accordance with the law. This agenda item should be passed, not deferred. We've spent a lot of time on it already. It's time to take the vote. Thank you.
I'm Zach Wood. Chair, your meetings are dysfunctional and you need to be You select agenda items such as the one we're on now that take up this amount of time. The council's explanation tonight was incoherent. You're doing a show and tell meeting. You're gonna show something, a couple pages of markup, then you're gonna vote, and then we'll all be told what it is later. I don't understand why there's none of this analysis is in writing as part of the board agenda packet. It's all provided, not to the folks back here who you're representing, but on the side. And we know that that isn't working out very well tonight. I disagree. I don't think we need to start the explanation of emergency suspended bylaws with basic, we're 3 branches of government, we're not as a school district. You don't have judicial powers. You have quasi judicial powers in certain efforts, but you are paid $4,200 a month, gets more benefits. So the accumulated effort I expect of basically volunteer time, which is what's behind me, and people being interested in the business of the district, you don't need to put that in. You don't need to do the extra effort on newsletters. You don't need to work through all of this red line and green line and then expect everyone to understand what it means. If there's a guide to it, it wasn't provided in the agenda. And I'm disappointed. I've worked in local government. I know what it's like to be all around. And we can find volunteer little districts all over the state that can do it better than this. You may get a pass. It's your first meeting, but that was an hour of trying to be explained what was on the agenda. During these items, you're having back and forth with folks like me. It's not worth our time. It's a poorly run meeting. It's poorly done business. And when we look at the specific effect of that item regarding agenda creation, we know it's an art. It's not a science. A lot of the business of the district is coming from the administrative side to your attention. And yes, we have the future agenda item function. We can see what's happening. But I heard a trustee say, oh, we can all be there to do the deliberative meeting. No, we don't have a pre-meeting with all of you so that we get to see the meeting here afterwards. It's not how it works. And I'm hearing people suggest that it's not the way to run things. We need to stop spending time with the good news. Hey, we're doing all these other things and you got to get focused on this job. Getting the actions done, running these meetings, please.
Could I just ask a clarifying question? Who was being paid $4,200 a month?
Am I here to answer questions?
I was just asking for clarification.
That's why I'm not interested. Pardon me, this is Zach Wood again. I'm not interested in a conversation. You deliberate, you make your legislative actions. I made my comment. I don't think you get paid enough to do this late.
For the record, Kendra Oakton, Douglas High School teacher. So I'm watching you guys in this meeting. I want you to pretend you walk into my math classroom. I have a student who is struggling, is communicating they need more information. They need more time. I look at him. I turn to Mike Rex, my boss, and go, hey, can you explain it to him? He explains it to him. I turn to my co-teacher. I say, hey, all right, cool. You're still struggling? Fine, let's vote on it. We're moving on. That's what you did to your board members tonight. You had board members pleading for more time, asking, hey, I want to look at this a little longer. Can we look at this a little longer? We're not ready. We're not ready. Let's take a vote. You wonder why you're divided. You are being disrespectful and not listening to them. They asked, they pleaded numerous times. If I was observed by Keith Lewis when he was my principal, Joe Gerdner when he was my principal, I would have gotten written up for that. I would have gotten conversations of how should I run a classroom better. You don't listen to the comments being made. Dave, you described how during your debt meeting, no one voted on something because everyone needed to gather more information. That seemed reasonable to you. That was a story you told earlier today. We couldn't make a decision. There was too much money at stake. We felt like we needed more time. That was reasonable to you. How come you can't take that same mindset and apply it here, where it matters, where it affects me, where it affects my children, where it affects so many people? That debt committee meeting, you can be understanding. Here, not so much. I'm new to the meeting, and you don't have to answer this because I know I'm struggling. I've never attended before. But Keith and Susan prepared. That's the correct word. Why was Burns the one who attended to determine which was right? Is it because of your position? Could it have been Gilkerson? Could it have been Kangas? Could it have been anybody else? Why was Burns the chosen one? Was it because he always votes the same as you? Also, I know it's late, but over again, Kira, I know not legal counsel, Kira said the school board is legislated by the people. Yeah, they were voted in to save the children, and they work based on the people. However, if you counted, I know math, but more people tonight are against this. More people are against this. That's the majority. That doesn't matter to you. That's why I've never attended, because you have more people speaking out against you. Doesn't matter. You're going to vote on it. You're going to move forward. You are not working for the people. That's not us, because you're not listening. You have yet to listen to us. Sure, you can say we're frustrated. That's because we keep talking and no one's listening, and that leads frustration. So I hope you can start listening to each other, listening to the majority of the comments made, and stop already having the decision made before every board meeting.
Hi, my name is Carrie Stack for the record. I'd like to make a simple comparison. I'm a simple person. Let's look at bylaws the way that teachers look at standards that we teach. They're the minimum standard. They are not what we don't go below that. We have to teach to that minimum standard, right? Every day, teachers go above and beyond to do what's best for students. The collaboration established by the existing bylaws goes above and beyond what the established statute says, what is required by those established statutes. Why is that wrong? Why is going above and beyond what the statute says wrong? By the way, there are 16 other school districts in this state that allow the collaboration and to go above and beyond the statutes in this state. Why do we have to be the one that says, no, we're going to go below the standard?
For the record, my name is Dana Engelkirk. Thank you for a moment to speak. And I am in favor of this motion to suspend. To me, it's very simple. Line up with the law. Let the board be the board and let the superintendent be the superintendent. Thank you for laying this out so simply. There's no confusion in my mind. I personally am in favor of this motion to suspend. Thank you.
Susan, Patrick Peters, thank you for recognizing me at the Republican meeting, and nobody else from your even acknowledged who I was or I existed, and people that are speaking actually. Here's the thing. I've been to over 100 board meetings as a principal of a high school, 100. They used to hold board meetings at my school every month for over 12 years. I've never seen what I've been seeing here. But here's the thing. Here's Stephen Covey. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. Legal counsel, you kept talking and talking, trying to convince them to understand you, but you didn't understand their argument. John Maxwell, find out why the fences were put up before you tear them down like, holy smokes, we're going to tear those fences down tonight. But here's the deal. Legal counsel advisor asked this. He goes, what about the historical archives? And a gentleman back there goes, it's on the website. So legal counsel, please do your homework. please do that homework. So then you don't have to ask out here why the fences were built. There's reason why policies are built and they're added on to. That's just critiquing that. I had this one board member because I watched all these things. And when this one board member retired or went about 8 years, and I asked this guy, well, hey, why are you retiring? He goes, do you know what? Here's my career. He goes, I went on the board and I had an agenda. He goes, everybody going on that board has an agenda. And he goes, I went in there and I had an agenda just to tear up that school district. And what was interesting, he goes, as I saw what those teachers, those principals, and those staffs were doing, he went, wow, I was wrong in that agenda. So as a board, you got to get to know the policies, the fences, and why they're there. That's why the people are so upset with that. And yeah, one person spoke and said, hey, we could wait till the next one. It's okay. This is put out there. In board meetings that I watched, is that what they do is they bring maybe one up, but they don't bring an onslaught up. And that's where they're pissed. And when you shove it down people's throat and you really don't listen to them, it's like taking dry spaghetti and thinking it's cooked and you just throw it on the wall. No matter how many times you throw that spaghetti against the wall, it's not going to be cooked.
Nanette Hansel, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, my name is Nanette Hansel. I'm calling in from State Line. I am a parent of a freshman and a junior at Whittle High School. I'll keep it short and I certainly won't be as animated as the last speaker. I mostly wanted the board to know parents from Lake Schools are listening and engaging. I think it's clear here that the parents are simply calling for transparency and a better understanding of the intent of these bylaw changes. I fully support postponing or continuing this item where the board could get additional support by providing supplemental information regarding the basis for these changes, the need for urgency in acting on them, and the nexus on how these bylaw changes improve things for students and staff. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Poth, go ahead. Poth,
Good
sorry.
morning. This is Todd Poth. I seem to have to always correct the language here, but I know you're new there, so that's okay. I'm a parent of Douglas County students. Hope you guys are having fun. This might be a record, so good job there as far as a late night meeting. I am also in favor of holding this back to next month. Let's face it, guys, you've had a ton of people. If nothing else, there's lots of questions. There's lots of stuff going on. We've said that it's not going to make that much of a change. You're suspending things and you say nothing's going to really happen. Well, let's just wait till the next month so we can all look at it. Some of these things I might definitely be in agreement with. I mean, I haven't even had a chance to kind of look at it. So let's kind of sit around, take next month, put it on the agenda. You're ready to go. And then we could do it next month. I will point out one case matter where someone said, well, it doesn't matter if you vote for it this month. You know, the grant policy that you guys came up with, which I think is in violation of NRS, in the fact that it violates the state constitution, was also passed, even though I tried to make public comment on it. And I was not allowed to on the consent agenda. So there are complications there if you just go with it right away. So why don't we put this on hold, wait till next month, come back then. Everyone's looking tired. Everyone's upset. You know, this is not a fun thing, guys. We can hold off the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, go ahead.
This is Michelle Baugh for the record. So something that I just find to be completely ironic at this point is that you want to create a newsletter to show how positive this board can be and to show basically all of you in a better light. Earlier, when I spoke, I said that actions speak louder than words. And I want to tell the board this is exactly how you can show through action that you are listening. Whether you postpone or adjourn or continue at another meeting or take back a motion and make another motion, this is your opportunity to show you are listening to the people, your constituents, because actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Thank you. Danelle Smith, you're up.
My name is Danielle Smith, for the record. I'm a DHS graduate, a parent, and an academic advisor at Powalloo Middle School. I second Mr. Kangas. I believe that we should table this and follow up on all the further points. There's a dozen more agenda points still pending, and they've asked you multiple times for just more time. They want to be able to ingest this. They want to be able to understand this and to have a clear head. It's 11:30 at night. Many of us got up at 4 o'clock this morning to go to work and fulfill our duties. And now you're sitting here having us linger. It's been 7.5 hours now, which has cost us $325 an hour plus travel time. You guys had an uproar over the $35,000 bill that Mr. Gilbert had sent from this month. It's just like the common sense divorce law. Get a therapist. Don't use Joey to sit here and mediate your board. Mrs. Sears has offered her time for free, so maybe you guys can sit down with her for free on the side and have your mediation. This is ridiculous. This is a direct attack on Keith with everything that's been crossed out. Mr. Gilbert, this is not a criminal court hearing. This is not an MMA match. We're not here to just KO this and push it through. You introduced this as possibly, air quotes, not being in accordance with the NRS. But now you're saying, oh, they aren't illegal. This is just comparable to the mask mandate. You fought so hard, tooth and nail, that it was a mandate. It's not law. It's not law. And now you're sitting here telling them to just vote on it, just push it through, that this is illegal. You're not making any sense. You're contradicting yourself. We're educators and we're parents. You had a huge turnout earlier. Many people have left. It's almost midnight. We all have to get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to come into work tomorrow, to teach, to work, to take care of our children. This is getting ridiculous. This is disrespectful of everybody's time at this point. After 9 years, since my son was in kindergarten, of attending board meetings, I've never seen such a lengthy and disrespectful and argumentative meeting. This is ridiculous how this board is. You literally need to go to couples therapy with this board. This is insanity. Nothing is ever going to change. It's also really pathetic that Mr. Lehman is having to sit here and make clarifications for the board when he's no longer on the board. Thank you for your time.
Chris Larson, you're up.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. I just wanted to bring up something that was actually addressed at this particular agenda item at the very beginning of the conversation. And Joey Gilbert had mentioned that that Trustee Burns was brought in as a deciding vote, and I can't exactly phrase the wording on it, and that that Trustee Engelkirk was brought in as a backup in case Burns wasn't able to fulfill his duties on Thursday. And I'm looking at my emails here, and I actually sent Trustee Engelkirk an email when the agenda came out on Thursday, September 7th at about 10:30 a.m., which is kind of interesting because he responded on September 10th at about 6 p.m. And his response to me was, word for word, Thank you for your email voicing your concerns. I just received the agenda for the board meeting on Friday afternoon. I did not have a part in setting the agenda, and I will be asking questions for clarification on the issues being discussed. So I pose to you, Mr. Engelkirk, please continue your questions that you just said you were going to ask. And did you really not have any idea about this agenda that was being posed based on this email? Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Larson, go ahead.
Hi, this is Lauren Larson, parent of a Douglas County School District student, wife of Chris Larson, who just spoke. We're in separate rooms. I am not in favor of the motion. I found legal counsel's presentation the most confusing thing I've ever heard. I can understand what's going on with the agenda, but once legal counsel started talking about it, I find it extremely confusing. And so I highly recommend, we need to push this off. Not everyone understands what's going on. I don't even know if legal counsel fully understands what's going on here. But what you're asking us to do is let's take a step back so then we can take a couple steps forward next time, rather than just dealing with each of these bylaws one at a time and really going through them. And the other thing that I picked up on in this whole conversation is that we've essentially given our legal counsel a blank check to do whatever they want. So they can go ahead and pursue all of these bylaws on their own. It sounds like they weren't requested. We didn't ask them. The board members didn't ask them. They just went and did it on their own. And I just find that really, really disturbing because all we're doing is taking money away from our kids over issues that don't matter. And so I want the board to understand what's going on here and understand that our legal counsel is the one that's taking over and taking control and driving these meetings and driving these agendas. And here's an idea. Delay these items, definitely delay the following agenda items. And maybe try something that I see in a lot of other public meetings, which would be a memo in front of these items that might describe all of the changes that you're trying to make. Maybe they could reference the NRS that you were referring to and why you're recommending these changes. You're just throwing them at us and you're not providing answers as to why you're doing these things. I disagree with the motion and I want you to delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to make a statement. My company represented thousands of attorneys worldwide, thousands. I know attorneys, and they just give you an opinion. It's their opinion. It's not law, it's their opinion. And they try to limit your exposure. That's what they do. That's it. It's nothing magical. So that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Magnata.
Okay, one last time, I'm going to implore this board to not move forward on these suspensions. Thank you.
Something I'd like to say too. I know it's late, sorry. I feel personally, if you're listening to me, I feel like I need more time to look through these and understand them. There's a lot here. And believe me, I've spent, I don't know how many hours going through this stuff, but there's things that Kira talked about that I want to look up, some NRSs that she quoted. I need to educate myself more on this. So I'm going to ask you to please allow me to do that, to give me some more time to look at this information and not suspend. There's no reason to suspend. It doesn't matter. I'm asking you not to. Mr. Kangas is asking you not to. You know, why would we have to suspend? What is the reason? I mean, we can continue on till the next meeting. We can get more information. And I do have to say something about policy 060. It was on number 12. But if I look at number 12, it said, and a lady came up and said something about, are we preparing or developing or whatever? And excuse me, on policy here 060, bylaw, excuse me, it says the agenda of the Board of Trustees shall be prepared by the superintendent and the board president. The proposed agenda will be posted in compliance with NRS 241. This one I've got that stands by alone by itself that where it's in our packet. It's item number 17. It doesn't say that. It says something totally different. It says the agenda of the Board of Trustees shall be developed by the board president, vice president, and clerk, and shall be prepared by the superintendent and the board president. So these two, number one, don't match up.
Trustee Gilkerson, I just will say once again, you have a month.
Yeah,
before we're
no,
back
but I'm
here
saying
again
these don't match.
To review all
You
this.
gave us two
and you'll have
documents
plenty
that
of time.
that we were told that they were crossed
The
out in
documents are
green,
there.
crossed out in green, and then on this one, they're crossed out in red, and then they're added in blue. But these two documents, and they're supposed to be the same, I thought. Is that not true? Is the one we got in our number 12 item 060 and our item number 17 060, should they not mirror each other?
No. No, I do. No, because
No what?
well, I'm going to talk if you let
Okay.
me.
I don't understand what you meant. That's all.
The agenda items that are being suspended, those are the provisions that were added that are being suspended so that the bylaws can be returned and clarified, right? So the drafts that you're reading with the red and the blue are drafts that are being proposed for you all to consider passing at the next meeting. And so I think what's important to clarify is that there's a lot of discussion about how agendas are drafted and that it's not very clear, and it's not very clear who's involved, and more board members want to be involved, and the future item agenda, all of it's not very clear, and that's because it's not clear in the bylaws. And so the draft is proposing to make it more clear.
And which one of these, is this the draft
The
in the
draft
blue?
is, yes, and
And
that's the
this
one
is,
that's number
and what's this
16.
one you're calling?
That's the one that's temporary suspended. That's in the
Okay.
item that we're
I see. So
currently
you're temporarily
discussing.
suspending this, and then this is the draft.
Yes,
that-
and
with the added language.
And I must point out that you passed these provisions that are being suspended.
Who passed them?
You passed them. Your board, you voted.
Tonight?
No, you were in the meeting that
I'm
added
sorry.
this-
This is way past my
You
bedtime.
were in the meeting that added this language. So the language previously said for 20 years, it said that the superintendent and the president shall prepare. And you were a part of the meeting that adopted
Okay.
the new language that said that they shall develop it.
Okay.
So it's,
But one says developed for this, and then what's the difference between developed and prepared then?
well, I did explain it, but preparing is helping them to write it and post it, whereas developing is putting the items on or not being able to put the items on. And I think what the concern that we're addressing is that since that provision was added, the superintendent has the power and has executed the power of being able to keep things off of the agenda or put them on. And what I'm saying to you is that's strictly a legislative function that belongs to the board, and the superintendent should not have that power that was added by the board and yourself in that prior meeting. And so that's what is seeking to be suspended until you all can come to an agreement of how you would like to.
So if we suspend, which I would like not to because I think I need more time. If we suspend and then we come back, and can we add the language that says the way it was?
Absolutely.
So it's not illegal. You're telling us we were out of compliance or out of regulation.
I want to clarify why I don't use the term illegal.
Okay.
So if the law says to you that you're prohibited from doing something, you doing that makes it illegal. But there's case law that supports that. It's called the, not my brain is, it's a doctrine.
It's okay. It's okay. You don't
The
have
case
to.
law specifies that you can't delegate legislative authority or legislative powers to administrative agencies. And that's what's happening. And so I'm just saying that it shouldn't be that surprising and odd to you or hard to understand because you're the person that initiated these changes. The 5 meetings that happened, you are the individuals that added this language. So I'm confused as to why it's so confusing to you as well.
Because we wanted that language. That's why we added it. I feel like all night tonight, listening to what you were saying, that I felt like the language that's in this, and I'm going to use the words out of here because I have to do that, says policies that were not established by law or contract pending review. So you're saying they were not established
No,
by law.
I already discussed that with Trustee Kangas, in that that's the way that it's written in the that language is in the bylaw. That language is in the bylaw, that you are allowed to suspend provisions that are not required by statute. I didn't write that. That's in the bylaw.
But you're making it sound like, and I don't know, maybe I'm the only one, and if I am, I apologize, but you make it sound like we did something wrong by adding that language, that
You delegated power that wasn't yours to delegate.
so
You don't have the authority.
and so that, what would you label that? If I delegated powers to Mr. Lewis,
I call it invalid delegation of duties, but I wouldn't call it illegal.
it's
And
not illegal. So
wouldn't call
we could very well keep that in there and live by that for the rest of the time, correct?
Until someone brought a case against you, and then they would bring up that it's a non-delegation doctrine. The state limits on delegation of legislative power to agencies.
Okay. Again, this is more than what I
It
need
is,
time
but
to, I need time to look at what you're saying.
So all they're voting to
I don't want to
suspend are the
vote.
things that you enacted.
I don't want to vote to suspend, and I don't think these people out here wanted us to
Well,
either.
we need to move.
That's fine. We don't have to do anything.
Yes, we
So
actually
Kira,
We have an
I do have
important-
one question. I have two
That's not true.
questions. Please explain in Article 5 organization how anything in that green struck language gave any power to the superintendent. Because my understanding is tonight that everything that was struck in green was authority to the superintendent. So could you please explain in Article 5 organization? I don't see the word superintendent anywhere.
So what's listed on the agenda items to be motioned on this specific, this specific agenda item is whether or not to suspend certain provisions that were enacted during 5 specific meetings, and those dates are given by the prior board for you to consider whether or not they were an adequate delegation of power. I believe
But you've said that you've said multiple times tonight that the green was a misdelegation of authority to the superintendent.
correct. In those
But
5
in
meetings,
5-0
in
but-
those 5 meetings, the board took action to expand the power of the superintendent and to delegate power that was not to be delegated. And so the board is voting on whether or not to suspend those 5 changes that were made during those 5 meetings for you all to consider what you want to do next.
So we're gonna change this, and there was nothing specific. I'll leave it at that. Okay, we got
duly
time. We're
noted.
up against time. But I do also, I have never, so I take offense to you sitting here in a public meeting. I have never unilaterally made an agenda decision. I have never not
didn't
put
say
someone.
that you
You
did.
did earlier. You did. All right.
It's time to vote. Okay, so. Because the motion was on the table, right?
Motion and second. Yeah.
Okay, so all in favor of suspending?
Could you please repeat
Yes.
what we're voting on? It's been lengthy.
I know.
Karen, can you read it? Or Doug can read it. That's
Doug
fine.
will read it. And we'll have a lot more. No.
Let's go.
Okay. All in favor? All in favor of suspension? Aye. Aye.
left the room.
All opposed?
He voted yay.
5, 4, and 1 against. 5-1. Okay. Do you have it, Karen, honey? Thank you, because I want to hurry. I would like to, since we have a flexible agenda, I would like to move that we go to agenda item 25, and the superintendent will explain.
So before you tonight is a designation of position as critical shortage. We have been unable to hire secondary social studies teachers. Currently, we have 2 vacancies at our middle schools. Despite efforts to recruit online using our ApplicTrack system, LinkedIn, EdJoin, Facebook, and Instagram, we still have not had any viable candidates. And so I'm asking the board to consider designating this as a critical shortage position so that we might seek retired teachers who are interested in returning to the classroom.
Yes, please.
I make a motion that the board approves the requested position. It is recommended that the board approve the requested position of secondary social studies teacher as a position for critical shortage need.
I'll second that. Public comment? I did.
Rob Lehman, I would encourage everybody here to come up and speak about this. Because if we have 5 of us speak, we end this meeting. Because there's a law that the meeting ends at 11:59. So 5 of us come speak for 3 minutes, we're there. I don't think you should pass this. No, wait, maybe I do think you should pass this. Yeah, you should pass. Yeah, you should pass this for critical shortage. And the reasons you should pass it are that we need teachers, that social studies is a great topic, that, are you timing me, Mr. Burns? Okay. That retired teachers are really good at teaching, a lot of them, and they can come back and they can teach. You should pass it because our kids should have teachers that aren't substitutes. I'm losing my train of thought. Hold on. Sorry, it's really late. It's hard to keep track. I'm having a hard time. I'm trying to come up with some novel arguments here.
I thought you were in support of it.
I am. I'm just trying to think of some great reasons to do it. The superintendent wants it to pass. That's a good reason. Yeah. Mr. Kangas, I think he's on board. Ms. Gilkerson's on board. I think you're on board. Most of the people in the audience, I think, are on board, which would be the first time tonight you do something that the audience is on board with. So, hey, you'd be like 1 for 11. So that would be pretty cool. Let's see. Losing my train of thought again here, Tony. But I'll get there. Maybe, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr.
My time's up?
Well, I have the discretion to limit your time.
Oh, right on. I appreciate that.
So if I could just interject here, we are up against time and this, I've asked for this to be moved forward because it does impact our kids and it impacts who's in the classroom. So I would ask if there are works to delay this, it does impact kids.
Yeah.
Let's vote.
Want to speak? Are they, is it for this specific item? Okay.
This is Danielle Smith for the record. I am in support of this, and I believe Mr. Deadman is still in the room. So if you could please bring somebody back as awesome as Mr. Lilly or Miss Campbell Parr. They're awesome to work with. So I hope you guys can all agree on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I also think it would be fantastic if you guys actually voted on something and agreed on something that the audience agreed with. But yeah, like Mr. Lehman, I'm kind of losing my train of thought as well. So let me get my notes up here real quick.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
No, but I'm actually not finished. Yeah.
Debbie Silva. I think we need to take into consideration why there is a critical shortage of teachers. And specifically, we're talking about the teachers that were mentioned. And it seems to me that it has to do with wages and that we really need to increase wages so that we can recruit teachers here. And that's really a difficult situation considering the rise in how much rents have gone up. So in my neighborhood, a 3-bedroom, even a 2-bedroom is $2,000 a month. And they don't allow you to have a dog. So when you're trying to recruit people to come here, they have to have a place to live. And so you're going to have to raise their wages so that they can, so they can rent and or buy a house. So I want to know, and I know you can't answer me, but what are we doing in terms of wages to recruit?
Subject, but thank you very much.
What?
You're not sticking to the agenda item. Thank you.
What's the agenda item?
The agenda item is we want to be able to hire a social studies teacher.
Well, I was speaking on that and saying that you're going to have trouble recruiting somebody. I don't know where these retirees are coming from, but you're never going to be able to fill the position permanently. And it's really unfortunate that we're going to have to recruit somebody who's going to be here basically on a temporary basis because you've got to fill the position permanently.
Thank you, Mrs. Silva.
Hi, my name's Janelle Lehman. I'm a parent of 3 high schoolers at DHS. I liked the point that last commenter made about why there is a critical shortage. I learned today that Carson City is changing their variances to allow for all of the students that have been discriminated against here and feel that this is no longer safe, that they will change their variances to allow the students to go to Carson High. That turns my stomach that we are no longer a safe place. And also,
thank you very much. You're not sticking
also
to the agenda
that
item.
a teacher, if I were a teacher, I would also not want to teach her because of that specific issue. And I think it's something
Thank
that
you,
we
ma'am.
need to be concerned about.
I'd like to make a comment about teachers. It used to be that we had a number of people going to college that were going to be teachers. Now it's almost nobody wants to get into teaching. So that's where the shortage comes in. We don't have anybody graduating. In fact, I think they passed at the state legislature that we can now hire people with a 2-year degree. What's that?
Who'd like to make a motion? Okay. Oh, we got a motion and it's seconded. Okay. No more public comment. Let's take a vote. All in favor of the board designating the position of secondary social studies teacher as a critical shortage need position, please say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Should I adjourn? Meeting adjourned.